Chapter 201, Ninja version of Perpetual Motion Engine. The significance and value of Naruto to this world was more important than imagined. It was not for some bullshit revolution, but for the position of savior. It was extremely important. Including swallowing all the natural energy of the entire surface, this kind of thing. The natural energy of the earth and the ocean, is it more important for this world? The portion of the sky can all be swallowed up in one go. As long as the earth and the ocean are not dried up, can the portion of the sky be replenished? Yuuji rubbed his chin. That should be it. Otherwise, there was no reason for Naruto to devour natural energy on the surface. He had done this much more viciously than Jinchuriki, but nothing had happened. There was another possibility. Naruto was a native creature. As long as he lived in Ninja World, the part of natural energy that was devoured by Naruto was not consumed out of thin air. Instead, it was stored in a different form in this world, maintaining the balance of the world. Using the earth and ocean as roots foundation, maintaining the stability of the planet, giving the most harmless natural energy in the sky to the son of fate to absorb, and Naruto himself lives in this world. Absorbing animals and plants is theoretically feasible. Yuuji began to develop senjutsu, who belonged to him. This was destined to be a difficult move, even if he had mastered the theoretical knowledge of senjutsu. Perception of natural energy was the first step. Mount Mayuboku specially developed toad oil to strengthen perception. Yuuji took out the small box he got from Fukasaku. He stared at this thing for a long time, but in the end, he did not use it. Instead, he multiplied a clone on the spot and poured the toad oil onto the clone. But this was not enough. Yuuji performed half Godzilla transformation on the spot and transferred this mode to the avatar. He used the clone's hand to sense natural energy. After a long time. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yuuji spat out a fireball and burned the clone into ashes. So that's how it is. It's this feeling. Hard like Shisui. Through the memories sent back by the clone, Yuuji vaguely understood what was going on with the natural energy in the sky. But sucking was impossible, absolutely impossible. Just in case, he even deliberately killed the clone, leaving not a single cell. Then, he created a few more clones. He put his hand over and tried one by one. Nature energy can be absorbed by animals. Animals and plants are also a part of nature. After death, they will also become a part of nature energy. Yuuji thought about it repeatedly and began to try. Suck. Suck again. Well, suck out a pile of chakra. No, start again. Suck. Suck. No, animals and plants are not nature itself after all. If you want to directly extract the natural energy from creatures, you can't be so reckless. Natural energy is directly stored in nature, but it is not directly stored in the body of animals and plants. At least after the death of animals and plants, it can be converted into natural energy after some mechanism. After a while, Yuuji slowly raised his head. He already knew what to do. Yuuji had done something similar before, and he had succeeded. Might do. If my main body can't do it directly, then just like the three holy lands, I can do it through my own unique medium. Then my exclusive medium is naturally Godzilla. Planet Godzilla had assimilated the existence of a planet, infected animals, plants, and assimilated species. This was the old profession of Planet Godzilla. Moreover, there was the example of Might Do's success. Yuuji looked at the 50-meter-tall sub-body Godzilla. This big guy had been stunned for several days, and now he was a little anxious. It had just been born, and it was a little confused, but not stupid. Standing there and waiting foolishly for a few days, even if the sub-body Godzilla was a plant, there was no reason for him to keep doing this. If not for Yuuji comforting it, this guy would have already started to walk around. It's a pity that you play nuclear fusion. If you were like a normal plant, stabbing root into the earth to extract nutrients, it would be simple. Yuuji shook his head. Most of the other models, Godzilla, walked the path of nuclear fission and could be said to walk the path of corruption. Planet Godzilla was special. The first thing he did was nuclear fusion. Logically speaking, nuclear fusion was a clean energy source and not as dirty as nuclear fission. As a result, Planet Godzilla was still a super terrifying nuclear radiation source. Moreover, the radiation intensity was almost the highest in all of history. It was very magical. But speaking of which, nuclear fusion is the same as the Sunday. Yuuji looked up at the sky, shook his head, and temporarily suppressed this thought in his heart. Without Rikuda's Sennin level, he was not qualified to cross the universe. Some things were temporarily put aside, and he would take action when the time was right. Biological assimilation, biological pollution, and extract natural energy. Yuuji separated a large number of clones, crazily capturing all kinds of animals, wantonly cutting and collecting all kinds of plants. For a time, the Fire Country forest was extremely lively, and there were often Yuuji who appeared and disappeared. This made Konoha ninjas even more confused and at a loss. What is Lord Yuuji doing? Dunno, collecting specimens. Nonsense, he is obviously cultivating a forbidden technique. There is no doubt about this. But what kind of forbidden technique needs to catch animals? Konoha ninjas were stunned. The more they did not understand, the more he looked at Yuuji. He felt that Yuuji was worthy of being called Lord Yuuji. Even the forbidden technique was so different. Many spies hiding in Konoha began to act one after another, sending intelligence to their own villages. Kumagakur. Yandere Reikage stared at the information in his hand and saw that it was different. He frowned and was full of doubts. What is this guy doing? Shiranui Yuuji is a major threat. We have to be wary of him. Lord Reikage, are we really going to do this? Humph, of course. Konoha has already lost the Sennin. We, Kumagakur, are at the peak of military power. If we don't take advantage of this time, we won't have another chance. Yandere Reikage said irritably. He was very agitated. Konoha had already signed a peace agreement with the other villages. Only Kumagakur had not ended the war with Konoha, and there were sporadic conflicts on the border. But Yandere Reikage was unwilling to end like this. But Konoha still has Sandame, Yandere, and the Hokage. There are Shiranui Yuuji, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kazue, and Abarame Shibi. Are we really going to start a war with Konoha? Mabai said in a deep voice. Yandere and Reikage's momentum stagnated, and a wave of powerlessness rose in their hearts. That's right, even though they had lost the Sennin, the newly risen experts of Konoha were still terrifying. Forget about Fugaku and Shibi, those youths had also grown at an exaggerated rate. Damn it! It was clearly Konoha who suffered the heaviest losses in the 3 battles. Why were there so many geniuses appearing after the 4 villages? Let's give it a last try. If not, we won't lose too much. Moreover, I still have a trump card. As long as we take out 1 or 2 of Cage level's enemies unexpectedly, we won't lose anything. Yandere Reikage made a decision. Mabai thought for a moment and revealed a shocked expression. Lord Yandere, could it be that you want to use that thing? That's right, the divine artifact that Rikuda's Sennin left behind is enough to kill any enemy. As long as we weaken Konoha's strength, it won't be considered a failure. Yandere Reikage was full of confidence. Even Mabai, who was opposed to it, fell silent. The current Kumagakur was closer to the peak of the ninja realm than ever before. If not for the fact that Konoha's side was too strange and that there were several experts, Kumagakur would have definitely become Ninja World's strongest. A few days passed. Yuuji finally had a preliminary grasp of senjutsu. He used countless animals, as well as some animals that had initially gained chakra, and were qualified to become a psychic beast, and threw them to Godzilla for assimilation. He also used various plants to try. The harvest was huge. However, it is not perfect. There was a small accident. My exclusive senjutsu can be used, but the efficiency of using the plants and animals that are tied up is too low. I have to let them be melted by Godzilla first and then absorbed. But the success rate of assimilation is also a problem. Even if I extract all the plants and animals that are assimilated, the natural energy that can be supplied to me is very few. Yuuji had a strange expression. Even if I build a holy land in the future and transform a large area of land, assimilating a large number of plants and animals, it will still be a problem. I can't always bring a bunch of plants and animals with me every time I activate senjutsu. But this problem could also be solved. Not only can it support Godzilla's assimilation, it also possesses astonishing vitality, providing me with a large amount of natural energy. I have this kind of animal. Yuuji instantly created a clone of nuclear release. The main body and the clone stared at each other with wide eyes. I am sorry for you. Yuuji stretched out his hand and placed it on this clone. First, he would transform this clone into Godzilla. Then, the clone was exhausted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was extracted by the main body. Natural energy poured into Yuuji's body, combining with his body energy and spiritual energy, creating Senjutsu's chakra. It also made a strange dark blue pattern appear on his face. Who? The incomparably powerful Senjutsu chakra brought great power to Yuuji. He created more clones, and then continued to absorb. Thus, he became even stronger. That body of Senjutsu chakra was constantly circulating around Yuuji's body, turning into visible airflow. Is this? I invented the perpetual motion engine. Yuuji's expression was strange. I gave birth to myself, I ate myself, and then I continued to give birth to myself. This was an astonishing feat. Yuuji couldn't help but be shocked. Unknowingly, I created a perpetual motion engine? Orochimaru, kneel before me. The most awesome scientist is here. Yuuji suppressed the strange thoughts in his heart and felt his current state. Indeed, it was very strong. The power and volume of Senjutsu's chakra far surpassed ordinary chakra. With the participation of natural energy, using Senjutsu's chakra to cast ninjutsu, the power was astonishing. Moreover, his perception also welcomed a burst of explosive growth. Yuuji pondered for a moment, then made a series of hand seals and sprayed out a powerful fireball. The size and impact of the fireball increased several times. But that's all. If we exclude perception and increase the power of ninjutsu, then that's all. Because even if they don't rely on senjutsu, they can still increase the power of ninjutsu by improving their chakra output. Moreover, Yuuji himself needs to face a problem, and that is the planet inside his body. Godzilla is constantly swallowing his senjutsu chakra. Soon, Yuuji was forced out of Sage Mode's body, because Senjutsu's chakra was eaten up by the planet Godzilla. Natural energy is a specialty of Ninja World. Whether it is the Jubi or the planet Godzilla, they are all very interested in natural energy. Yuuji touched his chin and chuckled. He continued to create clones, draw out clones, and absorb natural energy. Time passed. Yuuji also roughly understood this process. So that's how it is. There are still some problems. I will use my own chakra to stimulate the growth of the avatar and absorb the natural energy of the avatar. The more times, the balance in the body will be destroyed. Yuuji was thoughtful. Was it because of his cells that he directly used his cells to create a flesh and blood clone? Speaking of which, Naruto could create a shadow clone under Sage Mode to let the shadow clone absorb the natural energy, and then release a shadow clone to devour natural energy absorbed by the shadow clone. At most, he could only absorb the natural energy of 2 shadow clones, and Naruto would not be able to withstand more. The principle was similar. However, Yuuji was absorbing the natural energy of the plants and animals. In theory, there was a limit to the absorption of natural energy. If too much was absorbed, the balance would collapse, and the part of the body that was turned into natural energy would be eliminated. Forget it. In any case, I developed Senjutsu to make plans for the future. Yuuji chuckled and did not mind. The plundering of plants and animals was only the beginning. In the future, when he began to plant trees on this planet, all the plants and animals would be included in the scope of transformation. Speaking of which, gathering the life of plants and animals to obtain power, why does it feel like an origin energy bomb? Yuuji touched his chin and thought for a moment. Forget it, it's time to find a place to establish the 4th Holy Land. Yuuji began to search for the secret location of Ninja World. Country of Tien. An uninvited guest arrived. Is this place? What a sad country. Pain leaned on a rock and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the place coldly. He went straight to the Otogakuer. He came for Orochimaru. Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, the master of Edo Tensei, and was able to summon the dead cage level ninja. After thinking about it for a while, Pain personally went into action. The other members of the organization could not guarantee their victory against Orochimaru. It was very difficult to make Orochimaru submit with brute force, and he needed to use other things to attract Orochimaru. Many days have passed. Orochimaru, that guy, should be coming back from Dragon's Cave. Pain's voice was cold. He slowly walked towards Otogakuer. After a while, Zetsu emerged from the ground. Have you found Orochimaru? I found him, but I also found an even more interesting guy. Your sensei is about to enter Tien country. Chapter 202, The Meeting. Sensei? This form of address caused Pain to feel dazed. It seemed to be an extremely ancient term. Oh, I remember now. It was at the end of the Second World War when the 3 of them first met the 3 of them. At that time, Yahiko was still there. He was still the leader of their three-man team. He was full of hope for the future, and his eyes were shining with hope. Really, a word with memories. Jiraiya, sensei? Why did he come here? The voice of Pain remained unchanged. White Zetsu said in a strange tone, I don't know. It should be Yandere who told him something. A middle-aged uncle who left Konoha to travel around Ninja World wouldn't come to the country of Tien for no reason. Pain slowly said, he didn't come for the kingdom of Tien, he came for the kingdom of Rain. If he wanted to go to Omegakure, it was normal for him to pass by Tien country. Jiraiya-sensei are here for me and my Rin-Egan. As long as he hears this information, he will definitely know that it is me. But I am no longer the past me. Pain flew coldly towards the Sound Village. Zetsu watched his figure disappear into the distance. Are we not going to do anything? Orochimaru and Jiraiya. White Zetsu said in a low voice. Black Zetsu said, he probably wants to deal with Orochimaru before Jiraiya arrives. He has always been so confident. He dived into the ground and disappeared. Pain flew above the Otagakure, looking down at everything in front of him. Soon, Orochimaru's figure appeared in Rinnegan's vision. At this time, Orochimaru had just escaped from the Dragon Cave. That's right, he had escaped back. Even if he had signed a psychic contract with Dragon Cave, he almost couldn't come back. It's really dangerous. I almost died in the hands of those three snakes. Orochimaru was sitting in his seat, his face ugly. Dragon Cave was the most dangerous and cold-blooded among the three holy lands. There was only interest and no emotion to speak of. But it was also the most open and bright. As long as there were enough benefits, anything could be talked about. The three snake girls, second only to the white snake sage, were extremely dangerous. Every time, they would toy with the humans who entered the Dragon Cave half to death. Humph, the secret of the white snake sage, I will get it sooner or later, and it will all be mine. Orochimaru licked his lips, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had to find a suitable body as soon as possible. There were too many shackles in this body. Orochimaru-sama, do you need us to find a new experimental subject for you? Below, several ninjas of Fuma clan asked respectfully. Well, compared to quantity, I value quality more. I won't treat you badly. Orochimaru laughed coldly. The Fuma clan, the guy who had been passed down since Warring States period's time, had now joined the Otagakure village. The clan that was already weak. He had been massacred by Sasori before, and now that he was about to be wiped out, he could only rely on him. Orochimaru was very satisfied. It was a good thing that he had a group of tools in his hands. Hey! Orochimaru paused, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the ceiling. What's wrong, Orochimaru-sama? Something is wrong, this powerful chakra fluctuation, it seems that there is an enemy invasion. Orochimaru stood up, calmly walked out of the house, and stood on the empty ground of the Otagakure, but as soon as he looked up, his pair of snake eyes immediately shrank. This person, and that crimson cloud robe, is he also a member of Akatsuki? But the point is not this. Orochimaru's face showed a morbid fanaticism. Because he saw Rin-Egan from this person's face. Rin-Egan, it seems that you are Pain, the leader of Akatsuki? It's really exciting. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Pain slowly descended. Several Fuma clan ninjas immediately gathered around and surrounded Pain. Intruder! State your name. Hey, what's going on with his eyes? The Fumas were restless. Stupid! Orochimaru cursed in a low voice. In the next moment, Pain raised his hand. Chibaku Tensei! Boom! Several Fuma clan ninjas were sent flying on the spot. Their bodies were injured, their internal organs shattered, and they died on the spot. He had no intention of showing mercy. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and he said in a hoarse voice, Your Excellency, you barged into my village and killed my men in front of me. Isn't that a bit too much? Orochimaru, people like you care about the lives of others. Oh? It seems that you have investigated me in detail. After all, I am one of Konoha's Sunin, and intelligence about my personality is not a secret. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. Indeed, he did not care about the life and death of a group of tools. So, Chief Akatsuki, are you here to avenge your subordinates? Orochimaru sneered. Orochimaru, join Akatsuki. Akatsuki will bring the light of peace to this world, and end the chaos in this world. Pain went straight to the point. Humph, humph, so it's to recruit, and peace and so on. Did you invade Konoha for peace? You killed many people that night. There are always people who die in peace. Humans are such creatures. They only need to use absolute force to force them to submit. Strength is everything. Pain said. I see. I roughly understand what you guys are thinking. Chasing the ultimate power. I'll join. Orochimaru revealed a strange smile. Then, come back to Akatsuki's base with me. Pain nodded expressionlessly and was about to turn around. Shua. Orochimaru suddenly moved. Serpent Flow Substitution. Great Serpent Flow Body Transformation Secret Art. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. The new Orochimaru rushed out from his mouth, and his lower body continued to stretch like a snake, constantly twisting. He was able to burst out with astonishing speed and quickly rushed towards Pain. Your eyes are mine. Orochimaru laughed, and stretched out his slender fingers to clasp Pain's eyes. The distance was getting closer. Just as his finger was only a few centimeters away from Rinnegan. The urgency on Orochimaru's face could be seen with the naked eye. Pain, who had been expressionless the entire time, was not the least bit surprised. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Orochimaru's figure suddenly froze, and he was blocked in the air. Orochimaru, you can't hide your thoughts in front of me. As a god, I will also think of what you can think of. Pain raised his hand. It seems that ordinary methods won't be able to make you submit. Shinra Tensei's power instantly soared, sending Orochimaru flying. Orochimaru retracted his body, rolled several times on the ground, and got up with his face covered in dirt, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was even more excited. Shinra Tensei. You really do have the same eye technique. Us? Humph, I will fight that guy sooner or later. Pen's expression became a little more cautious. He knew who Orochimaru was talking about. It seems that you also care a lot. Don't worry, don't you Akatsuki have 6 pairs of Rinnegan? How about it? Give me 1 pair, and I will contribute my strength to the organization. I have many powerful forbidden arts in my hands, such as Edo Tensei. Orochimaru was testing him, while fiercely slapping the ground, and the 2 coffins suddenly came out. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Orochimaru always felt that Tianai was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had met him. Pain's eyes turned slightly as he stared at the 2 coffins. Edo Tensei, this kind of forbidden technique. Moreover, 6 pairs of Rinnegan and the like were even more laughable. What a boring trick! Pain raised his foot and walked towards Orochimaru step by step. Orochimaru sneered, and a fierce battle erupted. Orochimaru controlled Danzo and Sasori to attack Pain. Sasori still had no reaction, but Danzo's eyes instantly fell on Pain. It's you? That Rinnegan? It definitely is you. It's a good thing that all the old debts of the past have been settled today. This old man finally died on the battlefield because of you. Danzo's voice was cold. Pain glanced at him. Shimura Danzo? Forget it. No matter who it is, it doesn't matter. The 3 figures suddenly began to fight, and powerful ninjutsu continued to burst out. In this Otogakuer, the war began. Soon, the entire Otogakuer was faced with a disaster. Some people who finally settled in the Otogakuer screamed and began to run for their lives. They did not know why they had to face such a fate. What happened? Is it another powerful ninja fighting? Damn it, our country was attacked not long ago, why is it now? Look, isn't that Sasori? That guy is back again. Many people were terrified. More people did not have the chance to escape, and were affected by the battle and died on the spot. It seemed that no one cared about their life or death. This is, what happened? Why are there so many refugees? Jiraiya, who entered the kingdom of Tien and planned to directly pass through here to the kingdom of Rain, looked at this scene with surprise. He also noticed the powerful chakra bursting out in front. After catching a few refugees and asking them a few questions, Jiraiya revealed a hesitant expression. He carefully moved towards the Otogakuer, wanting to figure out the situation. He had originally planned to go to Omegakure to investigate the matter of Akatsuki and Sage, and even more so to figure out Shao De Hokage and Uchiha Madara's plans. But now, Jiraiya approached. Immediately, he stared at the scene in front of him, flabbergasted. Orochimaru? Danzo, these 2 guys are both alive. After observing for a while, Jiraiya discovered a problem. Orochimaru seemed to be really alive, but Danzo seemed to be an Edo Tensei? Orochimaru, this kid, even took out the forbidden technique of the second generation Hokage, and even resurrected Danzo, this dangerous person. Jiraiya looked solemn, but his attention was still focused on another person. Pain. Rinnegan. Strange, this person looks very much like Yahiko, but he has Rinnegan. What about Konan? Why isn't Konan here? Jiraiya muttered silently. Rumble. After a loud bang, pain once again broke through the siege of Orochimaru and the two Edo ninjas. He stopped, turned his head with a cold expression, and his eyes slowly widened. Jiraiya, sensei, since you're here, there's no need to hide. You're here for me anyway. What? Jiraiya? Sensei. Orochimaru and Danzo stopped their movements. Jiraiya jumped out and slowly walked over. Ayaya, even your perception is so powerful? It's been so many years since we last met, and you've already become so powerful. However, what exactly happened? Are you Yahiko or Nagato? Pain's expression was indifferent, but Nagato, who was controlling Pain in the distance, revealed a little nostalgia. Indeed, a long time has passed since the last time we parted. It's as if an era has passed, Jiraiya-sensei. The three of them had followed Jiraiya in learning ninjutsu for 3 years, and it was the most precious experience in their memories. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed, and everything was already irredeemable. Don't want to talk? From the looks of it, you should be Yahiko. Could it be that you have transplanted Nagato's eyes? Where is Konan? What exactly happened to you? Jiraiya looked at him seriously. There was a trace of sorrow in his eyes, and he didn't even care about Orochimaru, his best friend. In the past, he thought that Nagato was the children of prophecy, because Nagato had Rinnegan, and also had the personal will of world peace. But now? Why was it like this? Why were Nagato's eyes on Yahiko now? Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. Calling you sensei. I remember now. Ha ha ha, it seems that I missed something amazing back then. It turned out to be those 3 little ghosts. Orochimaru's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He remembered. During the Second War, the 3 of them met 3 wandering brats who came to ask for food in Rain Country. At that time, he wanted to kill these 3 people directly and help them stay away from the pain forever, but Jiraiya, this fool, took the initiative to stay and teach these 3 children. Danzo also roughly understood a bit and angrily said, "You have met Rinnegan long ago? Bastard! Why didn't you bring back the young Rinnegan to Konoha? This is your dereliction of duty, you are simply bastards." Shut up, Danzo. I have also been kept in the dark. No wonder I always feel familiar. It turns out that Sage is the leader of the 3 children back then. Your name is Yahiko. Orochimaru whispered excitedly. Danzo became more and more angry and looked at Jiraiya with anger, full of hatred. Damn, so Konoha had a chance to grasp Rinnegan many years ago? Jiraiya's disciple? That bastard Jiraiya never reported this to the village. I remember that Jiraiya left the village 3 years ago to teach Pain. In the end, Pain attacked Konoha and caused me to die in battle. Jiraiya, come fight. This is all you're doing. Stupid. Danzo angrily said, if this old man had controlled Rinnegan back then, Root would not have had a 3rd battle with Ninja World. Konoha had already unified the entire Ninja World. I'm sorry. I just didn't want Nagato to be affected by Konoha at that time and could bring about a change in the world according to my will. But now, it seems that what I did back then was not right. Jiraiya sighed, and Orochimaru, I'll deal with you later. Yahiko, what are you going to do? Is there really no turning back? There is no Yahiko anymore. You should call me Pain. Tendo Pain slowly raised his hand and formed a seal. Since I've met you, I'll deal with you here, Jiraiya, sensei. Speaking of which, you are also one of my obstacles. Bang. 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 5 streaks of smoke appeared beside Pain. The other 5 Pain were summoned. Are they here? 6 Path of Pain. Jiraiya looked solemn. Orochimaru's eyes kept moving, wondering which pair of Rinnegan should he plucked. Chapter 203, The Sage's Hesitation. 6 Path of Pain had 6 eyes. For Konoha people, this was no longer a secret. On the night of the Nine-Tailed Chaos, 6 Pain Eyes invaded Uchiha's clan territory and suppressed Uchiha's clan en route. Each of Pain's eyes held secret arts of different systems. 6 Path of Pain, it's really interesting. However, these 6 pairs of eyes are probably problematic. Orochimaru, who liked to loot corpses the most, kept observing these 6 people, deep in thought. He suspected that even if he detained a pair of Rinnegan, he was afraid that it would not be the real Rinnegan he wanted. However, at least it has a lot of research value. Jiraiya, maybe we should join hands again. Orochimaru let out a low laugh. Tisk, I really don't want to cooperate with you, but it seems like there's no other way. Jiraiya's expression was solemn. Danzo said, humph, just in time to settle the grudge from that day. I'll let you see how powerful this old man is. Only Sasori had an ugly expression on its face. The puppets he had crafted before his death had all been lost in the recent battles, causing his combat strength as a puppet master to drop drastically. As a result, he could only rely on his undying body to go head-on. Swish! Pain moved. Pain's figure rushed towards Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others. So fast! Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Ninjutsu, hair needle. His white hair suddenly grew longer and harder, protecting his body. Ka! The Azura Path assembled several arms and fired 4 missiles at him. A loud noise was heard. What an amazing destructive power! This guy is the one who can make missiles and lasers. Jiraiya and Orochimaru analyzed the information quickly. As for Danzo and Sasori, they were blown to pieces and were slowly recovering. Summoning technique. Animal Path summoned several psychic beasts, especially the Hellhound. It was the most ferocious. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you should feel fear in front of the gods. 6 Path of Pain said coldly. He sent out Ishinra Tensei and smashed Danzo and Sasori again. He could roughly see some things about the Edo Tensei. However, it was not invincible. Haha, only a living god can be considered a god. It doesn't matter if someone dies. Orochimaru licked his lips. With Edo Tensei in his hands, he was not too worried. In any case, he would not lose too badly. Orochimaru, be careful of this guy's psychic beast. It seems to have the characteristics of immortality and regeneration. Jiraiya reminded. He bit his finger and summoned Gamabunta from Mount Mayuboku. The battle broke out, and Gamabunta temporarily held back the animal path. However, Orochimaru did not take any action. He stood silently in place, not summoning Manda. What are you doing? Can't you see that it's very difficult for Gamabunta to resist? Jiraiya was very dissatisfied. Orochimaru only sneered, controlling Danzo and Sasori to attack, while he only dodged, not directly attacking. It wasn't that he don't want to do anything, but that he couldn't. His current body was essentially revived from a piece of special flesh that he had left behind. In terms of strength and lifespan, the difference was too great. He was already unable to withstand a high-intensity battle. I wonder if I can cast the corpse reincarnation technique on Pain. Orochimaru's fierce snake eyes continued to observe, looking for an opportunity. He was confident that as long as he had Edo Tensei, he would not lose no matter what. Rumble. Once again, 2 Edo Tensei ninjas were crushed. It's useless. You can't kill this old man again. Danzo shouted. Is that so? I more or less understand what is going on with the reincarnation of the Edo Tensei. If the body doesn't die, then the soul will also not die. Pain's voice was cold and indifferent. In the next moment, the human path and the hell path rushed over. Be careful. According to Minato's information, these 2 should be the human path and hell path. Jiraiya shouted. The path of earth and the path of hell. Orochimaru had a doubtful look on his face, and he controlled Danzo and Sasori to quickly retreat. These 2 Pain, both of them had a secret technique that targeted souls? If that was the case, then it was indeed a natural restraint of Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei was the most restrained by the seal, but if it was aimed directly at souls, it would naturally be affected. However, these 2 Pain don't seem to be strong, and they aren't good at fighting. Orochimaru soon revealed a sneer. He watched the battle between the 4 figures. It was mainly physical combat. Although it was extremely intense, he could already see some clues. Do you want to pull your distance to activate the soul's secret art? Or is it that their secret art is a physical art? Bang! Bang! Danzo and Sasori officially exchanged blows with the 2 Pain. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo suddenly retreated and spat out a long wind release technique. As he cut through, he had already cut the human path in half. Humph, let's get rid of one first. As long as we get rid of the other one, there won't be any problems. Jiraiya, you should thank this old man. This old man will help you correct the mistakes you made. Danzo sneered. He took the lead and rushed over, impatient to dig out a pair of Rinnegan. Although he was now a dead man. But maybe Rinnegan had some strange eye technique. Since it was known as reincarnation, there might be some forbidden resurrection technique. These 6 eyes of pain had already made many problems clear. Everyone present was not a fool, they were all experts who shocked Ninja World, and their combat EQ and intelligence analysis ability were also the best. 6 pairs of Rinnegan appeared in one breath, and their vision and thinking seemed to be connected, but even a fool would know that there was something wrong with this. The people present also had a faint speculation. Orochimaru also wants to dig out a pair of eyes, but as long as I'm fast enough, before he can react, I can put these eyes on me. Danzo was eager to get rid of Orochimaru's control. If there really was a resurrection ability, even if not for enough, as long as he could get rid of Orochimaru's ability, it was fine. Shua. Danzo bent down and grabbed towards the human world. The speed of the path of hell was even faster. With a slight movement of his expression, an invisible Yama head appeared and swallowed the corpse of the path of hell. Why did the corpse disappear into thin air? Danzo's expression changed as he stood in the same spot as before. The next moment, Who? A palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed Danzo by the neck. What's going on? This is... Under the gaze of others, the figure of the human path slowly appeared, looking very strange. It was as if there was an invisible space that blocked their vision. Space-time eye? Just like that guy. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. No, it's a resurrection-type eye technique. Even though his neck was grabbed, Danzo still revealed a desire, even a bit crazy. This person was clearly killed by him, but now he was completely unharmed. Rinnegan, there really was a resurrection-type forbidden technique. Is that you? Your eyes have a revived eye technique. Danzo forced himself to shift his gaze and stared at Hell. Shoo! Hell Path walked over with a cold expression. He punched Danzo in the chest and pulled him back bit by bit. Danzo's soul was caught. At this moment, the head of God of Death was also seen by Danzo. What is this? What is this thing? Danzo trembled all over. His soul was being pulled out bit by bit. The reincarnation of Edo Tensei was also constantly on the verge of collapse. A hand reached out from King of Hell's head, pulling his soul. It seemed that the ultimate goal was to eat him in one bite. Danzo was about to go crazy. Orochimaru and Crimson Sand Scorpion suddenly attacked and forced back the path of hell, saving Danzo. Ha ha ha, it seems that the Edo Tensei has another weakness. Sure enough, there is no perfect ninjutsu in this world. Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes flashing. Facing an enemy who could revive his companions and have all kinds of jujutsu, it was indeed tricky. But it was not that they were invincible. As the information of pain continued to leak, the advantage would gradually stand on their side, and they would deal with pain and his 6 paths one by one. It was just a matter of time. Other than the man who controlled the suction force and repulsion force, the others were not invincible. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the face of the 4 cage levels attacks, Pain also had to be careful. The Azura path was killed by Jiraiya using the Netherworld Marsh. It's troublesome. I spent more than half of my chakra, but I only managed to deal with one. I used the underworld pond to bury the enemy underground. At most, I could only stall for time. Once the enemy finds the corpse, I can immediately revive. Jiraiya was extremely anxious, and he quickly glanced at the battlefield. There was no progress on Orochimaru's side. Gamabunta was about to be killed by the animal path. He himself, originally had to face the attacks of 3 Pain, it seemed that the other party was focused on dealing with him. Now, only Tendo Pain and Gakido Pain were left. Jiraiya, sensei, it has been so many years since we last met. Your strength is still so strong. Pain walked towards Jiraiya step by step. Gakido had a cold smile on his face as he followed beside Tendo. Yahiko, you. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, bit his finger, and used summoning technique to summon the 2-toed sage. Oh, what happened? Didn't you already summon Gamabunta? Even Gamabunta can't deal with the enemy. Fukasaku and Shima, the two sage, stood on Jiraya's shoulder and looked forward in surprise. The last time he summoned the two of them, it was during the three-tailed battle against Jinchuriki. But now, that pair of eyes, so that's how it is. Rin-Egan ah. Fukasaku narrowed his eyes. Shima had a grave expression on her face. This is bad. It seems like this battle cannot be done quickly. I still need to gather my ingredient. Old woman, that might not be the case. Orochimaru is also here, and there's also little Danzo. It seems that this is a second-generation forbidden technique. Maybe it can catch up with the mealtime. Fukasaku said. Jiraiya said, Sages, I have to trouble you this time. I want to enter sage mode as soon as possible. Jiraiya clapped his hands and began to sense the natural energy. The biggest drawback of his sage mode was that he needed time to buffer, which was very dangerous on the battlefield. Sage mode. Tendo Pain's eyes moved slightly, and he raised his hand to send out a Shinra Tensei. Boom! The ground was flattened. Jiraiya fled in a sorry state, fleeing for his life. You can't escape, and I won't give you the chance to enter sage mode. Tendo Pain flew into the sky, and the Gakido ran on the ground, chasing after Jiraiya. He can fly? What a troublesome eye! Little Jiraiya, how can you fight with Akatsuki's leader? And join hands with Orochimaru, who has already died? Fukasaku suddenly asked. To be honest, he was inevitably nervous about joining this kind of battle. He didn't care about winning or losing. Compared to this, he cared more about Akatsuki's first generation and Madara. Right now, he still wasn't sure about the true relationship between those two and Rin-Egan. But in general, if he helped Jiraiya and fought with Rin-Egan now, wouldn't that mean that he would also have to fight against those two? Fukasaku and Shima both revealed worried and conflicted expressions. Mount Mayuboku had always been jumping around in the circle of fate, and Mount Mayuboku would stand on whichever side was winning. Standing on Jiraiya was mainly because Jiraiya was involved with the Son of Fate. Wait! Hey, old man, is this guy the Son of Fate? Don't talk nonsense. The Son of Fate has a master-disciple relationship with little Jiraiya. It should be Uzumaki who calls for help. At this time, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. In fact, he is really my disciple. It is a pity that he has embarked on another extreme path. Fukasaku and Shima suddenly stopped talking. They didn't know what to say. They were confused. Everyone thought that the Son of Fate was Uzumaki. The entire Mount Mayuboku was patiently waiting for Naruto to grow up. After Jiraiya took in a disciple, they would find an opportunity to pull Mingren into Mount Mayuboku's faction. But what the hell, a Rin-Egan suddenly appeared, and he was also Jiraiya's disciple. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, this Rin-Egans were more like the Son of Fate. Rin-Egan had appeared in this world 1,000 years ago, and its significance was very deep. The two-toed sages felt their teeth hurt. Jiraiya also sensed that something was wrong, but he just closed his mouth tightly and ran wildly in silence. Between him and Mount Mayuboku, there was indeed a certain relationship of taking what they needed. Otherwise, why would a group of toads care so much about the battle between humans? Was it not good to live in seclusion and stand aloof from worldly affairs? It was not like they did not have the strength to protect themselves. Everything was for the sake of the Son of Fate. Rumble. There was a loud noise. Gamabunta and a few hellhounds with thick bodies and heads fell to the ground. Dozens of heads were crazily biting Gamabunta. Gamabunta! Fukasaku shouted. Gamabunta was burning with rage, and his state of mind was ruined by this strange hellhound. I can't stop it. These dead dogs won't die no matter how I kill them. I'm sorry, I'm going to retreat. Bang! Gamabunta turned into a huge cloud of smoke and fled back to Mount Mayuboku, his body covered in wounds. As soon as he returned, he fell to the ground with a thud. A pile of toads rushed over and healed his wound. Boss Gamabunta, who beat you up like this? Is it Xiao De Hokage again? No, he is stronger than Xiao De Hokage. He is Ninja World's second sage. Quick, get the communication toad to ask Konohagakure for reinforcements. Jiraiya is in danger. Gamabunta gritted his teeth. Chapter 204, Chibaku Tensei. After receiving the warning from the communication toad, Yandame's face changed slightly. Jiraiya, Sensei and Orochimaru are working together to fight against the leader of Akatsuki? And the situation is not good. Minato frowned. Rinnegan were actually this powerful? He was actually able to suppress 2 of the 3 ninjas at the same time. He really was powerful. He hadn't fought with Sage before. During the 9-tailed chaos, he was fighting against exceptional talents. However, the 6 Rinnegans suppressed Uchiha and Root's forces to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. They suffered heavy casualties. One could see just how powerful Madara was. Minato muttered to himself for a bit, immediately informing Yuuji. They actually fought in a place like the Tien country. Yuuji was shocked. That's right, so it's very strange. Why are they in the Tien country? Not long ago, they were massacred by Sasori. Akatsuki and the members of the I organization were also there. Minato felt a headache. Based on the current information, maybe the Tien country was also the base of Akatsuki or the I organization. Otherwise, there was no reason for these experts to appear in this small country that had no sense of existence. Right now, only the 2 of us can make it there. However, I don't have any spatial coordinates in the country of Tien. The fastest way is to use Mount Mayuboku to communicate over. Minato felt a headache coming on. Yuuji shook his head. I'm sorry, Lord Yondaime. At most, I can only send this clone over. My main body is still cultivating a forbidden technique in the forest of the fire country. There is no way to stop it. Minato nodded understandingly. In the past few days, Yuuji had been standing there in a daze. This was not a secret. Minato did not ask in detail. It was obvious that Yuuji had encountered a difficult problem. After all, senjutsu was not that easy to grasp. Then I can only go. Jiraiya is in trouble. Minato got up and planned to personally go out. Right now, only he was most suitable to rescue the other party. Fortunately, Konoha now had a lot of cage level, so Minato had enough confidence to make arrangements. Wait, I don't agree. Yes, if you leave the village, you will be in danger. 2 consultants walked in noisily. Homura said, Shiranui Yuuji is cultivating a forbidden technique. If you leave as well, if Uchiha's clan wants to take the opportunity to do something, who can stop them? That's right, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both top experts of Ninja World. Even if they are not good enough, they can find a way to escape. Compared to them, you staying here to guard the village is the most important. Koharu turned around and shouted. Minato's expression was ugly, but he did not immediately refute. Yuuji's clone only glanced at them coldly and did not speak. From the perspective of these 2 old bastards, it was true that Minato should not leave the village. Yuuji cultivated a forbidden technique and was unable to escape easily. If Minato left again, only Sandame and Aberame Shibi would remain in the village. However, Sandame and Aberame Shibi had to face Fugaku, Kazue, and Shisui. In one go, they had to fight against 3 Mangekyou ninjas. It was probably very dangerous. The 2 consultants were very worried about this. Uchiha clan is a member of the village. We can't treat them in the way we treat our enemies. Minato said in a deep voice. We are not rejecting them, but politics do not allow luck. You are the Hokage, and you should be more vigilant of this clan than us. We should not trust you one-sidedly. Koharu turned around and said. Originally, the 10 cage level in the village were 7 against 3. Even if the 3 ninja ran away, it was still 4 against 3, and everyone felt at ease. But now, if it suddenly became 2 against 3, the 2 consultants would not be able to accept it. Yuuji suddenly said, Lord Yondaime, you know me. I don't like these 2 old guys, and I never listen to their orders. I only listen to you. Yuuji quietly looked at Minato. He completely ignored the ugly faces of the 2 consultants. Minato directly stood up, intending to help Jiraiya. But at this time, an Anbu suddenly appeared. Lord Yondaime, Kumigaku's peace negotiation team has arrived at the village. They are waiting for your summons. Minato paused. Kumigaku's team is here too. As long as they sign a peace agreement with Kumigaku, the war will be completely over. Yondaime, this is the most important thing. Jiraiya will not be in trouble. The 2 consultants could not be bothered to scold Yuuji. Anyway, they knew that Yuuji would not listen, so they just kept urging Minato. Tien country. Another uninvited guest rushed over and took the opportunity to smash Gakido with a punch. Another one. It seems that all the old friends have gathered. Tendo Pain looked down with a cold expression. Tsunade? Why are you here? Jiraiya was pleasantly surprised. Tisk, the commotion caused by Gamabunta is too big. It can be detected from hundreds of miles away. Originally, I was about to enter the rain country, but I didn't expect you to fight in the Tien country not far away. Tsunade breathed heavily and wiped the sweat off her forehead. In order to rush over in time, Tsunade had used up a lot of energy and chakra. Ordinary Jonins only needed 3 days to reach Suna Ninja Village from Konoha. From Omegakure to the east, Tsunade could barely catch up with the battle. Orochimaru, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you summon Manda? Tsunade roared at Orochimaru. She had no time to care about how Orochimaru came back to life. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, do you really think I don't need to pay any price for my resurrection? And I just came back from the Dragon Cave not long ago, and I didn't get along well with the guys there. Humph, it's really useless. Since the defection, Ninja World has been full of your negative news. He is either beaten or killed. He is not as dignified as Sunin at all. Tsunade sneered again and again. She did not show any good expression to Orochimaru, but her mood could not help but be happy. Konoha's Sunin actually joined hands in this situation. Jiraiya hid behind Tsunade in surprise. Help me buy some time. Please, I still need some time to use Senjutsu. There was a bulge on his toad skin, which made him look a little ugly. No matter how many of you come, it is meaningless. Tendo Pain was not afraid at all. He attacked brazenly, and a large Shinra Tensei cleared the area, turning everything in front of him upside down. Tsunade summoned the Slug Sage's split body, holding back the summoned beast. The intensity of this battle had once again increased by a level. Orochimaru also controlled the 2 Edo Tensei ninjas to retreat, standing together with Tsunade Jiraiya. Pain, who are you? Where is my grandfather? Tsunade looked at the flying Pain and shouted. She was a little excited. But Pain did not care about her at all. The remaining 4 Pain surrounded the 3 ninjas and 2 of them. Even Shao De Hokage is on my side. What are you guys persisting for? Tendo Pain raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. Swish. Jiraiya was sucked over by him. The human path suddenly took a step forward and was about to grab Jiraiya and kill him instantly. As long as he was touched by the human path, he would be dead. It was at this time that Jiraiya suddenly opened his eyes. His face and eyes turned into the shape of half a man and half a toad. Humph, looks like we've caught up. Sage mode. Yahiko, you're definitely going to lose. Toad Sage, Lord Jiraiya, is going on stage. Jiraiya shook his white hair and his entire body was sucked over, but he did not panic at all. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan. A ridiculously large Raise Nan slammed over. If this hit was real, it would be enough to blast these Pain into pieces. The distance is so short, and you have lost Gakido. You can't absorb my Raise Nan. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Tendo Pain suddenly changed his eye technique, wanting to turn Bansho Tenin into the Shinra Tensei. But at this moment, the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulder moved. They suddenly opened their mouths. Sage Art, Frog Cry. A series of toad cries suddenly rang out, causing Tendo Pain to pause, missing the best opportunity to heavily injure Jiraiya. Got it. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. In this lightning stone. The animal who was standing behind Tendo Pain suddenly slapped forward. Summoning technique. The Hellhound was summoned by the spirit and blocked Jiraiya's attack. Damn it, it was just a little bit away. Jiraiya sent the Hellhound flying, causing a pile of heads to grow out of the dog's body. Tsunade followed closely behind and kicked down hard, wanting to shatter Tendo Pain, but was hit by Shinra Tensei and spat out a mouthful of blood. How are you? Jiraiya caught Tsunade and pulled away from Pain. This small injury is nothing. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and removed it on the spot. She used Byakuga no Jutsu. A large amount of chakra poured out from the rhombus mark between her eyebrows, quickly healing all the injuries on her body. She said, Orochimaru, this is such a good opportunity, why aren't you attacking? Tendo Pain's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, a large number of poisonous snakes suddenly drilled out from the ground, tightly wrapping around Tendo Pain. The duration of the spell to create repulsion is about 5 seconds. As long as you learn about your ocular arts, it will be easy to counterattack. Several large snakes gathered together, forming a clone of Orochimaru. Just as the other Pain was about to tear these poisonous snakes apart, Tendo Pain's eyes suddenly moved. So that's how it is. The target is not me, but the path of hell. Rumble. Whoosh. Orochimaru's clone had already pulled out his Kusanagi sword and killed Hell Path on the spot. In the next moment, he himself, along with a large number of poisonous snakes, were all killed by Shinra Tensei. Haha, you are still a step too late. The most crucial resurrection type Pain, died. Orochimaru let out a creepy laugh. According to the battle just now, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had already analyzed a lot of things. The abilities of 6 Pain were no longer secrets, and it was not a secret that their vision and thinking were connected. The 2 Pain of Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path must be killed first, and the resurrection and absorption ability were too dangerous. There are 3 left. Orochimaru threw out a viper and picked up his weapon. Tsunade looked at the Kusanagi sword and frowned. Straight blade. The second Kusanagi sword? You can even find 2 of these artifacts. When I find the third Kusanagi sword, you can praise me again. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. The Kusanagi sword had been snatched away by Uchiha Kazue, and it had been made into her Susanoo weapon. Orochimaru could only take out the broadsword. Under the premise that Jiraiya and Tsunade had attracted his attention, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to solve the path of hell. Tendo Pain was still expressionless, as if 3 Pain had died, and they was not worthy of his attention. Tendo, Animal Path, Human Path, the remaining 3 Pain once again launched an attack, each rushing forward. But this time, Pain was suppressed. Apart from the Tendo, the Human Path and Beast Path were still in danger. The Human Path was the first to be knocked down. This Pain was the one who was the least skilled in battle and was the weakest. He was quickly defeated. Once again, he was cut open by wind release. The Beast Path also fell very quickly. After the Psychic Beast was entangled by several large slugs, this Pain who only knew summoning technique was also dealt with. Only Tendo Pain was left. Now that I think about it, you guys should have noticed it as well. Regarding this guy's original body, there is only Pain left. Is this guy the original one? Tsunade kept looking at him. During this period of time, she vaguely felt that Tendo Pain was very familiar, but she did not think too much about it. She urgently wanted to find out the original body of Pain. No, this person should not be the real one. I originally thought that Yahiko had transplanted Nagato's eyes, but now that I think about it, since the other Pain is not the real one, then Yahiko might not be the real one. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he immediately spat out a shot of sage art, Gomen. The terrifying flame burned everything, but was sent flying by Tendo. Yahiko? Nagato? Jiraiya, do you know him? Tsunade frowned. This was not the answer she wanted. A helpless expression appeared on Jiraiya's face. It was getting more and more complicated. Shimura Danzo was still as strong and domineering as ever, insisting on his own point of view and not listening to other people's point of view. At this time, Tendo Pain no longer waited. It seems that to deal with the 3 of you, I need to use a bit more methods. Tendo Pain said in an icy voice. He suddenly closed his hands, and an astonishing amount of eye power burst out from his eyes. He was about to use an even stronger eye technique to get rid of all these people in front of him in one breath. A huge black ball was rubbed out from the heart of his hands, faintly emitting a terrifying oppressive feeling. Be careful. What kind of technique is this? That black ball actually has a suction force, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Swish! It's over. Tendo Pain murmured and was about to throw the black ball high into the sky. It was impossible for a mere 3 ninjas to escape his seal. Chibaku. Tendo Pain said with a dignified face, as if he wanted to end this world. At this moment, not far away, there was also a black ball being rubbed out. This. Tendo Pain immediately sensed it, and his expression immediately changed. Chibaku Tensei. A loud shout rang out. The man wearing the strange mask, Du, was flying over at a leisurely pace. He was also rubbing a black ball in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one in Tendo Pain's hand, and it was even more imposing. Moreover, this shout was full of energy, and it had an extremely striking impact on one's hearing, causing one to pale upon hearing it. Chapter 205, Reincarnation vs Reincarnation. The characteristic of the Chibaku Tensei was that it rubbed the black ball with its bare hands. Generally speaking, the larger the black ball was, the more powerful it would be. Now, Tendo Pain discovered the problem. His ball was not as big as the other party's. Chibaku Tensei. The other party had already made his move, and with a loud bang, he threw the black ball into the sky with an imposing manner. Between them, an astonishing suction force came out, crazily tearing the earth. The terrifying suction force tore the ground apart, and countless boulders rose into the air. What kind of technique is this? So strong, it actually. This technique, is it going to seal all of us inside? The Sunin were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a technique, creating a terrifying chakra ball and then tearing apart the earth. This kind of thing. The key point was that this technique was not cast by Tendo Pain. It was a strange guy with strange mask. Who is this guy? Is it the original body of Pain? Tsunade kicked into the ground, barely keeping herself from being sucked into the sky, and her eyes stared at the masked man who flew over. There was some kind of expectation. Orochimaru, however, shook his head and said hoarsely, "No, he's definitely not Pain's real body. That guy is a member of the Eye Organization, Hitomi." Eye Organization? What kind of organization is this? And why would the people of the Eye Organization come here? Don't you understand? It's very simple. Including this time, the members of the Eye Organization appeared in the country of Tien and the country of Bear. They said that the base of the Eye Organization is in this area. Orochimaru's eyes showed a trace of passion. They met again. Since the last time he was in Star Village, he had seen this guy defeat Uchiha Madara with his own eyes. Moreover, he had defeated Madara with his powerful eye technique and easily suppressed him. He was forced to escape to the Dragon Cave and was almost killed by the 3 vicious snakes. However, Orochimaru also clearly realized that the mysterious man in front of him, Hitomi, was unknown. 2 pairs of Rinnegan's met. These 2 guys are actually, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. Orochimaru silently threw out a few big snakes, controlling them to desperately drill into the ground to prevent himself from being sucked away. Little Jiraiya, something is wrong. Fukasaku did not say anything. They just stared at the black ball in the sky. After looking at it for a while, when countless pieces of the earth were torn up and pieced together around the black ball, Fukasaku suddenly thought of something, and their faces changed greatly. "Hey, old man, is this really the legendary?" Shima also thought of something, and their faces changed. Fukasaku had a cold sweat on his forehead. He nodded solemnly and said, "That's right, it should be that." "What kind of technique is this?" Jiraiya asked quickly. "This is the forbidden technique that Rikuta Sennin used to create the moon back then. I only heard the old master mention it when I was a child. I didn't expect to be able to witness it with my own eyes today, and there are even 2 of them." Fukasaku was already over 800 years old. He had not been able to catch up to the time when Rikuta Sennin was still alive, and it was even more impossible for him to personally witness that earth-shattering battle when he sealed Kagaya. The humans now regarded Rikuta Sennin as a fictional character in legends, but Fukasaku knew that Rikuta Sennin really existed because the big toad, Sage, was alive. Creating the moon, this kind of thing, the moon was not naturally generated, but made by Rikuta Sennin. Tsunade was shocked. Orochimaru's eyes burst with unprecedented light, and the heat in his eyes became more and more crazy. "These 2 Rinnegans are not as good as Rikuta Sennin's, but they are already very powerful for us." Fukasaku clenched his teeth, put his palms together, and desperately poured out his chakra to resist the suction force in the sky. They all knew that when the second Rinnegan appeared, this place was no longer their battlefield. The powerful Rinnegan, and 2 more, would decide the direction of this battle. "Damn, now we are not sure about the attitude of that masked man. Even if he doesn't come, it is only a matter of time before we defeat the last Pain. At that time, we will be able to calmly find Pain's true body." Tsunade's face was full of unwillingness. In anger, she kicked the ground one after another, and the whole person fell to the ground. Rinnegan were not invincible, and the few people present clearly realized this. They had learned most of the information about Pain and Rikuta Sennin, and they defeated 5 of them in succession. Even if the last Pain, Tendo Pain, was the strongest one, it was not impossible to defeat him. But now, another Rinnegan? Tsunade, do you want to take the risk? You want to face 2 Rinnegans at the same time to confirm the true identity of these 2 Rinnegans? Humph, this old man can help you. Danzo opened his mouth, and a trace of fear appeared on his cracked face. If he was sucked up by the black ball, Danzo had no doubt that he would be finished. He would be sealed inside forever, living a life worse than death. "Shut up, Danzo, don't interfere recklessly." Orochimaru directly controlled Danzo and made him shut up. Although Rinnegan's did not seem to be so invincible, it was still comparable to the legendary Rikuta Sennin. Just Pain Rikuta Sennin was able to suppress them for such a long time, which was enough to be called powerful. Konoha's Sennin, Danzo, and Sasori. This kind of configuration was definitely the best for Ninja World, but he still fought to see the dawn of victory. In the face of this technique, we don't seem to have any good methods of breaking it, Jiraiya said in a low voice. At this time, Tendo Pain moved. At this moment, Jiraiya and the others were no longer able to attract Tendo Pain's gaze. He turned his terrifying eyes and stared at the figure flying over. The same eye technique as mine. Humph. Chibaku Tensei. Tendo Pain gritted his teeth and shouted, feeling as if he had been provoked and humiliated. Why did a second pair appear in Rinnegan's? Am I not the reincarnation of Rikuta Sennin? Am I not the fated savior of Ninja World? Why would there be a second Rinnegan? Swish! Tendo Pain also threw his black ball into the sky. Between those two massive gravity, the suction force doubled. The two black balls pulled at everything like crazy, and the entire earth seemed to be on the verge of destruction. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of the end of the world. Everything on the surface rose up from the ground and was torn into the sky. Layer after layer of ground was scraped up, and it was a mess. The ground continued to extend downwards layer by layer, and was exploited by terrifying power. This kind of terrifying eye technique that had never been seen before made the three ninjas feel fear. What was even more shocking was that the two suction cores in the sky were also affecting each other at the same time. As the suction force burst forth, it also pulled on the surface of each other to the boulder. Crack! In the fierce wind, it was like a battle that shattered space. Countless boulders were shattered by the two suction forces and turned into dust one after another. It was not difficult to imagine that if the flesh and blood were swept in by this level of confrontation, they would instantly die. Damn it! You bastard, what are you trying to do? Tendo Pain growled, his eyes releasing powerful eye power in succession, turning into a substantial halo of light, shooting out in succession. He glared at him fiercely. Yuuji slowly twisted his head and looked down at Tendo Pain. The left eye under the mask was emitting a terrifying luster. The two rings of light were also surging with a power that made one's heart palpitate. I don't have any other purpose. I only heard that Akatsuki's leader had appeared, so I immediately rushed over to test your purity. Yuuji said coldly. The expression of Tendo Pain completely darkened. At this moment, the cold and stiff expression on his face reached its peak. For the first time, someone treated him as a god with such an attitude, but the bad thing was that he couldn't seem to find a posture that could intimidate the other party. In the past, he had relied on Rinnegan to act as a god without any psychological pressure. In fact, it was reasonable for him to have this kind of mentality. However, when the second person who possessed Rinnegan appeared, the confidence that Tendo Pain felt, as well as the knowledge that he was filled with anticipation for his own mission and future, all of a sudden, a trace of an imperceptible crack appeared. Defeating the other party and proving that he was the reincarnation of the only and strongest Rikuta Sennin, was what Tendo Pain urgently wanted to do. Tendo Pain let out a low roar and suddenly reached out his hand to grasp the sky. In the meantime, the small moon he created was constantly approaching the small moon that Yuuji had created. The clash between the two suction forces had reached its peak and most intense level at this moment. Boom! The collision happened naturally. It was impossible to accurately describe this degree of collision, as if two planets were going to die. At this moment, the sound lost its meaning. The space was distorted. At the point of collision, ripples visible to the naked eye quickly expanded. Everywhere they passed, terrifying ravines were cut out. The Sunnins were thrown into the air and their bodies were injured. This was all thanks to the fact that they were at the edge of the ripples. After an unknown period of time, the stagnant time seemed to have recovered. Countless pieces of gravel, accompanied by endless dust, began to fall slowly. It was a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. Everything seemed to be smashed into pieces. Two figures flew in the air and confronted each other from a distance. Akatsuki's Pain, and Hitomi of the Eye Organization. The two of them hadn't truly exchanged blows yet, and just the confrontation of the Chibaku Tensei had already allowed the two of them to recognize each other's eye power. Eye of the Eye Organization, report your objective. Tendo Pain looked over with a savage gaze. He was trying to use his eye power to probe and suppress the other party. In addition to the basic eye arts such as gravity, repulsion, and control puppets, as well as the upgraded version of the Chibaku Tensei, no matter which pair of Rinnegan was, there was actually another basic ability that was not famous, and that was pressure. To put it bluntly, it was just an eye technique that made you unable to move. It was very similar to a binding type of illusion technique, but in reality, it was not a specific illusion technique, but pure eye power suppression. Similarly, Yuuji also knew it. Wang! A powerful aura surged out. Yuuji used the power of his left eye to release a powerful pressure to resist the power of the eye of Tendo. After a stalemate, the expression of Tendo pain became uglier. Because he discovered that he was unable to gain the upper hand in terms of eye power confrontation. This level of eye power is very strong, unlike the newly born Rinnegan. So, you really are someone from a certain era in the past? Who exactly are you? Heavenly Daopain cautiously asked. Yuuji said in a low voice, who I am has nothing to do with you. The main point is you, the leader of Akatsuki. I am here for you. Your eyes are also very satisfying. At this time, you still want to pull me into your eye organization? Do you think this is possible? As the leader of Akatsuki, I still want to enter your organization. Tendo Peron's expression was cold. At this moment, he no longer doubted the identity of the other party, including the survival of the eye organization. The reason was very simple. He did not believe that a sage would play tricks like cheating when he was full of himself. With Rinnegan and this level of strength, there was no need to use schemes to achieve his goal. So, did the other party really come to recruit him to join an organization? What is the purpose of your organization? What's the point of recruiting powerful ocular skills ninjas everywhere? Before Tendo Peron made a move, he slowly asked. Yuuji was silent for a moment. To answer this question, it was beyond the scope of Ninja World. It had to extend into the space of the universe. Yes, it had to start from the formation of Ninja World. This was very troublesome. It will probably start from the birth of Ninja World. To put it simply, it is to exhaust the mysteries of two top life forms. When the time is right, a new creation god will descend and bring about an unprecedented revolution to this world. Yuuji said carefully. Tendo Pain's gaze focused, and there was a slight change. He nodded and said, although it sounds absurd, I understand what you mean. It turns out that you are also rushing about for eternal peace. This point, our two organizations have the same goal. The birth of Ninja World and the two top life forms sounded absurd, but it also proved that the organization of eyes held many unusual secrets. This was a secret that even Tendo Pain did not know about Akatsuki. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, Zetsu quietly appeared, hiding not far away and observing. Did you hear what they were talking about? Well, although the distance is a little far, I can roughly understand it. White Zetsu was still confused and did not know what this guy from the Eye organization was talking about. But Black Zetsu understood it. It was because he understood that he felt frightened. This guy, the Eye organization's Hitomi, it seems like he knows about the matter between the Ten-tailed and Otsutsuki. There are only two types of top-notch life forms. Did this guy also establish the Eye organization in order to fight against the Ten-tailed and Otsutsuki races? No, it is still impossible to confirm whether the other party is the Eye organization's leader. At this moment, Black Zetsu's mood was complicated. He really did not know whether he should be happy or panic. Did he suddenly have a powerful ally? Before his mother was born, she was worried, just to be wary of the strong enemies outside the world, and this guy was also preparing for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan again. Ninja World. Eye organization's Hitomi. Which generation are you from? And how much do you know about my matters? Black Zetsu felt a chill in his heart. In the past 1,000 years, he had almost bewitched every generation of Indra. In that case, this Hitomi must know him. Maybe it was through him that Hitomi had discovered some clues, and then grasped part of the truth, secretly establishing the Eye organization. And the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, other than me, only the descendants of Hamura know about Akatsuki's past. Maybe the descendants of Hamura have cooperated with the Eye organization. Black Zetsu suppressed this horror at the bottom of his heart, crazily thinking about it, and formulated the next step of the operation plan. He had already considered how to get close to Hitomi, or even sneak into the Eye organization and become a member of this organization. Not to mention anything else, even if it was only for the sake of Rinnegan, Black Zetsu had to get close to the Eye organization. If it could help his mother escape, as long as it could help his mother fight against Otsutsuki's clan, Black Zetsu was willing to do anything. In the sky, The shattered rocks and dust that filled the sky finally dispersed a little. However, the sky was still grey. When the last stone fell to the ground, it let out a light sound. Tendo Pain slowly said, "Then, Hitomi, I will give you a chance. Join Akatsuki, execute my will, and bring peace to this dirty world. No, you should join my organization and become my subordinate. Follow my will and bring peace to this world." Yuuji said. "Humph, then there's no other way. I can only use my strength to decide everything. However, do you really think that the power that this Tendo body can unleash is all my strength?" Tendo Pain's eyes slowly widened as he spoke coldly. Chapter 206, Trump Card. Tendo Pain looked at Yuuji with a cold and indifferent gaze. Indeed, Yuuji was very strong and brought him pressure. However, it only brought pressure to Tendo Pain. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain raised his hand and suddenly erupted with a powerful repulsive force, directly pouncing towards Yuuji. Yuuji also raised his hand and struck out with the Shinra Tensei. The two repulsive forces clashed in an instant, and terrifying fluctuations surged out in an instant. Two powerful silhouettes spread out to resist. "You are very honored to be able to see my strongest power," Tendo Pain said. He confirmed for the last time that he was no match for Yuuji only by relying on Tendo. This was also very reasonable. After all, Tendo was only a puppet controlled by Rin-Egan, and it could not compare to the power that the other party's true body could unleash. "Finally, you're not going to be the rat behind the scenes anymore? Hurry up and show yourself. Bring out your strongest power. I can't wait any longer." Yuuji's voice was indifferent. Among all of Pain, the most powerful was Nagato's original body. The current Nagato had not been blown into a cripple like in the original timeline. Although some of his vitality had been taken away by the Gedo statue while he was controlling the Gedo statue and his body was a little empty, it could still be recovered. His health was far better than the original him in the timeline. To actually reach this step, I really didn't expect. In the distance, Nagato, who was controlling the Tendo for a long distance, slowly opened his eyes. He, who was slightly thin, was sitting on a big tree, his cold eyes looking into the distance. He was controlling the Tendo through the black rod. At first, I thought that other than Madara, Tobi, and the two guys who were suspected to be Rikuta Sennin's descendants, no one would be able to obstruct me. But now, it seems that there are still many dangerous guys hidden in Ninja World, organization? I have to kill the uneasy factor as soon as possible. It's true, this will be a fierce battle. Nagato planned to move. Zetsu crawled out from his side. "Nagato, if possible, think of a way to pull him into Akatsuki. It will be helpful for our operation." Nagato glanced coldly at Zetsu. "It will be more helpful to your infinite Tsukuyomi reading or Izanagi plan. Recruit this kind of guy to join the organization. Forget it, I will decide what to do." As an outer Deo existence, he flew into the sky, and his long hair, mixed with several strands of white hair, fluttered in the wind. He went straight to the battlefield, and he would defeat the enemy with his own hands. He looked at Nagato's figure in despair. White Zetsu said, "I don't know since when everything has become very difficult. Obito is suspicious of us, and Nagato is also suspicious of us. Our secret plan was clearly well done." Black Zetsu said, "There's no need to worry. It's normal to be suspicious. As long as there are no mistakes in the plan to collect Bijuu, we'll be successful after reviving the Jubi. But you haven't told me a lot of things." Hey, you aren't thinking of changing a new White Zetsu to partner with you, are you?" White Zetsu complained. Black Zetsu did not speak. He was not interested in wasting his breath on such cheap combat tools. His dark eyes stared straight into the distance. The best result of the fight between two pairs of Rin-Egan is that Nagato is seriously injured. If Hitomi dies, I can take the opportunity to dig out Hitomi's eyes. This way, I don't have to think of a way to please Hitomi. But the problem is that I also know nothing about the I organization. The number of channels that know the I organization will be reduced by 1. Black Zetsu pondered silently, weighing the pros and cons. The key was still Rin-Egan. Madara and Nagato were not safe. If he could have a pair of Rin-Egan in his hands, the possibility of saving his mother would be much higher. "You're here? I'm really looking forward to it. Then I'll get rid of Tendo Pain first." Yuuji sensed that a powerful existence was rapidly approaching. He no longer hesitated, taking the initiative to attack, pouncing towards Tendo Pain. The two figures suddenly closed the distance, erupting into a powerful confrontation. Along with a terrifying roar, Yuuji revealed his eye power to suppress Tendo pain. What a terrifying battle! Once the two of them decide the victor, it will be our chance to make a move. Is everyone alright? Fortunately, if we were to be affected by the destructive power of those two small moons, then it would be terrible. Jiraiya and the others stood in a slightly sorry state, watching the fierce battle in the sky vigilantly. They could all see that Tendo Pain was already at a disadvantage. Pain is going to lose. His main body has already moved out. There is going to be a good show to watch. I am really looking forward to it. Orochimaru's face revealed a greedy look. The confrontation between the two Chibaku Tensei just now had given him a huge shock. This was the first time Orochimaru had witnessed this kind of man-made power that could create natural disasters. It was said that Shoude Hokage and Uchiha Madara were able to do this. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Don't go too far. It's better to focus more attention on how to defeat these two people. Jiraiya frowned and warned him in a low voice. Orochimaru only sneered, completely ignoring Jiraiya's words. What kind of joke was this? There was a chance to make a move on Pain, and it was two sages' eyes that were currently fighting. What kind of precious opportunity was this? He was crazy to focus on how to defeat his opponent. Crash! Tendo Pain was sent flying by a more powerful Shinra Tensei. Yuuji quickly changed directions and chased after him, leaving countless wounds on Tendo Pain's body. It's over. Yuuji stretched out his hand, and after breaking and counteracting the Shinra Tensei of Tendo, his palm had already grabbed the black stick on the body of Tendo Pain, and immediately pulled him down. Tendo Pain's figure showed a slight pause, and the long-range transmission of chakra was hindered. This momentary stagnation was fatal. Whoosh! Yuuji used this black rod and used the Shinra Tensei art to hit him in the forehead, piercing through him. At this time, Nagato arrived late. Humph, are you worried that you will be besieged by two Pain? It turns out that you also have something you are afraid of, and you have underestimated me. Nagato's crimson cloud robe continuously swayed. His cold eyes only casually glanced at the body of Tendo. Although he knew that this body was not Yahiko's body to begin with, and was only made by imitating Yahiko's appearance. However, a trace of anger still rose in Nagato's heart. It was only because he regarded the Tendo Pain as Yahiko and tried to use Yahiko's identity to judge this dirty world. In his heart, Yahiko had never died. So, Akatsuki's true form is Uzumaki clan's clansman. However, you don't seem to be in a good state. You've lost a lot of your vitality. Yuuji casually commented. Uzumaki clan. Nagato suddenly fell silent. His cold and hard face revealed a grief expression. To be honest, he didn't even know where he came from. Anyway, he didn't care about this anymore. How ridiculous was his family. With the strength I have now, it's enough to defeat you. Nagato's voice was cold. If you were defeated by me and didn't die by luck, you would have to give me all the information you know about Akatsuki. You also have Rinnegan. Then you should know that your memories will be searched by me. You will not have secrets in front of me. Yuuji nodded. It's very fair. If you lose, I will dig out your eyes. This is also very reasonable. We don't mind having too many powerful eye arts. This was the first time he had acted in his original form after Yahiko died. No one had ever been able to force him to this step. Tsunade's eyes stared at Nagato with uncertainty. After a long time, she revealed a disappointed expression. Is this Pain's original body? Jiraiya had a complicated expression. That's right, he is Nagato, my disciple. So, the one who had an accident was Yahiko? As the captain of the three-man team, an accident happened, which was why Nagato became like this. However, the person from the Eye organization said that he was a member of Uzumaki clan. Fukasaku hesitated. Perhaps it is true. This crimson long hair is a symbol of exuberant vitality. Only Uzumaki clan can possess this level of vitality. In theory, even Senju's clan cannot compare to Uzumaki clan. A helpless expression appeared on Jiraiya's face. Uzumaki clan, Rinnegan, perhaps it was a better choice to bring him back to Konoha back then? At least the result would not be worse than now. It's not broken. Hey, Danzo, you old bastard, why are you talking nonsense? Tsunade was angry and disappointed. She grabbed Danzo by the collar. Danzo said coldly, I was just guessing. You should be glad that I guessed wrong. If leader Akatsuki is really Kato-dan, what can you do? Can you really make a move? Tsunade was silent. Speaking of which, one of the reasons why you were afraid of blood disease was that Kato-dan died in front of you. If... Bang! Danzo was smashed by Tsunade's fist. Shut up, Danzo. Otherwise, I will use all means to completely seal you. Tsunade growled, her eyes bloodshot. Humph. Danzo slowly recovered. He snorted coldly and did not continue to provoke Tsunade. Although he was not afraid of the sealing technique. In the sky, the two Rinnegan had already engaged in a battle. Nagato's true body had displayed a terrifying strength that far exceeded that of Tendo Pain. A powerful body technique, an astonishingly abundant amount of chakra. At that time, it was emitting a terrifying pressure of eye power. Every moment, it gave off a powerful pressure. Tendo. Nagato opened his hand and activated the Bansho Tenon, sucking Yuuji over. Azura. Two new arms suddenly grew out from behind Nagato. As they stretched, they turned into electric saws and slashed at Yuuji. What a convenient ability. The eye technique in your eyes is very interesting. As Yuuji said this, his wrist shook and a large number of black sticks were thrown out from his wide sleeves. Dong! Numerous black sticks were nailed into the arms of the Azura path. At this extremely close distance, the two of them engaged in a fierce physical battle. As Eternal Mangakyu's next advancement stage, Rinnegan's insight was naturally beyond imagination. This led to the two of them exchanging physical attacks. Every time their bodies crossed, it was extremely dangerous. Bang! Nagato raised his leg and kicked Yuuji's body from the side. After being blocked by Yuuji, he suddenly exerted force and rushed forward. He took the opportunity to reach out his hand and tried to grab Yuuji's face. The power of the human path was surging. Do you want to use the power of the human path to kill me? Do you think I will give you this opportunity? Yuuji sneered and raised his hand to send out a Shinra Tensei, forcing Nagato to retreat. Among Pain and Rikuta Sennin, the weakest was basically the human path. The Heavenly Path and Azura Path were the two Pain who had the strongest combat strength. The Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path were the two Pain who had the most troublesome abilities. They deprived the soul and the ability to absorb all forms of ninjutsu. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Animal Path, needless to say. The weakest path in the human world. Its position was assisting Pain, but its ability to directly use the brain was very terrifying. If this guy touched the head, it would basically be a situation of being instantly killed. Shua. Yuuji leaned slightly to the side, avoiding Nagato's palm. I was fooled. I never thought of using the human path to kill you. Nagato said in a low voice. Hell Path. The huge head of Yama suddenly appeared behind Nagato. Then, the head of Yama opened his mouth and stretched out several sticky palms to grab Yuuji from multiple directions. It seemed that Yuuji had nowhere to run. This scene was seen by Orochimaru and the others, but unfortunately, they could not understand it at all. It should be the resurrection ability. We can't see this skill. Orochimaru pondered. Was it something that only Rinnegan could see? Swish! A large number of hands grabbed towards Yuuji. All of this was clearly seen by Yuuji with his left eye. Humph, so you plan to use the path of hell to get rid of me? Theoretically speaking, it is indeed a good method to directly take away my soul. But this is under the premise that I do not use eye techniques. Yuuji suddenly sneered. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first halo in his eyes lit up. The path of reverse spirit. Rumble. Vaguely, all the spatial fluctuations were forcibly suppressed. This is... Nagato's expression changed slightly. He suddenly found that when he controlled the head of Yama, there was an obscure feeling, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. It seems that I am not wrong. Your Yama's head is not just a container to seal the soul. It is also the entrance to the Pure Land. Yuuji's voice was cold. His left eye stared at the motionless big head. The large number of arms stretched out from his mouth were also motionless. Sure enough, the God Killer could restrain the ability of the path of hell. Yuuji clearly remembered that in the original timeline, after Nagato was dealt with by Naruto using his mouth, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his remaining lifespan to activate the reincarnation technique to resurrect all the people he killed. The scene of resurrection was the huge head of Yama opening its mouth, spitting out countless souls and sending them back to the body. Although the souls of those who were killed by the path of hell would be devoured by the head of Yama, which was beyond doubt, it was very interesting to have their souls run out of the head of Yama after being slaughtered. Yuuji once suspected that the so-called path of hell was essentially a manifestation of the ability to connect the Pure Land. The perfect resurrection technique, the natural reincarnation technique, was also a kind of use of the path of hell. It relied on the path of hell to connect the Yang world and the Pure Land to find a soul that needed to be resurrected, pulling it out of the Pure Land and sending it back to the Yang world. That king of hell is a space-time tunnel. Is this special eye technique in your eyes? That guy Madara mentioned it to me before. It is indeed very special. Nagato's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his calm. Then, it seems that I can only use another method to deal with you. I used a lot of effort to develop it. An even more powerful eye technique. Heavenly Barrier, Shaking Star. Chapter 207, You tried so hard and got so far. On the moon. After an arduous cultivation, the exhausted woman sat on the ground, panting heavily, a deep sense of exhaustion on her face. She was too tired. Too tired. It was not only because of cultivation that her body was exhausted, but also because of the numbness in her spirit. Since her father took him to Ninja World, her father was killed by a native of the lower realm named Shiranui Yuuji, and she was the only one left to ride a wooden carriage back to the moon. The woman had always been in great pain and numb wood. She cultivated with all her might just so that one day she could realize the long-cherished wish her father had passed on to her. When I wake up, I will become stronger. The woman leaned against the wall, her eyelids fighting, and she was sleepy. Someone had already come over and picked her up very carefully, carefully putting her on the bed and covering her with a quilt. Of course, it was not a real person, but a puppet. Each puppet had their own behavior logic, some were dedicated to guards, and some were dedicated to taking care of the living. It was almost no different from a living person. Right now, the entire moon was scattered with these puppets, all of them existing for the sake of a single person. These were the servants created by the puppets using the power of the giant Tensagen. Wait a bit longer. When I become stronger and have enough strength, I can start to eliminate Ninja World. I only need to use the power of the giant Tensagen. As for how to efficiently exterminate all the lives of Ninja World, before the separation of Otsutsuki had died, she already had a relevant plan, and that was to use the giant Tensagen to control the countless meteorites in the sky to continuously hit Ninja World. The densely packed meteorites were able to cause a great extinction to Ninja World and destroy the failed world that Rikuta Sennin had created. They intended to carry out the plan of splitting up. At the same time, they were still obsessed with Hyuga. They planned to go to Ninja World when the time was right and bring her back first. Whether it was the high-purity Byakugan who had transplanted the baby fields, the Tensagen who had evolved it into himself, or the way he lived with the baby fields, they were both good choices. After all, even if Ninja World's plan to destroy the world was successful, it would still need to reproduce if he wanted to rebuild the world. Half asleep and half awake. The woman had almost fallen asleep. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came, triggering the change in space, directly waking the woman. What happened? Did Ninja World's guy hit the moon? The puppet lifted the quilt and jumped up nervously. This was the thing he was most afraid of. A puppet quickly ran over and knelt on the ground with a respectful appearance. The puppet directly pressed its hand on the head of the puppet. With the help of the giant Tensagen, it already knew the information the puppet had found. Meteorite? Someone is summoning meteorites in the sky? The woman was shocked and immediately rushed out of the door, looking up at the sky. There was nothing in the eyes of the hole. He turned his head and urged the giant Tensagen to extract a huge amount of chakra, extending his perception toward outer space. Near the moon, a meteorite was pulled by a strong force and was falling toward the blue planet. Its speed was getting faster and faster. It really is summoning a meteorite. How is this possible? Father and I relied on the giant Tensagen to summon the meteorite. The giant Tensagen is something that our entire Otsutsuki clan had to do everything to obtain. It is a supreme treasure. But what happened to Ninja World's guys and Ninja World's guys? Why are there ninjas that can summon meteorites as well? The person was furious. There was also a kind of unspeakable panic rising from the bottom of his heart. Giant Tensagen was his greatest reliance. Summoning a meteorite was an important move for him to exterminate Ninja World in the future, and he absolutely would not allow outsiders to touch it. But Giant Tensagen. Unless the real Tensagen appears among Ninja World, but this is impossible to begin with. Our Otsutsuki clan has a pure bloodline. It took the entire clan's eyes to form a giant Tensagen. Just those guys from Ninja World's Hyuga family wouldn't be able to form a giant Tensagen even if they were all killed, let alone the normal Tensagen. But if not for Tensagen and the giant Tensagen, then it was Rinnegan. The person was knowledgeable and quickly thought of the eye that came from Rikuta Sennin's bloodline. Rinnegan was at the same level as Tensagen. Did Rinnegan also have the eye technique to control meteorites? All of the people's understanding of Rinnegan came from the records of Rikuta Sennin in the clan, and their understanding of him was extremely limited. Moreover, in the entire Otsutsuki clan, other than Hamura, no one had seen Rikuta Sennin. Is it that fellow from Omegakure? Rinnegan. In the entire ninja world, only he should have this kind of eyes. The expression of the person was extremely ugly, and he was completely devoid of sleepiness. In his perception, the meteor was constantly accelerating and falling into Ninja World. After a long time, the person turned around. There were already a large number of puppets standing quietly behind him, not moving at all. The puppet gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate. He had to grow as soon as possible. Ninja World. Nagato did not know about the changes in the moon, and even more so, he did not know that the person he had tried so hard to find for a long time was on the moon. He put his hands together, and his face became ferocious. He desperately squeezed out the eye power in his eyes, and crazily released more power, using the eye technique he had just obtained. The sky was shaking the stars. In order to dig up Rinnegan's power, in order to obtain this eye technique, he gained a lot of white hair. The most powerful eye technique in the past, Chibaku Tensei, was gradually not enough. This forced him to explore further into Rinnegan's level. The heaven-suppressing star was the most powerful eye technique that Nagato could grasp right now. Die under my eye technique. I will find what I want from your corpse. Nagato growled, his face twisted. It seemed like he was doing everything he could to successfully activate this technique. Hoo! The entire air suddenly became heavy, and the air pressure changed dramatically. In the sky, the wind rose and the clouds rose, and a black dot became bigger and bigger at an exaggerated speed, crashing down, as if it wanted to cover the entire ninja world. What kind of eye technique is this? This is the power of Pain's main body, summoning meteorites from outer space. Jiraiya and the others were completely stunned. They all raised their heads and looked at it in a daze, their scalps numb. This was not like the Chibaku Tensei that was used to create small planets, but it was directly summoning meteorites from outer space. This kind of thing, is it really possible for human strength to do it? Pain's original body, Nagato, actually has such a terrifying power gap between him and Tendo Pain. Even Orochimaru was a little stunned at this time. Ever since he saw Pain, Rinnegan's eye techniques had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. Now, his love for Mangekyo Sharingan had been completely transferred to Rinnegan. Compared to Rinnegan, Orochimaru suddenly realized that Mangekyo Sharingan and Byakugan were nothing. It could only be said that they were worthy of Rinnegan. Little Jiraiya, should we hide? Old woman and I can take you to reverse the spirit to Mount Mayuboku. Fukasaku shouted. Shima also said seriously, yes, the current situation is not something we can easily participate in. Nagato is already so difficult to deal with, and that mysterious pupil will not be too bad. The hearts of these two sage were now beating fast. Not only were they frightened by the strength displayed by Nagato, but they were also suspicious in their hearts. They began to think that Nagato was the real prophesied child. They didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Nagato, and that would be difficult to salvage. Sage, please wait a little longer. Jiraiya stared at the sky. Nagato's figure was reflected in his eyes, and he looked at Yuuji again. At this time, Yuuji also slightly raised his head. Facing Nagato who had become unprecedentedly crazy and roared, Yuuji did not panic at all, calmly standing in the same place. Heaven-suppressing star. Really amazing. Yuuji praised. To be honest, he really did not expect that Nagato would actually develop this pair of Rinnegan to this extent. Originally, in the timeline, the Chibaku Tensei was already the limit of strength that Nagato could reach. Even if it was the filthy earth Nagato, who had returned to the state of crimson hair, he only activated the Chibaku Tensei and was sealed by Itachi with the Ten Fists sword. But now, because the life force is preserved more and the body is healthy, do you still have the strength to develop Rinnegan? Yuuji looked at the falling meteorite, which was constantly enlarging in his vision, deep in thought. The two meteorites summoned by Madara of the filthy earth were nearly 300 meters in diameter. If they were completely smashed down, it would be enough to cause the extinction of creatures in a radius of thousands of miles. At that time, thanks to Sandame and Gaara risking their lives, they greatly slowed down the falling speed of the meteorite and reduced the destructive power of the impact on the ground. Although it was also related to the bare-handed planet, the lethality and destructive power of the heaven-shaking star had already far surpassed that of the Chibaku Tensei. Of course, the Chibaku Tensei itself was an eye technique that was biased towards sealing techniques, and the heaven-suppressing heavenly star was purely used to kill enemies. It could even be said that this was a killing technique that killed enemies together. Madara was not afraid of death, and most of the sealing techniques could be forcibly broken through by him, so he casually waved, and directly used this move to drag the Ninja Alliance army to die together. In any case, he was already a dead person, so he could self-recover even if he was blown to ashes. Nagato was able to further develop Rinnegan's strength, surpassing his original timeline. It was very good to dig out the Heavenly Star Barrier art. But the problem was... Is it my illusion? Isn't the meteorite you pulled over a little too small? Yuuji looked at it from afar with his left eye and said indifferently. Humph, stupid, you know nothing about the power of space meteorites. Nagato growled and pulled the meteorite with all his strength. On his forehead, the tendons of Nagato were bulging, as if they would burst at any time, looking very desperate. Obviously, it was very difficult for Nagato to pull down such a meteorite from outer space, which was very difficult for him to pull it down from the outer space. This meteorite is enough to cause the collapse of the entire Tien country. In other words, you won't have a chance to escape. Nagato growled. At this moment, the full appearance of this meteorite appeared, casting a large shadow on the ground. It was like a giant beast that swallowed everything, crashing down. Success, I did it. At this moment, Nagato let out a sigh of relief. He felt his entire body shake, and every single cell in his body was powerlessly howling. Ever since he had obtained the Heavenly Star Barrier art from these eyes, Nagato had never truly used it. At most, he had only performed simulations and simulations in the sea of his brain. Although every time he imagined the scene, it was always the scene where the two fellows who were suspected to be Rikuta Sennin's descendants had summoned the meteorite. However, this was already enough. The first time he used the Heavenly Star Barrier, he had successfully activated it. This was already enough to satisfy Nagato. In the next few years, he would continuously perfect this technique. He was confident that he would be able to use even stronger power to pull down an even more astonishing meteorite. In his eyes, there was even a tremor of pain. This had caused a great impact on Nagato. My eyes have not reached their limit yet. It seems that there is still potential to be excavated. Nagato covered his eyes, somewhat pleasantly surprised. It was just sore, and there was no feeling of tearing, which meant that it had not reached its limit. Wasn't the other eye techniques like the Heavenly Star Barrier still the limit of this pair of eyes? After the surprise, Nagato managed to calm down. He knew that it was impossible for him to obtain a new eye technique before he could raise the power of the Heavenly Star Barrier to its limit. Perhaps he would never be able to obtain an even stronger eye technique in his lifetime? Boom! The meteorite descended. The pressure made it hard for people to breathe. The whole world seemed to be squeezed by this big guy, and it suddenly shrank a bit. Yuuji observed for a moment and said, "But this thing is really small. It is only a dozen meters in diameter." Ha! Nagato just sneered. It seems that Hitomi is also a narrow-minded guy. He actually knows nothing about the destructive power of meteorites. Did he really treat the Heavenly Star Barrier as the Chibaku Tensei? He could casually create a small moon with a diameter of dozens of meters through Tendo Pain. However, the Heavenly Star Barrier, a mere dozen meters, could kill Hitomi with a single blow as long as it smashed down. Just the shockwave alone could heavily injure the heavenly country. Nagato quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, he was also wary of Yuuji using the God Killer. This made the speed of the meteorite extremely terrifying, and the terrible sound tore everything apart. At this time, Yuuji finally moved. In the face of this falling meteor that was charging straight at him, Yuuji faced it head-on. Chapter 208, Another Powerful Eye Technique. This guy actually doesn't intend to dodge. Nagato frowned, his face slightly sinking. He was filled with fear towards this mysterious Rinnegan possessor. Could it be that this guy also had the means to resist his most powerful eye technique? In the distance, Zetsu also fell into silence. Until Obito appeared next to him. It has actually reached this stage. He even used this technique to summon the meteorites from beyond the heavens. Obito's pair of Sharingan watched from afar and slowly began to spin. The meteorite was not big, smaller than the small moon created by the Chibaku Tensei, but the impact of falling from the sky was not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, Hitomi is the type to restrain you. Is it really okay for you to come here now? If he finds out, you won't be able to escape. Black Zetsu said in a low voice. In his words, he no longer had any hope of defeating Nagato. Nagato developed an eye technique that surpassed the Chibaku Tensei, which made Black Zetsu a little surprised. Black Zetsu had never seen such a technique before, because when Madara activated Rinnegan, he was already old. He originally did not have the chance to use the various eye techniques of Rinnegan. This kid, Nagato, is really very capable, but with his qualifications, I'm afraid he will stop here. The three Tomoe Obito's eyes rotated once, and he slowly spoke. Black Zetsu echoed, that's right. In the end, this is not his eyes. He does not have the bloodline of Uchiha. Relying on Uzumaki clan's background, he barely managed to control Rinnegan. To be able to do this is already the limit. Obito and Black Zetsu were both experienced people and had already seen the limits of Nagato. No matter how hard Nagato tried, he had already reached the end. He could only use more chakra to create a bigger star barrier and pull down a bigger meteorite. The true ultimate eye technique belonged to Uchiha Madara, and Nagato was not qualified to touch it. In fact, as long as he can activate the reincarnation heavenly art, this eye technique is the most important. Obito watched quietly. According to the plan left behind by Madara when he was alive, he secretly transplanted Rinnegan to Nagato, hoping that Nagato could use the reincarnation heavenly art to resurrect him perfectly in the future. In addition to instigating and assisting Nagato to capture Bijuu to prepare for the gathering of the 10 Tails, Obito's duty was to find a way to make Nagato sacrifice himself to use the reincarnation heavenly art. However, how could Nagato sacrifice himself for the sake of reviving irrelevant people? After this, both Nagato and Hitomi will become our surveillance targets. No, increase the strength. We must find out the details of the eye organization no matter what. Obito said coldly. I know. I have been working hard all along, but I can't find any clues. However, since the other party is in the country of Tien and the country of Bear, their base must be in this area. I should be able to find it if I spend more time. White Zetsu said. Obito snorted and fell silent. He looked at the figure rushing toward the meteorite with fear. His eyes were full of killing intent and desire. Damn it, this guy's eye techniques were all related to time and space, and I was a complete nemesis to him. If he could kill Hitomi and steal the other's eyes, presumably, even Yandere would die in front of him. The troublesome flying thunder god was almost crippled. Thinking about it, Obito did not dare to approach, but moved further away to avoid being targeted by Hitomi. Last time when they fought in Hashigakure, Obito's close to 2 divine might were all exposed, and only one Susanoo was still possible to develop further. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment, then suddenly suggested, if there is really no way, then just contact that guy. Su, your ability is restrained, but the ability of Hollow is not. Once it reaches a bad point, the two of you will work together to deal with Hitomi, presumably it will not be too difficult. Humph, don't forget, I also know Mokuton. Although I can't use the level of other Mokuton technique like tree domain descent. But there is no problem with the rest. Obito was a little dissatisfied. There is no other way. You must do this. Use the power of others to achieve your own goal. This is very reasonable. Black Zetsu said in a low voice. A cold light surged in the depths of the empty hole. Obito no longer said anything. Yuuji rushed towards the falling meteorite. The weight of the meteorite, the normal acceleration of the fall, and the continuous pull of Nagato's gravity. The closer they got, the more Yuuji could feel that heavy feeling. If other people were hit by this thing, unless they used the 4th stage of the Susanoo activated by Eternal Mangekyo, ordinary Susanoo would not be able to withstand it. Even if they did not die, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan foundation was already useless. Very good technique, even this fellow Nagato can do this. I wonder what kind of giant meteorite that Madara pulled down over 200 meters in diameter is like. After sighing in his heart, Yuuji brazenly made his move. In his left eye, powerful eye power continuously surged, showing a powerful oppressive feeling. The second purple halo suddenly lit up. Swish! Yuuji stretched out a hand towards the sky. It looked like he was going to slap the meteorite. This guy is dead for sure. Nagato looked up and revealed a cold smile. He suddenly increased the gravity and accelerated the falling speed of the meteorite again. He didn't intend to reduce the force and was going to confront it head-on. At this time, the second eye technique of Yuuji's left eye was activated. Takamagahara. Shua. Suddenly, a strange space that ordinary people could not see appeared around Yuuji. It was in the shape of a standard cube, enveloping Yuuji. This was a different space he opened up, separating himself from the outside world. This guy has another special eye technique. Nagato's face completely darkened. That guy, Madara, only told him that the other could restrain time and space ninjutsu, but did not tell him that this bastard had two time and space ocular techniques. A space-time ability that can suppress time, and another ability that can temporarily create a space-time ability. Nagato used Rinnegan to clearly see things that ordinary people could not see. He observed the cube that wrapped around Yuuji. With his vision, he could clearly see that space had a partition. Very good. To a certain extent, this space-time ability can indeed be considered to be a technique that can counter the space-time ability. After all, a space-time separation can directly interfere with other people's space-time ability. But the problem was, that bastard Madara actually didn't tell him. This debt can be settled later. Is the temporarily created space eye technique able to block my heavenly barrier, resounding star? Nagato stared at it. The two collided. In front of the meteorite, Yuuji fell into such a tiny state. Whoosh! The meteorite crashed into Yuuji's body. To be precise, it hit the space created by Yuuji. Whoosh! At this moment, the entire meteorite let out a cry. Starting from a certain point, a large number of terrifying cracks were spreading out bit by bit, spreading towards the entire meteorite. The face under Yuuji's mask was expressionless, only his left eye shone with a powerful light. He raised his hand, and in his palm, it was the sharp horn that enveloped him. The moment the horn collided with the meteorite, it was as if it was indestructible, and as if it was cutting tofu, it broke open the surface of the meteorite. The entire meteorite was also cut open. The terrifying crack spread out. In the end, under Nagato's disbelieving gaze, the strongest eye technique he was proud of was broken just like that. It was still defeated in such a direct confrontation. Ear-piercing sounds burst out one after another, and the terrible cracks finally spread to the whole meteorite. In the naked eye, the meteorite collapsed and turned into many pieces of stone, falling to the ground. Boom! 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 The pieces of meteorite fell to the ground, leaving a big pit on the ground. Although it was still shocking, in fact, it had been cracked. The power that Nagato had hoped for had completely disappeared. The heavenly barrier shook the stars and was defeated. My most powerful eye technique. Nagato looked up in a daze. He looked at the fragments that fell down one after another with a loud bang. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He actually lost in the battle against Rinnegan? He, who had awakened Rinnegan since he was a child, who was the second sage in the history of Rikuta Sennin and Ninja World, had actually lost to another pair of Rinnegan. This was a huge blow to Nagato. His attitude of looking down on everything was like this meteorite, with dense cracks appearing on it. I paid a huge price, and I only developed the heavenly star barrier from those two mysterious people. It was actually... Nagato took a deep breath, feeling extremely disappointed. The name Heavenly Star Barrier was naturally not given to him. After he dug out Rinnegan's strength and obtained a new powerful eye technique, he naturally knew the name of this technique was Heavenly Star Barrier. Nagato also did not feel that something was wrong, because this was very normal. After everything was settled, the few civilians and ninjas in the whole of Tien country looked around in panic and unease. They were attacked by this wave of meteorite rain, making this already broken country even worse. Jiraiya and the others were also covered in dust. Just now, the meteorite fragments had also hit their side, causing them to waste a lot of effort. It's just a complete fragment of the meteorite, but it's so hard to deal with. We have to be careful when dodging this kind of impact speed and strength. Jiraiya's face was ugly, and he was shocked. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and he stared at Nagato and Yuuji for observation. Enough, Nagato, don't continue fighting. We should talk. Jiraiya couldn't help but shout. However, Nagato raised his hand and sent Jiraiya flying. Jiraiya, sensei, don't try to bewitch me with your clumsy words anymore. I have found the right path. He stared at Yuuji and fell silent. Do you have any other eye techniques other than the Heavenly Star Barrier? If not, you would have already lost. Yuuji landed and walked towards Nagato step by step. He raised his hand and extended his index and middle fingers. According to the agreement, I will take your eyes. I won't force you to join our eye organization. In fact, I don't have any hope for someone like you from the beginning. It doesn't matter if you don't want to join us, but I must take your eyes. A pair of Rinnegan will be of some use to our organization. Nagato looked at Yuuji, who was slowly approaching him. He stood still and said coldly, with a guy like you leading the eye organization, it seems that I have to re-evaluate your threat. No, wait. Nagato suddenly thought of something and his heart jumped fiercely. Hitomi, it seemed that he never said that he was the leader of the eye organization. Even if Rinnegan wanted to poach him, he only said that it would be useful to the eye organization. Is the leader of the eye organization you? Nagato suddenly shouted. Is this important? You don't need to know about this. Hitomi suddenly moved and grabbed towards Nagato. Nagato's eyes revealed a strong sense of fear. As long as he was caught by the other party, he would be finished. The eye technique of space when creating the cube could deal with him. Nagato gritted his teeth and continued to retreat. He continuously used the Shinra Tensei and projected his black stick, but it could not hinder Yuuji. It seemed that Nagato, who had exhausted all his means, was about to be killed. At this time, Jiraiya, who had hesitated for a while, moved. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Flame Bomb. Sage Art, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. An unimaginably huge fireball covered everything, mainly covering Yuuji. A trace of surprise flashed in Nagato's eyes, and he hurriedly reached out his hand. While his figure was quickly retreating, he activated the Hungry Ghost ability, absorbed a part of the flame, and recovered some chakra. Really, is Konoha going to intervene in my matter? Yuuji broke through this combination fire release technique and walked out. I won't hand Nagato over to you. He has an important meaning to this world. As for you, who is your real identity? Do you dare to take off your mask? Jiraiya said in a deep voice. The two toads on his shoulders were also trying hard to stare, but they found nothing. The three of them had attacked just now because Nagato might be the prophesied child. At the very least, as Jiraiya's disciple, Nagato was the most similar to the prophesied child. In this regard, even Naruto could not beat Nagato. Unless there were two prophesied children. Jiraiya stood not far away from Nagato, staring at Yuuji with vigilance. Suddenly, Danzo and Sasori moved and pounced on the body of Tendo Pain. We helped you. It's reasonable to give this body to me, right? Maybe I will join Akatsuki. Orochimaru's face was full of greed. You think too highly of yourself. I won't give him to you. Nagato raised his hand to repel Danzo and the other two, refusing to compromise. The Tendo was of great significance to him. Chapter 209, Only his Rinnegan remains. Nagato is in danger. When Obito saw the cracks on the meteorite, he immediately used his Kamui to return to Omegakure and found a person that he hated the most. Nagato has Madara's Rinnegan. His strength is at Ninja World's level. Will he be in danger? Su did not seem to be moved. Obito growled, you must have known about the eye organization from Konoha. You always look indifferent. Are you waiting to harvest the last fruit from me? What are you talking about? We are partners. Su answered. Obito only sneered. Partner? Don't joke around. I won't trust you as much as I did before. Don't forget that you've contributed more than half to the success of my pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Su sat calmly, looking like a salted fish, as if he didn't want to care about anything. He really didn't need to care about anything. The identity of Su only needed to appear at a specific time. The only thing he needed to do now was to teach Naruto, and regularly inject Sasuke's cells into Naruto's body, and constantly record Naruto's growth. Seeing that it was hard, Obito secretly cursed in his heart, and his tone slightly softened. The infinite Izanagi plan you envision also needs to use the huge amount of chakra of Jubi. Helping me is helping yourself. Before we revive Jubi, there is no need to make our relationship tense up. Infinite Tsukuyomi read the plan left behind by Madara. Infinite Izanagi was Yuuji's idea. Obito had always thought that Yuuji wanted to carry out Infinite Izanagi's plan to the end. If they continued to develop, it was only a matter of time before the Jubi was resurrected. At that time, they would be willing to seize control of the Jubi and become the Jubi Jinchuriki. Finally, Su moved a little and stood up. To be able to make you come to me in such a hurry, it seems that the opponent is very difficult to deal with. Organization, hey, even Nagato is in a dangerous situation. Alright, then I will barely move. Are you a clone or a real body now? Obito frowned. Of course it's a clone. My main body would never come from Konoha to this damned place. Then I'll go pick up your main body. When necessary, you can completely free Godzilla. We can work together and kill him in one go. Obito urged. Su paused and tilted his head. Oh, I was muddle-headed just now. In fact, I am the real body, and Konoha's is the avatar. You bastard! Obito had no choice but to use his Kamui and bring this special avatar to the heavenly country. At this time, the heavenly country was attacked by a meteor shower and was in a mess. Obito and Su appeared. From a distance, they saw that the organization was threatening Nagato step by step, closing in on him. Obviously, even if there were 3 ninjas, it was impossible to stop Hitomi. Is that the guy who defeated Nagato? It's really amazing. Su said. Obito reminded, be careful. That guy also has Rinnegan. His eye arts are related to time and space. What? It seems that Madara has miscalculated. Even we were caught off guard. Su suddenly laughed. Obito was a little unhappy. But he still took the lead. Take priority in protecting Nagato. This guy can't die here, let alone have his eyes dug out by the other party. Mokuton, the art of cutting. A wooden strip drilled out from the ground, directly stabbing towards Hitomi. Obito was scared, he would rather not use Mangekyo Sharingan's power, instead using Mokuton's ability. Su also followed behind Obito, attacking Hitomi. Mokuton, tree realm descended. Rows of giant trees grew out and soon turned into a terrifying forest, filling up the potholes on the ground. Looking out, it was black and gave off an ominous aura. A large number of branches and leaves swayed in the wind, but because of the sharpness of the branches and the black that made one's scalp numb, it was deathly silent, completely devoid of vitality. It's those 2 people. They really are hiding nearby. Now, in order to save Nagato, they can't help but attack. Shima shouted loudly. He was very nervous. The 2 people in the legends were very powerful. This made everyone very nervous. Speaking of which, this was the first time these 2 had publicly joined hands after the 9-tailed chaos. It was also to save Nagato. Tisk, I actually fell to such a state. To be saved by these 2 fellows. Nagato stood where he was, his expression ugly. At the same time, he also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had used all of his methods, but he was helpless against this person in front of him. His complete defeat was only a matter of time. He could not die yet, at least not now. He could not die before Bijuu, who had gathered all of them, brought peace to this world. The huge black forest enveloped everything, splitting everyone apart. It seemed that it also caused an obstruction to the eyes. Obito and Su quickly rushed over, heading straight for Nagato. 2 more trash fish came. One of them was defeated by me. The guy who called himself Madara. As a stray dog, you are not qualified to stand in front of me and bark. Hitomi looked a little angry. He raised his hand and released the Shinra Tensei, and began to clear a large area. He simply pulled out a large number of trees. No matter how hard these trees are, they are still trees. They want to stab in the soft soil. Hitomi lifted the ground layer by layer, and pulled out a large number of trees, sending them flying. You bastard, do you know who you are talking to? Su. The ribs of Susanoo appeared on Obito's body, and he shouted. Got it. Su's body trembled, and more trees began to grow crazily, and branches began to expand crazily, turning into incomparably exaggerated branches, which spread horizontally and covered the ground. The ability to change the terrain in a large area was terrifying. Grandpa, are you really my grandpa? Tsunade was excited. However, Su did not even look at her. He just shuttled through the dense forest at an amazing speed, and his target was Nagato. Obito controlled the initial stage Susanoo and didn't even dare to use Kamui, for fear of being suppressed by Hitomi. Nagato grabbed the corpse of Tendo Pain and quickly flew up, planning to meet up with the 2 of them at the first possible moment. Jiraiya opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did nothing. He knew nothing about what Nagato had experienced. He knew nothing about the purpose of Nagato establishing Akatsuki and recruiting powerful ninjas everywhere. The dilemma and hesitation in his heart made him unable to make up his mind. Fukasaku and Shima also couldn't make up their minds. At this time, Hitomi suddenly exerted strength and rushed towards Nagato regardless of everything. His target was still Nagato's eyes. In this dense forest, what was blocked was never Hitomi himself. There was also Nagato. "Give me your eyes." Under the mask, the left eye became more and more terrifying. Takamagahara. At the place where the space was spreading, the cube was controlled by him. It cut through all the barriers in front of it and rushed straight towards Nagato. The speed was astonishing. Vaguely, Takamagahara's eye technique even had a new extension, locking onto the two seats. The space between the two seats was suddenly pulled into a large distance. Nagato was close at hand. As long as he extended a little further, he would be able to catch Nagato. "Get out of my way." Nagato turned pale with fright. He wanted to use his repulsive force to send Hitomi flying, but Hitomi instantly activated the Bansho Tenon, using gravity to resist the repulsive force. In this instant, this situation was seen by everyone else. "That guy is going to get Rinnegan. This old man will not allow it." Danzo was the most anxious. His hope of resurrection was Rinnegan. Compared to the powerful and mysterious eyes, Nagato, who was obviously weaker, was easier to kill. Danzo rushed over, but it was too late. He could only watch as Hitomi grabbed Nagato. "Danzo, you are a dead person now, and you are not Rinnegan's real host. Even if you get Rinnegan, there is a high chance that you can't use him." Orochimaru looked at him greedily and said in a hoarse voice. "Damn it, Rinnegan, he wanted it too, but the few guys who appeared now were too strong enough to kill him instantly." Orochimaru desperately wanted to get a brand new strong body and get rid of the shackles of this fragile body. Danzo was very unwilling. "How would I know if I don't try? I can easily control Sharingan, so why can't I control Rinnegan? What if I put Rinnegan into my eyes? I can also use him." Orochimaru just sneered. Everyone looked at each other with different thoughts, and they all looked at the confrontation between the two Rinnegan. Seeing the two people who came into contact with each other, a thought emerged in many people's hearts: it was over. It looked like it was really going to end. Obito's eyes were covered in blood. Shua! Everyone saw that Hitomi's palm had already pierced into Nagato's chest. To be precise, it was an invisible cube space that pierced into Nagato's chest. In the silence, it had already cut Nagato's body apart bit by bit. It was just like shattering a meteorite that fell from the sky. "No, how could I die here? I am a god that will bring eternal peace to this world." Nagato's eyes were about to split apart, and at the end of his life, he let out a mournful roar. He wanted to use the last of his chakra to squeeze out the eye power in his eyes to do something. This time, his Shinra Tensei didn't land on his eyes. Instead, it directly hit his body. Suddenly, his head tilted slightly to the side. The cracks that began to spread out from his chest quickly split apart most of his body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. All kinds of internal organs, along with blood, also poured down. It was a bloody scene. Nagato was like a kite with a broken string, powerlessly falling. Even the trajectory he drew when he fell carried a sense of drifting. At a glance, Nagato seemed to have been torn into several large pieces by Hitomi using some kind of sharp weapon. In this way, there is nothing you can do. Hitomi slowly retracted her hand, glanced at Nagato's body remains in a flash of lightning, and immediately pounced on Nagato's head. The head was connected to half of the shoulder, sticking to a part of the body tissue in the chest. This was the only remaining part of Nagato's body. His life had already fallen into a countdown, and it wouldn't be long before Nagato died. This was all thanks to him using the last bit of his chakra at the last moment. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be this much left. His eyes would have been dug out by Yuuji at the first moment. "Rinnegan is mine." Hitomi, or rather Yuuji, the face under the mask revealed a trace of a smile. Tisk, although that fellow Obito brought his clone and was not within his plans, it did not matter. Including the descent of this tree world, it could be used to obstruct the figures and vision of those fellows. Even if it could only create a momentary gap, it would be enough. With Nagato's eyes, many things could be easily arranged. Time seemed to stop. Orochimaru had a greedy look on his face. No matter how dangerous it was, he had already summoned a few poisonous snakes and tried to steal food from them. "Bastard, I can't give you Nagato's eyes." Obito was even more mad. Without Nagato's eyes, would he use his head to study infinite Tsukuyomi? With just his ordinary Manjikyu, it was impossible for him to correct this wrong world. Moreover, even I haven't made a move against Nagato's eyes for a long time. I've been enduring it all this time, but this bastard beat me to it. Obito's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he used his divine might to grab Nagato's eyes and fight with Hitomi for time. Spatial fluctuations. It's useless to me. Yuuji frowned slightly and used the God Killer to pull Obito. But in this almost non-existent gap, Obito could not catch it, and Orochimaru and the others could not catch it. But there was a guy who was even crazier than Obito who grabbed it regardless of anything. Swish! Just as Nagato's damaged body was about to fall to the ground, Yuuji almost touched his eyes. Zetsu rushed out from the ground. He rushed out from the bottom of Nagato's broken body. At this moment, he could not care about the consequences or the price. Obito was almost mad. He was definitely crazy. Nagato is dead, so be it. But Rinnegan, you must not give it to this man. This belongs to Mother. Black Zetsu roared in his heart. At this moment, this number one filial son of Ninja World separated from White Zetsu on the spot. With lightning speed, he turned into a black shadow-like ghost. His body stretched out and directly wrapped around Nagato's body. He only managed to cover half of Nagato's face and half of his shoulder. He used his special ability to control Nagato's body. This is... Obito fell out of his divine might in a sorry state, staring at Black Zetsu's actions with wide eyes. Get lost, this is my eyes. Black Zetsu growled with his special voice. He activated his Shura Path ability, and an arm grew out of Nagato's remaining body. He grabbed the ground and dragged the entire body down. At the same time, White Zetsu, who was on the other side, met Black Zetsu and Nagato at the first possible moment. He cut open a part of his body on the spot, and the remaining part connected with Nagato. Chapter 210, 2 Deaths. Black Zetsu was also forced into a corner. Otherwise, with old Yin's personality, how could he be so brave? When Obito and the others were at their wits' end, he rushed out to save Nagato. Moreover, it was a method of possession. It was Black Zetsu's unique skill to be able to control Nagato using some simple eye techniques. Even Obito didn't know that Black Zetsu knew this. This guy, Black Zetsu, is a little strange. In a flash, this thought suddenly appeared in Obito's mind and quickly disappeared. The top priority was to find a way to protect Nagato or at least take away Rinnegan. With this moment of obstruction, the others rushed over and used ninjutsu from far away to stop Yuuji. Eye of the Eye, I will remember you. Black Zetsu's eyes were extremely dangerous. He controlled the body that Nagato and White Zetsu had pieced together, bringing the unconscious Nagato into the ground, planning to escape. He couldn't fight anymore. If he continued to fight, he would have to die here. But Yuuji only looked at him with a sneer. One after another ninjutsu attacked, and all of them bombarded his body, but Yuuji was not injured in the slightest. However, Yuuji had already set his eyes on Black Zetsu. This damn thing of yours is very strange. It is not a system like the white thing. Is it a product of yin-yang escape? No, it seems to be hiding a lot of information. TL note, yin-yang release, Onmitten, Initan, English TV, Shadow and Light style, is a nature transformation that combines yin release and yang release, two natures that exist outside the 5 basic elemental natures. Yin release uses spiritual energy and yang release uses physical energy, which are the two components of chakra. Yuuji immediately attacked Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's expression changed drastically and he drilled into the ground crazily. The ground was lifted up layer by layer. After the terrible turmoil calmed down, everything had disappeared without a trace. Hey, is Nagato already dead? Even if he was saved, it would be useless. Why don't you give me Nagato's eyes? You have Mangekyo Sharingan anyway. Su suggested as he shuttled through the dense forest. Obito glared at Su with a fierce gaze. At this point, are you still coveting Nagato's Rinnegan? Anyway, I don't need to worry. I'm just an innocent clone. I'm not afraid of death. Su shook his head. Obito was extremely angry in his heart, but he knew that he could not continue to stay. He shouted, then you will be responsible for stopping Hitomi. I want to retreat as soon as possible. Just as he finished speaking. Boom! He saw Hitomi rushing towards him, the space that Takamagahara cut out, carrying destructive power, instantly smashed towards him. TL note, Takamagahara is a jutsu that casts a powerful and undetectable genjutsu over a specific area that remains active long after the caster's death. It is the true ultimate technique of Shisui Uchiha. Obito's eyes were about to split, and while roaring frantically, he used the only power he could rely on at the moment, Susanoo. And it's not an ordinary Susanoo, but a Susanoo that has directly crossed the third stage and entered the fourth stage. In theory, the fourth stage of Susanoo was the level that only Mangekyo could control without injury. A blue-colored giant suddenly stood tall, and powerful chakra flow continuously rolled. This is Susanoo. Susanoo actually has a more powerful form. As expected of Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya was shocked. Little kid, you can only take out this kind of big toy. Hitomi said in a cold voice. Don't underestimate me. Go to hell. Obito stepped back and looked at Xianyi, who was constantly approaching him, shortening the distance. After a roar, he controlled Susanoo's attack. Rumble. The huge hand suddenly slapped down, as if everything was going to be crushed. In the next moment, Yuuji attacked Susanoo, and the small figure actually forced this huge monster Susanoo back. Moreover, he even shattered the palm of Susanoo with a single blow. Bastard! Since barehanded is not enough, then I can only... The eyes of Obito were bloodshot, and an endless stream of eye power was frantically rolling, draining at an exaggerated rate. If not for the support of Hashirama's cells, Obito's pair of eyes would have already been crippled, let alone using even stronger power to load Susanoo. The huge Susanoo used its other intact hand to grasp the void, and very quickly, a huge sword appeared and was grabbed by Susanoo. Go to hell! Obito roared, and his eyes overflowed with blood. Susanoo Kamui Shuriken. This hand sword was instantly thrown toward Yuuji. So it was this move, you actually used Susanoo's weapon. Hitomi's figure suddenly stopped. Facing this attack that carried terrifying space fluctuations, he glared with his left eye, activated his Jujutsu, and directly locked onto Kamui Shuriken. This move was originally the Susanoo weapon that Kakashi used when he was in the complete form of Susanoo. He didn't expect that Obito would use it now, even though it was only a sword in his hand. Wang! The God Killer directly hit the sword in Susanoo's hand and froze this terrifying big thing. Obito watched helplessly as Kamui Shuriken, which he had paid a huge price to use, stopped just like that. After it stopped, it slowly twisted and disappeared. He didn't hesitate any longer, turned around, and ran away. The Susanoo also began to run at an astonishing speed. Along with the rumbling sound, it desperately fled in a panic. Only the mess was left. The dilapidated forest silently told everything that had just happened. Ayaya, even Madara retreated. Then I have no reason to continue staying here. After muttering to himself, Su's figure began to merge into a large tree. By the time his eyes came crashing over and wantonly destroyed the forest, Su had already moved to an unknown tree and taken the opportunity to escape. Damn it, even grandfather left. Tsunade was unwilling, she didn't even have the chance to talk to Su. Retreat, if we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Jiraiya saw that Hitomi had already looked at them, and a chill emerged in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate. He had to rely on the reverse spirit to escape back to Mount Mayuboku. Hitomi had already killed his way over, using reverse spirit to suppress the spatial fluctuations of the spirit-defying spell. I'm already very unhappy that I only killed Nagato, yet I didn't get his Rinnegan. The few of you still want to escape in front of me, aren't you looking down on me too much? Hitomi's voice revealed coldness, and there was a faint trace of anger. Obviously, Jiraiya and the others could hear that this mysterious man was enraged. There are so many of us, but this guy forced us to escape. It's really embarrassing. After a bitter laugh, the great sage toads, Fukasaku and Shima, looked at each other. Old woman, I can only use that technique. Great toad Shima blushed, ah, you really want to use that? It's so embarrassing. The two toads immediately made their move. Sage art, Genjutsu, Toad Song, Akala. This was the strongest illusion technique that the two great sage had mastered. The ear-piercing sound of frogs rang out, turning into sound waves that spread out, landing on Hitomi's body. Everyone saw that Hitomi's figure suddenly stopped, as if he was bound by something, unable to move. Even Rinnegan was actually unable to break this illusion in the first place. It could be said that in the entire ninja world, Akala was a powerful illusion technique ranked in the top few, and needed 2 great sage toads to use a large amount of senjutsu chakra to activate it. This technique. Under the mask, Yuuji revealed a trace of surprise. His left eye had been temporarily sealed by this illusion. To break through the restriction of the illusion, with Rinnegan's eye power, it actually took a bit of time. Although Sage Art's illusion is very strong, originally it has a miraculous effect on pain. It can interfere with Nagato's body through pain, but it is not that useful to me. Yuuji smiled contemptuously and slowly closed his left eye. Jiraiya was overjoyed. Great. We have a few seconds. Let's take this opportunity to escape. Orochimaru, you should go back to the Ryuuka cave. Even if it's dangerous there, it's better than staying here. He placed his hand on Tsunade, and after obtaining permission from the 2 great sages, he wanted to bring Tsunade back to Mount Mayuboku. The moment the spell was activated, Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru. To his astonishment, Orochimaru did not move but stared at the motionless Yuuji with a greedy look. Orochimaru, this is a good opportunity. We can take out the other party's eyes. Danzo was the first to act, but Orochimaru controlled him and he could not move. So, he could not help but shout anxiously. Jiraiya was shocked and angry. Orochimaru, don't. Orochimaru suddenly moved. He used the Great Serpent's body transformation technique, stretched his body, and grabbed Danzo and Sasori, making the 2 undead stand at the front. Waiting patiently is indeed useful. Rinnegan is mine. The greed and desire in Orochimaru's eyes rose to the extreme, and the success close to him made him extremely excited. Close, really close. Orochimaru stretched out his slender fingers, waiting for Danzo and Sasori to take off their masks, then he would immediately dig out their eyes. Rinnegan was about to be his, Orochimaru. He only needed 1 second to get what he wanted. But at this moment, whoosh! Yuuji suddenly stretched out his hand and stabbed into Orochimaru's chest, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Danzo and Sasori were even sent flying by him. Orochimaru, this is all you can do. Yuuji's voice was cold as if he had already gotten rid of the influence of Akala. How could this be? This is the strongest illusion of me and the old woman. This guy actually. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage's faces changed greatly. Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked at Orochimaru, their faces revealing a trace of worry. In the next moment, with a bang, they disappeared. All of them had escaped, leaving only Orochimaru, the unlucky bastard. Oh, there were also 2 dead people. You. Orochimaru spat out blood from his mouth, and his face turned pale. In his heart, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The 2 great sage toads' illusion technique is indeed very strong, but it's nothing much to me. Yuuji opened his left eye again. Even if his Rinnegan was indeed affected by the illusion technique, but don't forget that what he really settled on was never Rinnegan. This thing was just a foil on his body, a part of his body. To Yuuji, the only important thing is the planet Godzilla in his stomach. Using illusion to deal with him will naturally also be interfered with by the planet Godzilla. With the 2 of them working together, they could naturally quickly crack Akala. Jiraiya and the others are smarter, they completely gave up the confidence to fight against Yuuji, and when they finally had a chance, they decided to find a way to escape and seized the possibility of surviving. Only Orochimaru left. Not only did he not leave, but he also stayed to try again. Die here, snake, Yuuji said coldly. Then, he used Takamagahara to tear Orochimaru's body apart bit by bit. Damn it, damn it! Orochimaru roared towards the sky. His hair was loose, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. His face was filled with intense unwillingness. I'm going to die again? I can actually do it a second time. Hiss. Orochimaru was dead, and he was torn apart. Danzo and Sasori also began to disintegrate. Damn Orochimaru, it's fine if you can't do it yourself, but you also dragged me down, causing me to be unable to revive. But fortunately, I still have disciple. As long as he can learn Edo Tensei, he can also revive me. When the time comes, we can think about it again. In the end, Danzo was still cursing Orochimaru for being incompetent, implicating him, and his soul was forced to return to the Pure Land. Sha 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 sha. The 2 Edo ninjas disintegrated, leaving behind 2 corpses. Unfortunately, we still couldn't get Rinnegan. With Black Zetsu interfering, many things will become very troublesome. Yuuji stood in place, glanced at the battlefield, and then expressionlessly glanced at Orochimaru's corpse. This poisonous snake definitely won't die so easily. I wonder how many times I have to kill him before I can truly kill him. Yuuji shook his head slightly. Omegakure. Obito and the others came out of the huge underground hole where the Gedo statue was located. Black Zetsu, Obito, and Su were all unscathed. Only Nagato, who was trapped and controlled by Black Zetsu, was in a terrible state. Other than his head, which was still intact, most of the other parts of his body were lost. Even if he used White Zetsu's body to connect with Nagato's broken body, and then relied on Black Zetsu to cover it, he could barely piece together a complete body. But Nagato was no longer the Nagato they were familiar with. He had become a monster that had been pieced together. His head and half of his shoulder were connected to White Zetsu's body. White Zetsu also tilted his head and attached to Nagato's side. Only a little part of his body was connected to his own body. The other parts that had been cut were used to connect with Nagato's body. In addition, there was Black Zetsu who had wrapped half of Nagato and White Zetsu's bodies. As a result, Nagato was like a monster. On his body, there were two heads of Nagato and White Zetsu, as well as Black Zetsu's consciousness. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Who would have thought that a man who considered himself a god would fall to such a state? However, it's not bad for the three of you to be able to form a body. Su shook his head and said. Obito's eyes were cold and gloomy. He was obviously in a bad mood. He stared at Nagato without saying a word. Nagato's consciousness is constantly disappearing. I can feel it. So, Madara, what are you going to do? Are you going to dig out Nagato's eyes? Black Zetsu said in a low voice. Obito looked at Black Zetsu with an emotionless gaze and did not respond immediately. In fact, he already had doubts about Black Zetsu. This guy who was created by Madara, known as the embodiment of Madara's will, had too much ability to hide him. Chapter 211, 1 Nagato, 2 heads, and 3 consciousness. Everyone is making use of each other, which Obito and others are very clear about. Between Obito and Madara, there is no so-called trust at all. Even if it ever existed, it was a one-sided trust in Obito when he was young and ignorant. With the growth of these few years, especially after being beaten by that fellow Yuuji, Obito had grown too much. It had to be known that the main reason he was able to open this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was because of Yuuji's stimulation. Yuuji personally tore apart his illusion and innocence, slowly opening up the reality that was filled with blood and deception in front of him. Therefore, Obito opened his eyes. The speed of maturity and blackening had also surpassed Black Zetsu's expectations. Black Zetsu, I don't remember you possessing this ability to possess a body. I originally thought that you were the special White Zetsu who possessed Madara's will. Obito didn't even care about Nagato as he spoke with a cold voice. A pair of fierce eyes glared at Black Zetsu. Possession is one of White Zetsu's abilities. You are too paranoid. White Zetsu has the ability to grow spores. When necessary, these spores will become White Zetsu. Isn't this the best possession? I only made a little improvement based on this ability. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Humph, the purpose of your existence is to assist me, not to hide your thoughts. If not for the fact that Nagato was killed, Rinnegan would have almost been dug out by the enemy. I'm afraid that you would have hidden the moment when the Juhobi was resurrected, right? Obito said coldly. Black Zetsu said, you really think too much, is the eye giving you too much pressure? Speaking of which, you hid your ability to use long-range divine might, and I have never told you that I regarded you as a partner. I was born to help you. Without you, I would be meaningless. Obito slowly closed his eyes and retracted his dangerous gaze. Are we going to fight? When? Su fanned the fire. No one responded to him. Master Su, why didn't you use the Woodman technique and the Wood Dragon technique just now? Wouldn't these two techniques be better to disturb that guy? White Zetsu's head was crooked and was attached to the other shoulder of Nagato, although this shoulder was actually White Zetsu's own shoulder. In order to temporarily piece together a body for Nagato, White Zetsu could only cut off more than half of his neck. He drooped his head forward and moved his head to his shoulder. Su shook his head. Don't joke around. You know that guy. There is a time and space ninjutsu of that level. Wood Dragon and Woodman root can't stop him. It is better to use the tree world to accumulate the thickness of the forest to block his vision. Stop talking about this, it's not important. Obito interrupted irritably, now, what should we do with Nagato? How is Nagato now? Su asked. Black Zetsu replied, very bad, if it wasn't for me and White Zetsu supporting his body, he would be dead now. White Zetsu and I can't move away now, if we leave, Nagato will definitely die. Obito looked at Nagato's head. One eye was tightly closed, and the other was controlled by Black Zetsu, so it was opened. It was for the eyes that Black Zetsu could share. The fear in Obito's eyes quietly increased a bit. Just now, he saw that after Black Zetsu possessed Nagato, he was actually able to control Nagato's Rinnegan eye technique and activate Ajura. Although it was just a mere Ajura and not some profound eye technique, this already showed the problem. Not only could he possess it, but he could also control everything about the original host behind him, even if this host had Sage's eyes. Will it be perfectly controlled? This kind of ability must be guarded against. Obito thought silently, the malice in his heart increasing. He did not trust anyone now. Then, Madara, are you going to dig out Nagato's eyes and transplant them into you? Infinite Tsukuyomi must continue to carry out the plan. It is obvious that Nagato is no longer suitable to carry Rinnegan in this state. Black Zetsu asked. Obito was the most suitable candidate at the moment. He possessed the bloodline of Uchiha and Hashirama's cells. Obito did not respond. He only looked at Nagato's pale face. Of course, he wanted something like Rinnegan. However, the problem was that he had never thought of making a move right now. The plan to capture Bijuu had not even begun. Who would have thought that Nagato, as the leader, would be beaten into such a state? Suddenly, White Zetsu let out a soft sound of surprise. Black Zetsu also immediately closed his mouth. That was because Nagato's closed eyes were trembling violently, barely opening a crack. Obito's heart trembled. Nagato, are you still alive? Of course, it's fortunate that you guys are here. I haven't died yet. It's also a pity that you guys won't be able to get my eyes. These are my eyes, it's not up to you guys to point fingers here. Nagato spoke slowly. Below his head, he was absorbing White Zetsu's life force. On the other side, he was relying on Black Zetsu's strength to stabilize his vital signs. ZZ. ZZ. Nagato had obtained a large amount of chakra from White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, so he immediately used Rinnegan's power to combine and repair his body at the first possible moment. At the place where his body and White Zetsu's body met, there was a sizzling sound, and a stream of blue smoke came out. Surprisingly, two different kinds of flesh and blood were repairing and fusing together. Ah, why did you publicly seize my body? White Zetsu was somewhat fragmented. At this moment, he really merged with Nagato, and his body was also able to be controlled by Nagato. I'm sorry, White Zetsu. I had no choice, Nagato said coldly. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, then since you have already occupied White Zetsu's body, I can leave. After all, you are our leader. Hey! Black Zetsu wanted to leave Nagato. However, he was shocked to find that he had failed. There was a powerful binding force, and it was trying to stop him from leaving. Black Zetsu tried to break free with brute force, but only managed to break free a little, and was immediately pulled back by Nagato. Nagato, what do you want to do? Why don't you let me leave? A trace of uneasiness rose in Black Zetsu's heart. Since White Zetsu has already become a part of me, as Black Zetsu, there is no need for you to leave. Continue to stay on me. I have lost too many body parts, so I will use you to replenish them. Nagato slowly got up and used Rinnegan to suppress Black Zetsu. He said coldly. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. It could still be like this? He was actually unable to break free and was bound by Nagato using Rinnegan and his powerful will. Black Zetsu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. As the third son of the creator god of Ninja World, when had he suffered such grievances? Swish! Nagato stood up and clenched his fists, feeling this unfamiliar body. The left hand belonged to White Zetsu, and the right hand belonged to Black Zetsu. Everything was being absorbed by him continuously. This caused Nagato's expressionless face to recover a little. It can actually be like this. However, controlling White Zetsu's body is somewhat similar to me. I just didn't expect that this fellow would actually take down Black Zetsu as well. Obito observed Nagato and frowned. He felt that it was a little tricky. If White Zetsu is gone, then so be it. At worst, it can just change to a new White Zetsu. However, the problem was that Black Zetsu was very valuable to him. This was Madara's embodiment of will. Now, he was actually forcibly controlled by Nagato. 3 people were combined together to form a body. As expected of the leader. He can actually do such a genius move. Su praised. 1 Nagato, 2 heads, 3 consciousness. This kind of operation was completely unexpected. From now on, it will definitely belong to me. I am very satisfied with this body. Nagato said coldly. Nagato, don't go too far. I am your partner, not your subordinate. Black Zetsu was a little angry. He still had many things to do, how could he allow Nagato to control him? If nothing else, he still wants to join the team of the Eye organization as soon as possible, and then use his bewitching ability to fool Hitomi, who has Rinnegan, into his mother-saving plan. I used to be a collaborator, but from now on, you are not even my subordinate. You are only a part of my body. Nagato said. Just now, when Black Zetsu and Obito were talking, his consciousness slightly recovered, and he barely heard some of Black Zetsu's words. This bastard, dared to encourage Madara to gouge his eyes. These were his eyes. There was no reason for Nagato to let Black Zetsu go. Fortunately, he forcefully controlled him just like White Zetsu. With Black Zetsu and White Zetsu in his hands, Nagato felt that he might have a chance to recover his original strength and then find a chance to take revenge on Tong. Madara, Su, are you just going to watch and not care about it? Black Zetsu shouted. However, Obito and Su were the same. After a while, Obito slowly said, since the leader has taken a fancy to you, Black Zetsu, you should just follow. Even if there was no Black Zetsu, Obito firmly believed that he could advance Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan. It was also good that he had already begun to suspect Black Zetsu and could take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this guy. Let Nagato fight with Black Zetsu. Damn it! Black Zetsu was furious in his heart. In 1,000 years, he had never been treated like this. He was treated like a tool that he carried with him. After his mother escaped, he would definitely make his mother kill all these people. Nagato said, I will emphasize it again. I have no interest in your Infinite Tsukuyomi plan at all. I will not work hard for this illusory future. I will collect Bijuu to deter the world. This is the way to achieve peace. When Obito, Su, and Zetsu officially joined Akatsuki, they had already told him about the plan to red Infinite Tsukuyomi, but Nagato could not agree with it at all. On the account that the process of gathering Bijuu was the same, they were still able to maintain a cooperative relationship. At this time, countless pieces of paper appeared in the underground cave, gathering the figure of Konan. Nagato? How did you become like this? What happened? Konan was shocked. She controlled countless pieces of paper and spread them into the entire empty hole, surrounding everyone to prevent any accidents from happening. Nagato looked at Konan, a trace of warmth flashing through his eyes. He said lightly, I fought with the guy from the Eye organization and lost. His time and space vision technique is very difficult to deal with. My vision technique is not good at dealing with his time and space vision technique. If it was used to attack other ninjas, it could cause huge damage in a minute. However, in front of Hitomi, it is seriously lacking in lethality. Nagato thought about it and had to think of a way, otherwise, he would be too passive. My body. Suddenly, Nagato's expression changed slightly as he looked at his body in surprise. This is my body. White Zetsu's head cried out. Black Zetsu said coldly, it's even more mine. Nagato was too lazy to pay attention to these two guys. After carefully sensing them, he became more and more surprised. Konan said anxiously, how is it? Did these two guys affect you? No, this feeling is very interesting. Black Zetsu didn't care. Nagato faintly felt that there seemed to be a lot of value in Black Zetsu's body that could be excavated, but it was just an intuition. He didn't get too much direct power from Black Zetsu. However, the influence that White Zetsu brought him was very big. That incomparably vigorous chakra made Nagato gradually understand the benefits. A steady stream of vitality poured out, and a large amount of chakra was refined by him. This kind of cells. Sure enough, just as I guessed at the beginning, White Zetsu was made out of nothingness, and he used your own cells? Then Black Zetsu must be Madara's creation. Nagato spoke slowly with a face full of certainty. With Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, these two fellows, to piece together his body, Nagato felt that it might not be a bad thing. In this regard, Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, Obito, and Su fell into silence at the same time, not knowing what to say. Nagato sneered and strengthened his inner thoughts. His originally bad mood became a little more pleasant. I need some time to adapt to this body. During this period of time, you can continue to recruit strong members to prepare for us to officially capture Bijuu. Nagato said coldly. At the same time, continue to maintain the surveillance of the I organization and do everything possible to track down the whereabouts of the I organization. But, the person responsible for collecting information has already become a part of you. Su reminded. Nagato sneered, isn't this simple? Why don't you just create another black Zetsu and white Zetsu? After saying that, Nagato flew away with Konan. He had lost badly in this battle, but it was not like he had not gained anything. Obito and Su looked at each other. What did he mean by creating another one? There is no shortage of white Zetsu, but black Zetsu is the only one. Then only white Zetsu can be used. Obito's face was ugly. Land of Sound. Hitomi did not leave immediately, but flew into the air and looked down at the devastated country. After a long time. Only then did Yuuji's figure slowly disappear from where he was. I originally planned to use this place as a stronghold for Godzilla's Holy Land. Thinking about it, I decided to forget about it. I suddenly thought of a better idea. Chapter 212, The Way to Kill Shiranui. The great battle that erupted in the land of ricefields was quickly noticed by the various big ninja villages and forces. Even if some villages did not have many spies in the land of ricefields, as long as they were near the area, they would be able to discover this terrifying battle. Not to mention anything else, the confrontation between the two earthly exploding stars and the collision of the heavenly barriers that shook the planet had caused a huge uproar, and the commotion caused had already exceeded the scope of the land of ricefields, causing people to be terrified. As time passed, more and more spies sneaked into the ruined land of ricefields, which seemed to have been swept by a terrible beast, and found a villager who had a face full of collapse and despair to ask about the situation. Another meteorite fell from the sky, and was broken by someone. What? Two small balls appeared in the sky, wanting to devour the land of ricefields. This news made the ninjas in the villages not dare to hesitate, and they immediately sent back the news. They also heard that Otagakure was Orochimaru's village. Many survivors of Otagakure said that they saw Orochimaru being killed by a man wearing a mask with their own eyes. This news, one after another, almost detonated Ninja World, making countless people panic. It's like this again. Another meteor descended from the sky. It can already be confirmed that this is powerful ninjutsu. The first meteorite fell in the country of rain, maybe it was solved by Hanzo. The second meteorite hit Konoha and was destroyed by the disaster ninja of the Shiranui family. Now in the land of ricefields, the third meteorite fell. How did the technique to summon a meteorite come to be? How terrifying is this chakra to be able to control a meteorite in outer space? Or is there some information that we do not know about? And the two balls that swallowed a large area of land, they are probably some kind of forbidden technique to make meteorites? Strip part of the earth to the sky and then smash it down? So there are two kinds of ninjutsu to control meteorites. Orochimaru, who is suspected to be dead, revived and died again. Jiraiya and Tsunade. Konoha, the three ninjas, also participated in the battle. Who are their opponents? Most of them were confused and fearful, trying to find more information. Especially, they wanted to know who the two sides of the battle were, to be able to cause such a terrible commotion. Iwagakure. After Sandame and Onaki heard the news, they were silent for a moment. Black clothed with red clouds. I know this organization. Isn't it Akatsuki? I have dealt with this organization before. The leader of this organization has Rinnegan. It seems that Konoha and the other two have also joined this organization. But an enemy that can make Akatsuki be on guard. According to the information we collected, it seems that Akatsuki's leader has engaged in an eye technique battle with the enemy, and has activated the technique to summon meteorites and create rock balls. There is Mokuton Forest on the scene, and maybe the two have joined the battle. What kind of enemy could make them attack? Onaki was shocked. He wasn't worried about the method to create meteorites and the method to separate the earth. He only needed to use the dust release to destroy the meteorite. The dust release that could destroy everything was also Onaki's confidence when facing the Sunin. Onoki felt that even if he met Sunin, Shao De Hokage, and Uchiha Madara one day, there was still a possibility of winning. Even if the dust could not do anything to them, Onaki could turn around and run away. He was a flying ninja. And his speed was fast. Onaki put down the information and fell into deep thought. He couldn't even care about the matter of Kumagakure negotiating with Konoha. Ever since the Battle of Kikyu ended, Ninja World no longer had a large-scale war. The various big ninja villages were greatly injured and could only carry out small-scale infiltration battles. TL note, the Battle of Kiki Pass, Kiki Tiga no Te Takai, was a battle between Konoha shinobi and an unknown group. The battle took place at the end of the Third Shinobi World War. The big ninja villages had already signed a peace agreement one after another, ending the tense situation at the border. Even Kumigakure and Uegakure, who were the number one enemies of each other, had not signed the armistice agreement not long ago. Only Konoha and Kumigakure are left with no armistice. However, the fourth Reikage, that seemingly reckless but actually cunning guy, didn't hesitate to follow first. Iwa Ninja stopped the war and also wanted to delay with Konoha. He must have some idea. Onaki's head was running fast, constantly wandering in the room, and accidentally twisted his waist, letting out a scream. "Hey, old man, let me show you my latest work of art." Deidara pushed open the door and rushed in. He opened his hand like he was presenting a treasure, a simple and crude clay object. "What the hell is this, lizard? I don't have time to play games with children." "What? How dare you insult my art like this? Look at how powerful I am." Bang! There was a loud noise and Sandame's office was blown up. "Wow, haha, sure enough, spiders or something, it's not really good art at all." Although Deidara was disheartened, he was very satisfied. Konohagakure. Jiraiya returned to the village and handed the relevant information to Namikaze Minato with a tired face. "Oh, Orochimaru is dead again. Didn't Tsunade Sr. come back with sensei? She is full of disgust for the village. Her loved ones all died for the village. She won't come back until she gets out of the psychological shadow." Jiraiya shook his head and continued, "Compared with this, you should look at my information. There is a big problem." Minato quickly looked through it, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The things that were revealed were extremely terrifying. Chief Akatsuki was Jiraiya's disciple? The members of the I organization appeared once again. This time, they went straight to Chief Akatsuki and almost killed him? Akatsuki's leader and the other two have moved out, but they did not attack the members of the I organization. Instead, they immediately chose to retreat. "Do you understand what this means?" Jiraiya said solemnly. Minato nodded slightly. "Ah, it means that the other party is very strong, very strong." Moreover, according to Jiraiya-sensei's information, the members of the I organization also have Rinnegan, and the I technique they grasp is related to time and space? No wonder Uchiha Madara does not dare to fight with the other party. Minato looked at the information in his hand and quickly analyzed a lot of things. His face was solemn. He had fought with Madara before and knew how difficult it was for Madara to deal with. That ridiculously strong time-space ninjutsu was simply impossible to defend against. At most, Minato could only maintain not losing. It was extremely difficult for him to truly defeat his opponent. If it really is an I technique that interferes with time and space, then it will be troublesome. My Flying Thunder God is probably also restrained by his opponent. Minato felt a bit of a headache. In that case, Jiraiya, sensei, you can stay in the village and guard against this troublesome fellow. However, Jiraiya shook his head. "No, it's precise because of this that I can't stay in the village. Staying here won't make me stronger, and it's even more impossible for me to defeat Akatsuki and the I organization." Jiraiya-sensei. "Minato, you've underestimated me. In any case, I'm the famous Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Although those two Rinnegan are very strong, I also found a way to deal with Rinnegan." Jiraiya showed a confident smile. "Oh." Minato raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then combined with the information in his hand, he seemed to understand. Rinnegan has the ability to absorb ninjutsu, which can suppress most ninjas. If he can't even crack this ability, let alone beat the other. Very good, as expected of my disciple. Since the other party can absorb ninjutsu, then use the ninjutsu that the other party can't absorb. When caught off guard, I will definitely be able to kill the other party. So, I plan to go to the Flaming Mountain." Jiraiya's expression became serious. "Sure enough, Flaming Mountain." Minato frowned slightly. Rinnegan could absorb all ninjutsu, such as fire releases ninjutsu which had great lethality. Since that was the case, then he might as well use the summoning technique to summon the flames that existed in reality. These flames were not converted from chakra, so naturally, the other party could not absorb them. Moreover, if the flames were powerful enough, it was completely possible to burn the other party to death when the other party was trying to absorb them out of habit, achieving an unexpected effect. This required that the flames that were strong enough. There was only that place. Flaming Mountain. A place that was covered in terrifying flames. Not only do I have to control the surrounding flames of the Flaming Mountain, I also have to release the strongest true fire of Samadhi. Jiraiya stood up and laughed. But in reality, it was easier said than done. At this time, the office door was pushed open and Yuuji walked in. I heard it. Senior Jiraiya is going to Flaming Mountain. That is a terrible place. Ordinary people will die just by getting close to it. Yuuji stood in front of the two of them and nodded with a smile. The true existence of Flaming Mountain lay in Ninja World. In fact, in the timeline, Jiraiya had never been to the Flaming Mountain until he died, nor had he grasped the flame of the Samadhi true fire. He had not taken the risk to grasp the motive of this flame. When he faced a strong enemy, he only needed to use senjutsu to deal with his opponent. Until he was killed by Rikuda's Sennin after sneaking into a Megakure due to lack of intelligence, he could not even escape. By the time Jiraiya's clone, Koji Kashin, cultivated the flames of Flaming Mountain in order to kill Otsutsuki, he would use the flames of the Mountain of Flames to meet the enemy. He thought that he could burn a flame to death before he could completely revive the first form. Unfortunately, he did not know much about the wedge. In addition, the difference in strength was too great. In the end, Koji Kashin also died. True Samadhi fire. This flame might be Ninja World's strongest flame. Yuuji chuckled. Tisk, it's precisely because I'm the strongest that I have to grasp it. When I deal with Sage in the future, I'll have an extra trump card. When Jiraiya saw that it was Yuuji, he didn't mind revealing his plan. After saying that, he greeted him and jumped out of the window to leave. Yuuji watched as Jiraiya left. It was hard to tell which type of flame was the strongest among the true Samadhi fire and the heavenly reflection state. If Jiraiya could control the true Samadhi fire, his strength would be able to rise to a whole new level. This was a flame that could easily destroy even a super self-healing body. I hope Jiraiya-sensei will succeed. Minato sighed. Yuuji, I called you here this time because of the matter with Kumigakure's diplomatic mission. The other party seems to be very sincere, but there is still a dispute with us in the details. Minato took out the agreement and handed it to Yuuji to read. Yuuji casually flipped through the pages and found that most of them were in detail, such as apologizing, signing agreements, and so on. Is that so? It's great that these guys can calm down. Yuuji casually replied. Did Kumigakure's diplomatic mission really come for peace? After all, if there was a big battle, Kumigakure would not be able to fight now. However, Yuuji always felt that this group of people would not let this matter go. On the side of Hyaga's clan, Yuuji was also closely monitoring them to prevent the matter of kidnapping from happening again. Minato still planned to share a part of the negotiations with Yuuji, but he was immediately rejected by Yuuji. Lord Yondaime, my senjutsu has not succeeded yet. The big guy outside the village is still temporarily unable to be dealt with. Yuuji looked sincere. Minato could only nod helplessly. As time went by, there was indeed a change in the Kumigakure diplomatic mission. In the dead of the night, several core members of the diplomatic mission set up a barrier around them to prevent eavesdropping and peeping. It seems that Konoha has been paralyzed. Even the Hokage can't guess what we are going to do. The leader of the diplomatic mission had a sinister look on his face, and there was a kind of hysterical madness. He wanted to do something big. After the matter was done, Kumigakure could take the opportunity to attack Konoha. We don't expect to defeat Konoha, but we only need to get rid of a few top experts of Konoha, and then we will win, the leader of the diplomatic mission said in a low voice. Konoha really had too many experts. If they did not interfere and find a way to weaken Konoha's strength, then there would be no place for them, Kumigakure, in the future. The reason was very simple. These experts would all have disciples. The disciples they taught also had talents that far surpassed ordinary people. In the future, they would also become experts. Under the rule of Yondaime, Konoha would use this kind of virtuous cycle to get rid of other villages. Kumigakure realized this danger and was unwilling to wait any longer. He wanted to slowly commit suicide. Konoha is already too strong. He needs to be weakened. He needs to kill a few top experts. The first target is Yondaime and Shiranui Yuuji. Sometimes, Yondaime has spatial ninjutsu. It is very difficult to kill him, but in the end, he is only one person. The truly terrifying one is still Shiranui Yuuji. His blood limit is possible to continue to form a blood lineage. He must be eliminated along with that Godzilla in his body. These two people are our priority targets in this war. The leader of the diplomatic mission revealed a ferocious expression. He looked at the others and met their odd eyes. When I die, you will immediately attack Konoha. When the time comes, Lord Raikage will make his move. Remember, our goal is not to defeat Konoha, nor to fight a great battle. We only need to kill the top experts of Konoha. Lord Raikage has already found a way to kill Shiranui Yuuji. The leader of the diplomatic mission raised his head and looked at the people in front of him with a burning gaze. The method is to use the divine artifact left behind by Rikuta Sennin, the amber bottle. It is currently jumping into the body of Konoha, the method to kill Shiranui. Chapter 213, Burning Byakugan. The Hyuga clan had been very low-key in the past 2 years. They had been even more low-key than before. Ever since their clansman Byakugan had been forcibly taken over by Shiranui Yuuji and had been transplanted into Iroha, Hyuga's clan had calmed down and did not dare to make any more noise. Facing the root, Hyuga's clan lacked confidence. In addition, they had already been left far behind by Uchiha's clan and did not mention anything about the number 1 clan. As the head of the branch family, Hyuga Hisashi also secretly sided with Root. In the secret base of Root. This was the first time Hisashi had entered this place. He maintained the necessary caution and sized up his surroundings. There were many figures that stood tall. They wore pale white masks and indifferently watched Hisashi. Hisashi had no doubt that as long as Yuuji gave the order, these fellows would immediately attack him and surround him on the spot. Iroha, do you know why Lord Yuuji called me here? Hisashi could not help but ask. Iroha, who was walking in front, said in a cold voice, "It is not my task to reveal the information to you. I will not waste my time on this." Hisashi sighed, "Although you are a ninja of Root, you are also a member of Hyuga's clan. I don't object to you being wary of clansmen's people, but there is no need to be so distant to me. Lord Hisashi, you may have forgotten that I am a ninja of Root." Then, neither of them spoke again. Hisashi looked at Iroha's back with a complicated expression. He felt that Iroha had changed a lot. And it was too big. It wasn't that his personality had changed a lot. Anyone who entered Root would be trained to become a task machine. This was nothing, but his temperament and other aspects had changed too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Iroha, a member of Root. Hisashi also felt that Iroha's eye power seemed to be stronger and the moment his right eye looked at him through the mask, it actually brought him a sense of oppression. Is it really possible to do this with just one eye? What exactly happened to Iroha? Soon, Hisashi saw Yuuji. At this time, Yuuji had just come out of the laboratory. He spent some time studying the eyes that he had dug out from Itsutsuki's body. Unfortunately, it was not a very powerful eye, nor did it reveal a special side. It was just that his vision was a little better than ordinary people's eyes. Yuuji felt regretful. He guessed that this should be the reason why his Heike was not completely resurrected at the beginning, so the eye he dug out was more like Jijin's eyes than his Heike's. This was very helpless. He is very optimistic about Ishikiai's eyes, the peculiar net-like structure, and the 2 pupil techniques, little known as Sukuna Hakona and Daikokyuden, which are all related to time and space. Otsutsuki's Heike was the most terrifying out of all the Otsutsuki that had appeared. This fellow also had another 10 tails in his hand. "Sit, Senior Hisashi." Yuuji pointed at a seat. "May I ask why Lord Yuuji is looking for me? If there is anything that needs to be done in secret, I will do my best." Hisashi said respectfully. "It is not a big deal. With Senior Hisashi's wisdom, you must have guessed it. It is about Kumagakuer. These guys rushed over to Konoha with ill intentions." Yuuji said. Hisashi's expression changed slightly. He didn't ask why Yuuji had come to this conclusion. "What do I need to do?" "It's very simple. I need you to help me keep an eye on clansmen and then stand out when necessary. This is not difficult for you since you have pledged your allegiance to me, then you must display your value. In return, I will give more to the branch family than the main family." Yuuji said slowly. Hisashi was silent. Monitoring clansmen. Although this move is simple, this is very troublesome, because the first step of betrayal and internal strife is to monitor. If it's under monitoring, what will happen in the future is not guaranteed, not to mention that he has to stand up with the people from the family. Even when Danzo was there, he had never allowed the branch family to do such a thing. Lord Yuuji, I want to know what we can get from the branch family. Hisashi took a deep breath. It's very simple. We can break caged bird curses hope and advance Byakugan like Sharingan. Iroha, take off your mask and show him. Yuuji said casually. Iroha took off his mask and revealed his face. Hisashi was shocked. Iroha. No, this face is indeed Iroha's, but why has it changed so much? It was no wonder that Hisashi was surprised. There was indeed a change in Iroha's appearance. This was because he was constantly transplanting Atsutsuki's body organs, from his heart to his liver, then to his intestines and stomach. Now, he had already begun transplanting the bone marrow. The blood in his body was being replaced, and the blood that belonged to Otsutsuki began to flow in his body. For Iroha, the genes of the Otsutsuki clan were clearly like an attack that was constantly affecting his body, causing his appearance to change towards Otsutsuki's. The most basic point was that his hair had become grey, and his skin was even more delicate. Even his chakra fluctuation was constantly being distorted. But this was not a bad thing. Because the source of his organs, Otsutsuki Tonari, had long since died, and will not, in turn, take control of his body. Iroha himself didn't care about this change. As long as he had experienced the growing power of his eyes, he would not be able to reject Otsutsuki's corpse. In any case, it was just a change in appearance, and it was nothing. Your eyes. Hisashi opened Byakugan and looked into Iroha's right eye. He felt a strong sense of oppression. His previous guess was correct. Iroha's eye power had already far surpassed his. He used a method he didn't know to break the caged bird curse of the branch family to Byakugan. See? This is the treasure I can bring to the branch family. This is something that the main family can never give you. Yuuji calmly sat in his seat, admiring Iroha with the gaze of a piece of art. He is looking forward to how powerful Iroha will become when he completely transplants Tonari into his body. Not only the strength of the body but also the strength of the eyes. Will Iroha open the eye of purification? The fusion of Boruto and Otsutsuki Momoshiki allowed Boruto to grasp the eye of purification. It was not impossible for Iroha, who was also a descendant of Kaguya, to fuse with Tonari's body. It was also possible to open the eye of purification. As for Tensagen, who was at the top of Byakugan's system, Yuuji did not have any extravagant requests. To Iroha, Tensagen was a little too far away. Hisashi lowered his head and said respectfully, Lord Yuuji, I will follow your orders and monitor clansmen. Please do not hurt clansmen. This is my plea. Yuuji nodded. Of course. Hyaga's clan is an important member of the village. How could I possibly do something that would cause Hyaga's clan to have a civil war? You don't have to worry about that. Hisashi left. He was 70% excited and 30% worried. After seeing the change in Iroha, Hisashi immediately made a decision. He also realized that Byakugan was the same as Sharingan and had the possibility of advancing. Now, it seemed that the key to advancement was already in Yuuji's hands. Hisashi really wanted to know how Yuuji did it, and how he knew how he did it. How did Yuuji, who was an outsider, know about things that even Hyaga's family did not know? But even if he thought about it with his toes, he knew that it was impossible for Yuuji to tell him, and he would use it as a bargaining chip to drive the entire Hyaga family to work for him. Iroha. After Hisashi left, Yuuji said. Iroha put on the mask and knelt on one knee, waiting for Yuuji's order. Speed up the transplant. I hope to see your growth. This is very important to me. Yuuji said. Iroha, who was originally an ordinary member of the branch family in the timeline, had been turned into a work of art by Yuuji. Yuuji needed to verify certain things on Iroha. But, now, it was time to reap the harvest. Once Iroha's Byakugan had advanced, Yuuji would do certain things by himself. Now, the branch family has been arranged. Only Kumigakure is left now. Yuuji narrowed his eyes. Even if Kumigakure did not make a move, he would find a reason to make them move, because Kumigakure had something he needed. Time passed. The Kumigakure diplomatic mission finally began a secret operation. The leader of the diplomatic mission intended to create a conflict. He originally planned to make a move on Yuuji's two disciples, but after some analysis, he finally gave up. There was no other reason, purely because Yuuji's two disciples were too strong. If he laid his hands on these two people, he would be killed before he could frame them. I can only find some young but extremely important children. Yandame's son? Uchiha's son? Or Hyaga's daughter? Among all the children in Konoha, these three were the most respected. He wanted to secretly attack Uzumaki Naruto, but there was always a team of Anbu elites around him. There was no need to mention the child of clan leader Uchiha. Sasuke was Yuuji's disciple, and there was always a team of root ninjas lying in ambush around him. They could not find a suitable opportunity to attack him. It's a pity that it should be the most suitable to start with Uchiha Sasuke. As long as Yuuji comes out of the battle arena, Lord Raikage will take out that divine artifact to kill him. The leader of Kumigakure diplomatic mission shook his head. After negotiation, he waited for the night to fall and secretly left his residence. He carefully moved forward and approached Hyaga's clan. There was no other way, only the eldest daughter of Hyaga's clan was the best to act. All he needed to do was sneak into Hyaga's house and look for an opportunity. Hyaga's family is just so-so. They don't have many guards in the first place. Is it because the war is about to end? The leader of the diplomatic mission sneered in secret and waited patiently for an opportunity. Hyaga Hinata, a 3 or 4-year-old girl, where would she be? The excuse to snatch the pure white eyes and die here will surely satisfy Raikage-sama. Time slowly passed. When it was midnight, he saw Hinata going to the toilet. Shua! The leader of the envoy attacked Hinata. Hinata was about to scream in horror when the leader of the envoy covered her mouth and fainted on the spot. Success, it was really easy. The leader of the envoy was in a good mood and immediately left with Hinata, deliberately creating some noise. Sensing that something was wrong, Hyaga Hayashi rushed out of the house and looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes almost splitting. The two of them, one chasing and one running, arrived at the edge of Hyaga's territory. Not good. The envoy of Kumigakure ninja immediately let go of Hinata, looking like he wanted to escape. Damn it, he actually dared to seize the eldest daughter of Hyaga's family. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hayashi was incomparably furious. In his fury, he struck out with his palm, striking the other party's chest on the spot, shattering his internal organs. At this time, Hayashi calmed down a little. When he saw the symbol on the other party's body, his expression immediately changed. Kumigakure's people, oh no, this guy is also the leader of Kumigakure's diplomatic mission. Hayashi immediately realized that Hyaga's clan was in big trouble. In the next moment, outside Hyaga's clan grounds, the members of Kumigakure's diplomatic mission coincidentally arrived and were about to rush into Hyaga's clan grounds to bring out the leader's corpse. Konoha, what do you want to do to our leader? Dead, bastard, do you want to start a war? Damn it, we will not let this go. Is this how Konoha exchanged for peace? We need an explanation. The Kumigakure ambassadors took out their weapons and shouted. Hayashi's face was deathly pale. Combined with the various scenes in front of him, he immediately realized that these people of Kumigakure had come with secret missions. Hyaga's clan had been schemed against. Just as he was shocked and angry, a large number of branch family members also quickly appeared, surrounding Kumigakure ninjas. Hisashi opened Byakugan and coldly said, "You guys are not here for peace, but for war. Everyone, kill them." Wait. Hayashi's words were drowned out at first moment. He watched helplessly as his younger brother led a group of elites from the branch families to kill these Kumigakure messengers. For a time, blood splashed, and screams continued. What is going on? The Hyaga family was prepared for this. Wait, something is wrong. The Kumigakure diplomatic mission was slaughtered, and they were all dumbfounded. According to the plan, the leader of the diplomatic mission would launch a suicidal attack and give Kumigakure an excuse to start a war. There was no sacrifice in this plan. Moreover, why did it seem that these people of Hyaga's family wanted to start a war more than they did? Did they want to kill all of them without asking about the situation? Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Hayashi's mind was blank. This clan leader, who had always been steady and wanted to be traditional and low-key, was stunned. Looking at his unfamiliar younger brother and those branch family members, who were familiar but had a trace of strange and ferocious faces, Hayashi felt at a loss for what to do. It was too late to stop them now. Hisashi, who had been preparing for a long time, had killed all of Kumigakure's diplomatic mission. Don't worry, brother. Anyone who hurts Hyaga and the clansmen will have to pay the price of blood. This is the meaning of our separation. Hisashi promised his brother with a solemn face as if he had done a very glorious thing. Hayashi was so angry that he could not speak. He always felt that something was wrong. It seemed that everyone was scheming against him. Only he, the patriarch of Hyuga, was a fool. Everything was going according to plan. Hisashi only had endless admiration for Yuuji in his heart. It turned out that even Kumagakure's attack was guessed. As expected of Lord Yuuji. However, Hisashi neglected one thing. The genius of the branch family, Hyuga Hoito, was alarmed by tonight's movement. He also launched a secret operation. When the entire Hyuga family was furious about the kidnapping that happened, Hoito snuck into the secret room of the clan. This place stored a large amount of information about the entire Hyuga clan. Whether it was the method to develop Byakugan, Gentle Fist, or the secrets of history, it was all recorded here. I found it. This should be it. The spell scroll that records the caged bird seal. Hoito was excited, and he gritted his teeth as he took out this huge scroll. He looked at the sealing technique on the scroll and did not rashly unseal it. He had been working hard to learn sealing techniques recently, but in the end, his foundation was still lacking, and it was not enough to remove such a technique. However, as long as he got the thing, it would be fine. He would slowly study it, and unsealing it would only be a matter of time. This thing is the source of the caged bird. As long as I thoroughly study this thing. Chapter 214, Shin's Mangekyo Sharingan. What happened in Hyuga's territory was completely unexpected. No one would have thought that Hyuga's family would be so brave, killing the entire Kumagakure diplomat group in one go. Even Patriarch Hyuga was stunned. When he angrily questioned his younger brother, Hisashi. Hisashi just looked at him with a solemn face. All enemies who attacked Hyuga's family are unforgivable, not to mention that they are going to attack clansman's eldest daughter. But the other party is Kumagakure's diplomat group. They represent the entire Kumagakure for peace. Brother, didn't you kill the leader of the diplomat group first? The leader of the other party obviously has bad intentions and was killed by you. Even if they don't kill the others, the other members of the diplomat group will make their demands. It would be better to kill them all. Hisashi showed unprecedented strength. Hayashi even suspected that Hisashi was going to kill him. He knew his younger twin brother very well. This was a man who could show cruel killing intent to his niece, Hinata. The Hyuga family was powerless to deal with this matter. When Yandere received the news, he couldn't believe his ears. Hyuga? Kill all the people of Kumagakure's diplomatic mission. Minato was shocked. This was too outrageous. Even if Kumagakure's diplomatic mission had harbored malicious intentions and intended to capture Hinata, they were all killed by Hyuga's clan in the end. No matter how one looked at it, this did not seem like something that Hyuga's clan would do, right? Everyone knew that Hyuga's family was traditional, low-key, and very cowardly. If it was Uchiha's family who had massacred Kumagakure's diplomatic mission in a fit of rage, Minato would at most feel angry, but he would not be surprised. This was because it was very similar to Uchiha's style of doing things when the clan ignited a fire. But Hyuga? Minato felt that something was wrong. He summoned Hayashi and Hisashi, asking them about the situation in detail, and helplessly rubbed his eyebrows. I understand the general situation. It was the other party who attacked first. He coveted the clansman's eldest daughter but was killed by Hayashi. He was held accountable by Kumagakure's diplomatic team. Then, Hisashi brought his branch family to the scene and killed Kumagakure's envoy. Minato still found it absurd. Hisashi, do you really have nothing to say to me? Hisashi said, I have already told you everything. Hokage-sama, it is the other party who is up to no good. As the leader of the diplomatic mission, he kidnapped the clansman's eldest daughter and deliberately made a scene. He was killed by my brother. The other party came here to start a war, not for peace. At this time, Yamanaka Inoichi came in. Hokage-sama, I have searched the mind of Kumagakure's messenger. There is no trace of being manipulated by illusion. Did they really come prepared? Hayashi was silent and sighed deeply. The diplomatic mission team had been massacred, and it was impossible for Kumagakure to let it go. Now, it was up to the village to deal with it. Koharu turned around and shouted, this matter, Hyuga's clan has made a big mistake. You shouldn't have done such a thing without permission. Mitokato Homura's expression was ugly. The matter has already happened. We have to think carefully about how to deal with the blame on Kumagakure's side so as to calm their anger. Hayashi and Hisashi remained silent. Yuuji, who had been silent all this time, said indifferently, "Why should we calm their anger? More importantly, why should we care about what Kumigakure is thinking? It's just killing a few people. What kind of explanation does Konohagakure need to give Kumigakure? Isn't that ridiculous? Do you know what you are talking about? This is a war. Konoha suffered heavy losses in the 3 wars. We lost too many ninjas. We can't fight a war at all." The 2 consultants couldn't bear it at that time. Hearing Yuuji's words, what was he saying? Was he going to start a war? If we all feel strained, Kumigakure will only be in more pain. Whether it is the number of top experts or the overall strength, they are all at a disadvantage. Speaking of which, we can't say that we won all the battles against Kumigakure in the Third Shinobi World War. We can only say that we have the upper hand. We didn't cripple Kumigakure like how we crippled Tsunagakure and Kirigakure. Yuuji appeared very calm. What are you afraid of? It's just killing a group of trash. What is there to worry about? And calm down Kumigakure's anger? Does Konoha need to care about the emotions of those guys? The current Konoha is not the Konoha on the original timeline. They are not the generations that could only rely on Sandaime Hokage to grit his teeth and support Konoha. They also did not need to sacrifice Hisashi's life to give an explanation to Kumigakure so as to appease Kumigakure's emotions. Sandaime and Yandame were still alive. Yuuji, Kazue, Fugaku, Shisui, Shibi, Kakashi, also the powerhouses of various ages in Konoha. They were full of talents. They, Konohagakure, did not need to make any form of compromise with Kumigakure. They could totally show the style of Uchiha Madara in the past. Konoha did not need to care about the thoughts of other villages. If there was any movement, they could just kill everyone. Although this was not the will of fire. The 2 consultants were trembling with anger. Hisashi had a look of understanding on his face as he lowered his head deeply. So Lord Yuuji had this idea in mind, to take the initiative to start a war, for what? Hayashi was pleasantly surprised. He was already prepared to pay a painful price, but he didn't expect Yuuji to insist on being unyielding to the end. As expected of a disciple who endured the darkness, he was strong and refused to compromise. The times have changed a long time ago. If the 2 elders can't keep up with the times, it is better to retire quickly. This is not shameful at all. Give up your position early and hand over the burden to the young people. Yuuji said indifferently. Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Minato shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, Yuuji would not compromise with Kumigakure, and he did not put Kumigakure's diplomatic mission in his eyes. Now, he was clearly supporting the cruel actions of Hyaga's family. Moreover, for some reason, Yuuji had strong malice toward the 2 consultants. Minato could not think of how these 2 consultants had offended Yuuji. The meeting ended unhappily, and the 2 consultants left in a huff. They went straight to Sandaime Hokage, wanting him to uphold justice. I've already retired. I won't ask about the matters of the village anymore. Let the young do it. Sandaime Hokage said. In the conference room. In the conference room, Minato stared at Yuuji for a long time. Have you decided to start a war with Kumigakure? If we really want to fight, there is no doubt that the Hyaga clan will be willing to put in a lot of effort and many people will die. Yuuji nodded. Now it is clear that Kumigakure is going to start a war with us. Although I don't know where their confidence lies, war is unavoidable. There is no need for us to retreat. Now is the time for young people to shine and heat up. Understood. Minato fell into deep thought. He was weighing the pros and cons. As the Hokage, his brain was very useful. Gentle but not naive. The Hokage who had killed countless people, of course, would not fear Kumigakure. He had made a name for himself in the Third Shinobi World War, and that was the reputation and accomplishments he had gained from Kumigakure. Since the war could not be avoided, there was no reason for him to retreat. Then prepare for the war. At the same time, get Root's forces to move as well. Find a way to figure out the reason why Kumigakure is so radical. If nothing goes wrong, you are the commander of this war. You should give the young some more opportunities. Minato revealed a gentle smile. In his generation, there were 2 cage-level powerhouses, him and Shibi. He was the Hokage, and he could not be taken lightly. Now that Konoha was full of talents, there was no reason for him to let the Hokage rush to the front line. There was no need to mention Shibi. The people of Abarama's family were all loners. Shibi himself also liked to be alone. In the Third Shinobi World War, he rarely participated in the actions of the large army, let alone as a commander. Looking at the next generation, there were Yuuji, Kazue, and Kakashi. No one was more suitable than Yuuji to be on the front line. I understand. I will twist off the heads of Kumigakure and the others. Yuuji said goodbye and left the conference room. When they arrived outside the Hokage's building, Hayashi and Hisashi were waiting. I'm really sorry for what happened. Thank you for your support. Hayashi bowed slightly. Senior brother Hayashi, the Hyuga family is an important member of the village. We can't sacrifice the Hyuga family to make the village profit. Go back and prepare well. The Hyuga clan will also be involved in the war. Hayashi left with a complicated expression. He was not a fool. He always felt that he had been tricked from the beginning to the end. Especially his younger brother Hisashi's strange actions. At that time, he appeared on time with most of the branch families and attacked immediately. As long as Hayashi was not a fool, he would definitely realize the problem. Branch family. Have you already been in contact with Root? Hisashi, what do you want to do? What kind of benefits can make you do such a thing? Hayashi and Hisashi left, and neither of the brothers spoke. Hayashi knew very well that even if he asked, Hisashi would not say it. Although there was no need to sacrifice the family, if the family wanted to step into the battlefield, it would also cause painful casualties. Hisashi, I don't know what you are planning, but I hope that your consciousness is clear and you know what you are doing. This time, you didn't do anything wrong, but once you take the branch family to another road, causing things to be irreparable, I will kill you without hesitation. With the caged bird imprinted on you, even Shiranui Yuuji can't protect you. Hayashi threw down this sentence and left Hisashi without looking back. He was worried that the separation would lead to Hyuga's division. He was even more worried about Yuuji. He didn't know what Yuuji was planning. Hisashi only nodded silently, a trace of unwillingness appearing on his face. The bird in the cage, it was the caged bird curse again. This damned secret sealing technique. I'm not just trying to crack the seal, brother. Surpassing Byakugan's eyes. I'm doing this for this. If this thing really exists, the ones who will benefit the most will still be the clansmen. Your clansman's Byakugan hasn't reached its true potential. Hisashi sighed. It would be a miracle if Uchiha didn't have any thoughts in his heart. If Sharingan could advance, why couldn't Byakugan that was no worse than Sharingan? The dark clouds of war descended once again. Ever since the Battle of Kikyu, the three battles had basically ended. The entire ninja world had not fought for a long time. It was just a small conflict at the border, and the scale was limited. As Ninja World's strongest village, Konoha once again acted. The spies in the village were alarmed and immediately began to send messages. Not long after, the entire ninja world knew that something big was about to happen. Kumigakure. What? Are Konoha and his gang crazy? How dare they do such a thing? They actually killed all the messengers I sent out. Impudent. Boom. In his fury, the fourth Raikage smashed the table with his fist. A terrifying force smashed the table, and a crack appeared on the ground. His beard trembled. Mabi, immediately send the order to gather all the troops. We will fight with Konoha. Yandere Raikage shouted. Wait, wait. Lord Raikage, didn't we agree to only send out a 300-man surprise attack force? Our plan is not to start an all-out war with Konoha. Mabi cried out in alarm. They went too far. They actually killed the entire diplomatic mission without a word. This is a serious provocation to me. The fourth Raikage roared. No one expected that Konoha would actually be so radical. When did Konoha, who had always treated peace as the most important, ever do such a thing since the founding of the village? After discovering the kidnapping, they simply killed the entire envoy group and then prepared to start a war. When Uchiha Madara was here, he had never done this before. Mabi wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered, Lord Raikage, you may have forgotten. According to our analysis, the commander of Konoha's side is most likely Shiranui Yuuji. If he is here, no matter how many soldiers we send, it will be of no use. It will only lead to meaningless casualties. The fourth Raikage managed to wake up a little and gritted his teeth. That's right, what Mabi said was right. If there was no Shiranui Yuuji, they could have completely suppressed the enemy. But the problem was that with Shiranui, this nuclear release freak, who had this strange Kekii Genkai, releasing a large range of radiation toxins. It was simply unreasonable. The Jonin ninja could still resist, but Genin would basically be finished if they encountered him. According to the information collected by Kumagakuer, many Suna ninjas, and IWA ninjas whom Shiranui Yuuji had fought with had contracted a lifelong poisonous disease. Their genes were destroyed, and many people could only live in endless pain for the rest of their lives. This was also the reason why Kumagakuer insisted on killing Shiranui Yuuji. With this guy here, the advantage in the future would always be on Konoha's side. After a long time, the fourth Raikage suppressed his anger. I will personally lead the surprise attack force to attack Konohagakuer. I will use the head of that little brat to mourn the heroes of Kumagakuer. The fourth Raikage turned around, smashed the wall with a punch, and left with a leap. The only one left was Mabi, who had a helpless expression on her face. Really, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Was Lord Raikage also part of Konoha's plan? What a headache! Mabi covered her face. The war was approaching, and all the big ninja villages smelled something strange and paid close attention to it. However, for some people, the battle in the great village could not attract their attention at all. At least for Uchiha Shin, it was like this. Shin didn't care about the war between ninja villages at all, he put all his attention on himself. Sharingan, Sharingan. What should I do to have Mangekyo Sharingan? What will my eye technique be? Chapter 215, Big Eyeball. Ever since Shin came to the Eye organization, he had been thinking more urgently about how to make himself a Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the belief that he lives by. Are you still thinking about Sharingan? You already have Sharingan. Aren't you satisfied? If you could have Mangekyo Sharingan so easily, then Mangekyo Sharingan wouldn't be so precious. Natsui walked slowly to his side. In this cold and cheerless organization, only their family of 3 could talk to Shin. Noisy. It's precisely because it's difficult that I have more value in my grasp. I will definitely have Mangekyo Sharingan. I promise. Shin clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. What about the method? It is very difficult for pure Uchiha clansmen to have such eyes. As someone who is not Uchiha, how can you have such eyes? Natsui looked at her son, who was cultivating in the distance, and asked in a sleepy voice. During this time, they had communicated with Shin quite a bit, and naturally knew the origin of Shin. In fact, this guy liked to show off his eyes. Every day he trained his 3 Tomo Sharingan, his thoughts were not a secret to people who lived together day and night. I have already thought of a method. Since Sharingan is known as the Eye of Insight, then as long as I pray in my heart that I will have Sharingan, I will naturally have Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin's face was solemn. Natsui and Hadarubi looked at each other in confusion. Wait, let me think about it first. Natsui said bitterly, according to what you said before, Mangekyo Sharingan's ability will be related to the desires in the depths of the user's heart. If you desire Mangekyo Sharingan in the depths of your heart, then you have to open Mangekyo Sharingan first to have its ability. Wouldn't that become a dead knot? Sumaru, who was cultivating the radiation power in the distance, had just exhausted his chakra. He took a deep breath and ran back, innocently saying, Yes, I heard that. In this case, you will never have Mangekyo Sharingan. What do you know? You don't even have eyes. In the Eye organization, you know future. Brother Shin, I am the only disciple of Hitomi Sensei. He taught me to master the power of meteorites step by step. Sumaru looked innocent. Shin's face was ugly. He snorted and turned away, not wanting to talk to this family of 3. Anyway, he would definitely have Mangekyo Sharingan, and, definitely. Swish. The ceiling barrier outside the base opened. They immediately got up and focused on the outside world. A figure slowly walked in. Their expressions unconsciously became serious. Who could it be, Hitomi? Or an organization member that they had never seen before? It's really lively. It just so happens that all of you are here. Wearing a mask, Yuuji slowly walked in. He quickly glanced at these people and nodded slightly. Sensei. Sumaru jumped and rushed over and hugged him. It seems like you haven't done your homework in the past few days. Yuuji touched Sumaru's hair and felt the radiation power in his body, feeling satisfied. Using chakra to cultivate and stimulate radiation is the direction of Sumaru's future practice. There is no reason to abandon the peacock technique that looks like Bijuu's outer coat. It can be used to transition when Sumaru is weak. Natsui, Hadarubi, you two come with me. It's time for you to undergo modification experiments. When the time comes, you will become stronger. Yuuji said. The two of them looked at each other and immediately followed behind him, walking toward the inner part of the base. Wait, Lord Hitomi, I want to go too. I have thought of a feasible way to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin shouted. But Yuuji ignored him. He did not stop Shin and directly ignored him. Pa! Yuuji slapped a certain road in the base, removed the seal here, and brought a group of people into one of the laboratories. I think you are ready. From the moment you saw me, according to our original agreement, you will be part of me. Yuuji ordered the couple to lie on the surgery table and started the reproduction technique. That's right, he wanted to completely turn these two people into completely new creatures like might do, so that they could only rely on him from now on and would never be able to leave him. The reason was very simple. These two people knew that he had taken away the star, and they also knew that his true identity was actually Konoha's Shiranui Yuuji. Although Yuuji had already applied Root's tongue curse on these two people, theoretically, it was impossible to reveal his secret, but this was not enough. He needed to use his own method to make these two people never reveal his secret. Shoo! Soon, the two of them were covered by a strange dark blue substance and were undergoing a painful transformation and fusion. So powerful! What kind of technique is this? Shin, who had been watching from behind, watched this scene with a shocked expression. This has nothing to do with you. Don't covet things that don't belong to you too much. Otherwise, you will die. Yuuji warned coldly. Shin was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I am not joking. I really found a way to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh, is it an illusion? Using a powerful illusion to stimulate your spirit. Yuuji sneered. In the original timeline, this guy had to spend almost 30 years fighting against Mangekyo Sharingan. If Shin proposed to use an illusion to stimulate his spirit and activate Mangekyo Sharingan, Yuuji really had to consider whether he should keep this guy. Shin shook his head. No, no matter how real the illusion is, it is essentially fake. If I use the illusion to deceive myself, what I get is fake power. I think, even if I open Mangekyo in the illusion, I can't open it in the real world. Humph, not stupid. If you use this method, I will kill you. Yuuji sneered and walked out of the laboratory, closing the door of the laboratory. Natsui and Hadarubi were not dying like might do, so the transformation did not take too much time. The two would wake up soon. Shin followed closely behind Yuuji. He gritted his teeth and suggested, my method is to implant Sharingan all over my body. It is similar to that Danzo. My body will not have any rejection reactions. I can definitely do it. It won't produce rejection reactions, but it doesn't mean that you can carry so many Sharingan. All of your body is implanted. This is an extremely terrifying consumption of chakra. Is your body able to support this constant consumption of energy? Yuuji stopped and looked down at him. That Rinnegan had already opened and was staring straight at him. Shin endured the tremendous pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, at most, I will gouge my eyes out when I can't hold on. I will put them back in when I need them. I just want to use this method to open Mangekyo Sharingan. The birth of Mangekyo requires the strong support of pupil power. If I plant Sharingan all over my body, I can try to use these eyes to supply my eyes. Yuuji paused. Can it be like this? Using other eyes to support a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this reason why Shin filled his entire body with useless eyes? Speaking of which, his Sharingan really did not show any value. One had to know that Danzo stuffed his arms full of eyeballs to activate Izanagi. Shin stuffed his entire body full of eyeballs, and no one knew what he was trying to do. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, in terms of ability, did not even improve Shin's insight, so much so that after he was pressed to the ground by Sakura and punched, he did not display Izanagi and other skills. So, were the 3 Tomo Sharingan used to supply the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan? Only Shin, who did not have any rejection reactions, could do this. If Danzo wanted to play with 10 3 Tomo, he had to use Hashirama's cells, and he had to bear the risk of losing control. However, Shin had to bear more of Sharingan. Not bad, it is indeed a good idea. Yuuji nodded and praised. Shin was shocked and said excitedly, then, I need a lot of eyes. No. I have a way to dig up Uchiha's grave. Shin offered a plan. That was a good idea. The dead of Uchiha's family had been buried in the soil, and there might be some corpses that had not rotted away. They could still be used if they dug their eyes out. For ordinary people in the previous life, the eyes of the corpse had a window period of about 24 hours. And in Ninja World, because of the chakra, the eyes of the corpse might be able to support it for a longer time. Give up. Let's not talk about the difficulty of sneaking into Uchiha to comfort the spirit tablet to dig the grave. The key is that there have not been any Uchiha clansmen who died in battle recently. The earlier ones have all died in the 3 battles, and the corpses have long been rotten. Yuuji shook his head. Shin had a disappointed expression. Yuuji pondered for a moment. However, if you want to obtain Sharingan from a dead person, there is no need to only stare at the corpse. There is also a technique that might allow Shin to obtain Sharingan. That is Edo Tensei. If you really want to dig out the eyes of a dead person, I do have a way for you to do it, but how much value you can make is another matter. A trace of indifference appeared on Yuuji's face under the mask. Theoretically, it was feasible. Orochimaru's ability to fuse the clone of Senju Hashirama with Uchiha Madara's Edo Tensei body meant that the combination of a living person and a dead person was feasible. However, when it came to Shin, resurrecting a bunch of Edo Tensei ninjas from Uchiha's clan, then digging out their eyes and transplanting them to Shin, this kind of thing was a bit difficult. Shin's body had the characteristics of carrying all foreign objects. Theoretically, it should also be able to carry the eyes of the Edo Tensei ninjas. But how to maintain control of the Edo Tensei's eyes was the real problem. I beg Lord Hitomi to help me. This is my lifelong wish. I will use all my strength to serve the Eye organization. Shin directly knelt down and buried his head deep into the ground. Yuuji lowered his head to look at this person. His gaze was cold and he did not immediately agree. Sharingan, there were indeed a few spare eyes in Root's department, but Yuuji could not give these eyes to Shin. At least not now. Get up. If I did not look after your body, I would not have wasted my time on you. After accepting my transformation, you must have the awareness of dying. Yuuji turned around and walked into another room. He ordered the excited Shin to wait outside. At this moment, Shin was extremely nervous. Is this possible? What method is there? If he didn't go to Uchiha's place to dig a grave, what method could he use to get the dead Sharingan? Could it be, to attack Uchiha's clan? Shin's body shook. If it was Lord Hitomi, leading the Eye organization to attack Konoha might not be impossible. His mind was in a mess, his thoughts were wandering, and his heart was extremely nervous and anxious. Yuuji stepped into the room, pondered for a moment, and decided to try. I managed to learn Edo Tensei. Even if it can't compare to Orochimaru's version, it can barely be used. Yuuji was moved. He sent a clone to sneak into Uchiha clan, stole some of Uchiha's DNA, and then quickly rushed back to the Eye organization base in the Valley of End. After getting these DNAs, Yuuji began to draw a tactic on the ground. This is too troublesome. It seems that I have to find a way to draw the tactic onto the scroll, which is more convenient. Yuuji shook his head and planned to cast the spell. He had originally planned to create a few clones himself to serve as a sacrifice for the resurrection of the dead, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do so in the end to avoid any unnecessary trouble. After sending out a few clones to capture a group of villains, Yuuji officially activated this forbidden technique. Edo Tensei. Hwa hwa hwa. A large number of unknown substances flew around. Along with the screams of the many sacrifices, figures appeared in the same place and looked around in confusion. Where is this? It's very strange. I should have died. How did I end up here? Senior Kanta, didn't you die a long time ago? How are you still alive? As soon as these Uchiha clansmen regained their senses, they looked at each other in shock. Those unlucky people who were tied up and kneeling on the ground and had not yet been treated as sacrifices looked at the scene in front of them in horror and screamed miserably. Well, it seems to be a success. Next, I have to find a way to transplant the Edo Tensei eyes to Shin. Generally speaking, if the body part of the Edo Tensei ninja was dug out, there would be a situation where it would disintegrate. If Yuuji wanted to think of a way to prevent this from happening, then he naturally had to use a sealing technique, even an enchantment technique, to seal the Edo Tensei Sharingan onto Shin. Hey, who is this guy? He is wearing a strange mask to revive us, dead people. Damn it, this guy actually mastered this kind of terrifying forbidden technique. Hey, why does this look like the technique of the second generation Hokage? Uchiha's clansmen were restless, but they were all controlled by Yuuji. He began to dig out the eyes of these people. Sure enough, they would dissipate once they were dug out. Sealing technique, sealing seal. When Yuuji tried to seal the eyes with a sealing spell, it was indeed very easy to stop the disintegration. Oh, doing this will work. Yuuji was satisfied. He pinched a Sharingan. There were runes on the surface of this eye. He collected many eyes, then turned and walked out of the room. Outside, Shin opened his eyes wide and looked at the large handful of Sharingan in Yuuji's hands in surprise. Yes, although these eyes looked a little strange, with some cracks and the color did not look right, it was indeed Sharingan, and they were all 3 Tomo Sharingan. From the looks of it, they were very similar to the eyes on Danzo's right arm. Shin seemed to understand that Lord Hitomi also knew Edo Tensei, and he dug out these eyes from Edo Tensei. But it doesn't matter. It's enough if it's Sharingan. Shin doesn't care about external things, he doesn't mind. Hiss. Shin couldn't wait to tear off his coat and said excitedly, "Come on, Lord Hitomi, don't be polite." Yuuji was silent for a moment. He felt that there was something wrong with this guy's words, but he still nodded. "I need you to show your value first. If you fail, I will kill you." Shin received the eyes respectfully. He had learned technology from Orochimaru and witnessed his right hand being cut off. He even participated in the early experiments of implanting Hashirama's cells into his right hand and Sharingan. Although he did not participate in the deeper experiments and did not understand them, it was more than enough for him to transplant them. Yuuji casually leaned against the wall and watched Shin's actions indifferently. He watched as Shin skillfully dug out the flesh and blood from his body, then put Sharingan in, and then used medical ninjutsu to treat him. Well, how to put it, it was simple and crude to the extreme. However, it had to be admitted that it was very useful because Shin did not need to consider things like rejection reactions. As long as it could be installed, it was equivalent to a successful transplant. Great, my dream, finally. Shin was in a state of tears, holding the absolute respect he had for Sharingan, and fervently dug out the flesh and blood on his body. Even when his body was full of eyes, he was still unwilling to stop. He even attacked his own head, smashed open the skull, dug out potholes on the skull, and planted Sharingan on them. Halfway through, there was even a situation where his eyes were not enough. Yuuji had to return to his room and summon another group of Uchiha ninjas. Shin's madness made his scalp numb. Finally, after a long time, his entire body was already covered in eyes. Hoo-hoo, finally. Shin was covered in blood and looked like a bloody man, but his face was covered in tears. Yuuji said, "It looks like you haven't lost your mind yet. You know that you can't plant too many." Shin had about 60 eyes all over his body. He was simply insane. This was because Shin had maintained his rationality. When he was planting, he specially kept a certain distance between his eyes. He didn't do something like having these eyes close to his eyes. However, if Yuuji allowed Shin to continue doing this, he might really play like this in the future, stuffing himself completely inside and outside. "Lord Hitomi, you have given me a new life. From now on, your position in my eyes will surpass Orochimaru and become my, Uchiha Shin's, only master." Shin knelt on the spot, lying on the ground covered in blood, respectful and respectful. Regarding this kind of oath, Yuuji declined to comment. He only nodded. "Stand up, Shin. You've already gotten what you wanted. Now, it's time to repay me. Lord Hitomi, I can't control these Sharingan right now. There seems to be a seal placed on them." A troubled expression appeared on Shin's face. From head to toe, only this face could be considered normal. There were only 2-3 Tomo Sharingan eyes. With your ability, you must have already discovered that these eyes were not dug out from a living person, but from a dead person from Edo Tensei. If you don't use a sealing technique, these eyes will collapse and dissipate immediately. You have to pay attention to this. Yuuji made a seal. Sealing technique, sealing seal. Shoo. The runes on the 60 Sharingan runes immediately lit up and then slowly faded away. As the sealing technique went out of control, these eyes were about to disappear. At this moment, 63 Tomo Sharingan, from the different grades of pupil power accumulated by 30 people during their lifetimes, were all carried by one person, Shin, along with the fragments of the will of the owners of these eyes. This was the total power of 63 Tomo Sharingan. It was easy to imagine how exaggerated this power was. It was an unprecedented matter to pour all the strength of 63 tomo into a body. More importantly, these were all 3 tomo. Wang. The terrifying power was now gathered on Uchiha Shin. Even with Shin's persistence and his strong will, he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream at this moment. He was lying on the ground, wailing loudly and gritting his teeth, enduring great pain. At this moment, 60 Sharingan, from the different levels of power accumulated by 30 people, were all carried by Shin alone, along with the willpower fragments of the masters of these eyes. This explosive power was all received by Shin himself. Keep your consciousness clear. Shin, don't forget, this is the meaning of your existence, and also the dream you chase after all your life. You know what you want to do with this power. Yuuji scolded. In just a few seconds, he had already seen some of his eyes begin to collapse. In a few more seconds, most of his eyes were about to collapse, and Yuuji could no longer provide Shin with strength. Shin let out a roar. In his hysteria, he felt the crazy power and tried to control it. In the last few seconds, he poured all of his strength into his eyes. Ordinary people could not bear the sudden appearance of this terrifying power, and they would collapse in an instant. Even though Shin's body was special, he almost could not bear it. He widened his eyes, and his eyes were about to split open. He kept screaming and was in extreme pain, his eyes were constantly stimulated. Soon, he sensed that something was wrong. Because this power showed signs of fading, some of Sharingan had already collapsed. No, these are all mine. I want to have Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin was already crazy. This was the first time he was so close to his goal. The obsession in his heart completely erupted. Shiu. The 3 tomo in his eyes began to change. Under the pouring of a large amount of strength, the 3 tomo gathered together. Mangekyo Sharingan, come out. Although it was extremely difficult, it was indeed forcefully produced. Hwa. A large number of Edo Tensei eyes completely collapsed. As expected, without the support of those eyes, you really can't open Mangekyo Sharingan by yourself. You can't even support Mangekyo Sharingan. You still have to rely on the pupil power of these eyes to support your Mangekyo. The expression under Yuuji's mask was extremely playful. Chapter 216, Chapter 216. He succeeded, but he did not succeed completely. He was talking about Uchiha Shin. Seeing this lost soul in front of him, who once obtained Mangekyo but lost it himself, Yuuji shook his head. Shin, covered in holes, was kneeling on the ground, trying to open Mangekyo again, but he failed. Lord Hitomi, please give me more eyes. As long as there are enough Sharingan, I can open Mangekyo Sharingan and serve you. Shin begged impatiently. Is that so? But a mere pair of Mangekyo is not enough to change anything, and I am not short of this power. Yuuji's voice was cold. But if I can have Mangekyo Sharingan, I can strengthen the organization's strength, and I can help you share some of your affairs. Shin's head kept knocking on the ground. After a while, Yuuji saw that the time was almost up and reluctantly nodded, since that's the case, I will give you another batch of Edo Tensei eyes. You must work hard for me, don't disappoint me. Yuuji turned around and took off 60 eyes from the bodies of those Edo Tensei ninjas. You have already opened Mangekyo Sharingan. In theory, as long as the supply of pupil power is enough, it will be enough to maintain your Mangekyo. I will teach you the binding seal and release seal. These 60 eyes will be enough for you to use for a while. As Yuuji said this, he threw these eyes over, quietly watching Shin impatiently stuffing them into his body. In this way, Shin could be considered a battle force that could barely be used. Shin, from now on, you will become an official member of the Eye organization and get rid of your humble identity. However, your strength is still too weak, and you can't be considered a core member. Yuuji threw down this sentence, turned around, and sealed the secret room of Edo Tensei. In particular, the 30 Edo Tensei Uchihas were sealed to ensure nothing could go wrong. The second generation Edo Tensei was extremely simple, and there was no way Yuuji could perfectly control so many people, so he might as well seal them directly. In any case, these tools existed to contribute their eyeballs to him. After Yuuji handed the scroll that sealed the seal over to Shin, he planned to leave. Before leaving, Yuuji paused and said lightly, Shin, although I do not have any expectations for you, what is the eye technique in your eyes? Just as the Valley of the End silently gave birth to another Mangekyo ninja. Konoha. In order to deal with the war, Uchiha's clan, the #1 clan of Konoha, naturally had to act. There weren't many troops dispatched this time. According to the orders given by Yuuji, only 200 people were needed. Uchiha's clan naturally didn't need to send as many troops as they were in the Third Great Shinobi War, including men, women, old, and young. They sent more than 300 clansmen then. So, I will lead the team this time. Lord Clan Leader, you and Shisui will stay behind. Kazue wore a tight-fitting mesh garment, a long black robe hanging outside. Her black hair poured down like a waterfall, revealing the scabbard hanging at her waist. She casually threw a sword flower and accurately inserted Kusanagi sword into the sheath. Her movements were like a painting of an ink painting. Around them, 10 Uchiha clansmen ready to fight knelt on one knee respectfully, waiting for Kazue's orders. Sister, come back safely, I'll make you meatballs to eat. Izumi looked at his sister with a face full of concern. Don't worry, just a bunch of Kumigakure ninjas is not enough to threaten me. It is just a group of clowns, and this time, it is Yuuji-san who is leading the team. There will be no problem. Kazue rubbed Izumi's head. Izumi, who was in the ninja school, was in the same class as Kabuto and others and was very close to Itachi. Kazue knew that if there were no accidents, Izumi and Itachi would definitely be together, and the clan would also support this kind of marriage. No matter how one looked at it, there was nothing wrong with this. As the eldest son of the clan leader, Itachi displayed astonishing talent, so there was no need to be questioned. When I come back, I will check your training progress. If Itachi and the others too much leave you behind, I will not go easy on you. Kazue smiled. Izumi had already opened Sharingan a few years ago. Although his innate talent in ninjutsu and illusion techniques was not that great, in terms of Sharingan, he seemed to have a lot of potential. To open Sharingan at this age, he was also a genius in the clan. Although he looked a little behind compared to Itachi and Kabuto. After bidding farewell to his mother, Hajiki, and his father, who had married into Uchiha's family, Kazue calmly left with a group of clansmen. When they left the clan grounds, Fugaku was leaning against the wall on the side of the road with his arms crossed. Shisui was also waiting. Well, although I want to tell you to be careful unless it is Akatsuki and the I organization or directly facing the 4th Raikage and Jinchuriki, no one will be able to threaten you. Then I wish you good luck. Fugaku touched his chin and looked at Kazue, a gratified smile on his face. Itachi and Izumi were very close. Kazue was like an elder sister to Izumi, well, he was very close to Kazue. For a clan leader, nothing could be more gratifying than seeing the younger generation appear one after another. Senior Kazue, please be careful. If there is a need, I can support you on the battlefield above at any time. Shisui had a serious face. Kazue nodded casually and brushed past the two. Looking at the back of Kazue, Fugaku shook his head slightly. She's still like this. There's nothing we can do about it. Only when Senior Yuuji speaks can she listen carefully, Shisui said. Fugaku looked at her for a while, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. He seems to feel stronger pupil power from Kazue's eyes than before. Ordinary people can't detect it, but he also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he is naturally very sensitive to changes in pupil power. Shisui's pupil strength is severely exhausted, and his vision is declining. But Kazue is getting stronger. Not only did his eyes not lose but instead increased. Fugaku was shocked in his heart. Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed incomparably powerful. The Eye of Insight, the Susanoo it carried, had endless potential, and the one-eyed pupil technique is also hard to guard against. As long as one could open Mangekyo Sharingan, no matter their original strength, having this kind of eye would be equivalent to stepping into cage level. However, the drawbacks were equally great. From the moment Mangekyo was opened, it was equivalent to being cursed. The more these eyes were developed, the stronger the power they possessed, the faster Hitomi would consume his strength, and he would step by step become blind. When other people trained a technique, the more they tried, the more skilled they became and the stronger they would be. As for Mangekyo, the more it was used, the faster it would lose its power. Therefore, Fugaku usually did not use these eyes, even saving the process of cultivating Mangekyo. The more he cultivated, the faster he became blind. But Kazue, not only did his pupil strength not decrease, it instead increased. Fugaku was bewildered and suppressed this thought in his heart. Konoha's troops, led by Yuuji, gathered together and quickly headed to the border. The war was imminent. Many villages also noticed that after investigating one after another, Konoha actually slaughtered Kumigakure's diplomatic mission. They were shocked, because no matter how they looked at it, this did not seem like something that Konoha could do. However, this was the truth. After the Third Great Shinobi War, the two villages once again erupted into a fierce conflict. Many forces were paying attention, and all the treacherous fellows were planning to obtain some benefits from this battle. Humph, Konoha's performance was unexpected. It's probably that Yuuji who is planning something again. Did he deliberately start a war? Absolutely, be careful, Obito ordered White Zetsu beside him. I know, although Nagato caught the main body, we are not waste, we know what to do. But, are you really letting Nagato like this? White Zetsu and Black Zetsu are in his hands, it is equivalent to indirectly controlling the will of Hashirama and Madara, which is not in our plan. White Zetsu said. Obito did not say a word. He just looked up at the sky and looked at the drizzling rain. In gloomy sky, thick clouds covered the sky as if even the sky was in a bad mood at the moment. Obito did not expect to encounter such a disgusting thing. Nagato was beaten to death by the unknown pupil's power. They all thought that Nagato was dead for sure, and they were still thinking about how to deal with Rinnegan. To be honest, Obito was already mentally prepared to transplant Rinnegan at that time. However, he did not expect that Nagato actually miraculously survive. He also used Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to recover quickly and controlled the two assistants of Obito. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were the inheritance that Uchiha Madara had left for him. Without White Zetsu's original body, I still have White Zetsu clones and the special White Zetsu, Tobi. We have not decreased in strength. We only lose Black Zetsu. Obito felt very troublesome. Although he began to be wary of Black Zetsu, he could not lose this guy. The knowledge that Black Zetsu had mastered and the vision of seeing problems were all very useful to him. Wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, I will wake up Tobi and use him to gather the numbers first. The three Tomo in Obito's eyes flashed with a cold light. He looked into the distance at the ninjas who were constantly moving forward in the rain. Yuuji brought a troop of 200 people and was leaving Konoha, quickly rushing to the front line. According to the news sent by the spies, Kumigakure's did not make any large movements, which meant that Kumigakure's people were also restraining themselves. So, Kumigakure's guys don't intend to fight an all-out war? After suffering such a great humiliation, they only sent a small force to carry out a bright raid? This is too obvious. Yuuji took off the hood on his head. Around him, there were many Konoha ninjas. Among these 200 people, cage level was 2.5, and there were 20 superior ninjas. Genin was 180, an absolute elite team. Shua. A root ninja appeared in front of Yuuji. His clothes were tattered and his aura was chaotic. It was obvious that he had encountered a battle. Lord Yuuji, we have found Kumigakure's troops. The enemy has no more than 400 people. We are not sure if there are any reinforcements. After two of his companions died, this root ninja handed over the information. Yuuji glanced at it casually and nodded slightly. Who is the commander of the other party? According to our observation from a distance, Root should be the two-tailed Jinchuriki from the Woodman. If that's the case, then there definitely won't be only one Woodman. Thank you for your hard work. Kumigakure and the others, their patience would not be so good, and they would not be so stupid. It was one thing to let the scouting team find out that it was a wooden person, but to have Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha, sending out Jinchuriki was simply asking for trouble. So. It's fun, the other side's eight-tailed Jinchuriki must have also joined the battle. Yuuji closed the intel book and casually destroyed it. I heard that the eight-tailed Jinchuriki and the fourth Raikage are a pair of brothers. Back then, they fought against Lord Flame Shadow many times in the three battles arena, Kakashi said in a low voice. Yuuji nodded. That's right, maybe even the fourth Raikage secretly joined the battle. Things have become interesting. Do we need to ask for help from the village? No need. The other side has 3 top ninjas, we are not bad either. Yuuji shook his head with a smile. He and Kazue were both in the team, and with the addition of Kakashi who had the Kyuubi chakra, they could be considered to be maintaining a balance. As for cage level and below, the superior ninja was still a bit interesting. No matter how many of the other side's Genin and Genin came, they would still be sending themselves to their deaths. Yuuji-san, if the opponent has the Nibi and Hakubi, I think it will make you very happy. Kazue gently pulled up his long hair and smiled as he stood beside Yuuji. As she grew older, this genius girl from Uchiha's family also began to develop. Her figure was slender, her thighs white, and her chest slightly revealed. Her smile carried the brilliance of Ao's spring. However, no one dared to look down on this sunshine girl who easily gave people a favorable impression. If one ignored that seemingly friendly smile, this person was clearly a cruel butcher, and the number of people who died in her hands was innumerable. The surrounding people looked over from time to time, and the faces of these Konoha ninjas were tense and solemn. When they fell on Kazue, they quickly moved away. This was the expert who had defeated Orochimaru head-on. The figure holding the katana and riding the Susanoo had always been remembered by them and was constantly circulating. Calm down, Kazue, now the one who is somewhat excited is you, can't wait to show your new ability to the enemy. Yuuji glanced at his assistant. Haha, I still haven't been able to hide it from Yuuji-san. I am indeed a little excited. If I can use this thing to get rid of the enemy, then it will be perfect. Kazue chuckled, his every move full of liveliness. In this way, I have 2 Kusanagi sword in my hands. I just need to wait for Orochimaru to resurrect and kill him. I will get my hands on the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and all the Kusanagi sword will become my exclusive spirit weapon. Chapter 217, Clash. Regarding spirit tools, Yuuji also had some understanding. Spirit tools, to put it bluntly, were special weapons that appeared in a non-solid state and possessed various abilities. Generally speaking, spirit tools could only be used through chakra. So that's how it is. You actually obtained the Totsuka no Tsurugi? This sealing sword actually fell into your hands. Yuuji looked at Kazue with some surprise. This made him very surprised. The Totsuka no Tsurugi was originally a spirit artifact that Uchiha Itachi had dug out through Mangekyo Sharingan. He also obtained a spirit artifact that was no less than the Totsuka no Tsurugi. It was said to be the strongest defensive weapon, the Yata no Kagami. Of course, the title of the strongest was a question mark. After all, there were many things that Ninja World once called the strongest defense. From Gaara's sand shield to Chiyo's shield of light, and later when Sasuke attacked 5 Cage Summit, he claimed that his Susanoo was the strongest defense. The Naruto law, all things that claimed to be the strongest defense, would be slapped in the face if they could not use it. However, it had to be said that the only strongest defense that had not been hit in the face was Itachi's Yata no Kagami. Although there were many different opinions on how Itachi had obtained these 2 powerful weapons, one thing was certain, Itachi had obtained them through Mangekyo Sharingan. This is Kishimoto's setting, not found in some clan land or ancestral seal scroll. Each Susanoo had its own weapon. Shisui's uses spear, Kakashi/Obito's uses Kamui Shuriken, Sasuke's uses katana and Indra's arrows. Madara's Susanoo also had 2 kinds of weapons, katana and megatama. But these should be counted as their own creation, and there was nothing special about them. The only exception was Itachi. His Totsuka no Tsurugi had actually existed in Ninja World, and it was one of the widespread Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru had also specially searched for it, and it was not a chakra weapon made by Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps a certain Uchiha ancestor found these 2 spiritual weapons by chance, and sealed them all into the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan with a sealing technique similar to the transfer seal or his exclusive pupil technique. It can be used, and the younger generation who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan after his death may also have a chance to use it. Therefore, people like Orochimaru have spent most of their lives, but only found 2 Kusanagi swords, and the most powerful sealing sword, Totsuka no Tsurugi, has never been found. Totsuka no Tsurugi had long been sealed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and it would be a miracle if he could find it. Kusanagi sword, Yata no Kagami. Oh, there is also the Yasakani no Megatama. Itachi is really amazing. Yuuji sighed in his heart. These 3 things, in his previous life, were the 3 great divine artifacts of the island nation. Although in the world of Naruto, Yasakani no Megatama was a technique created by Itachi through the Yata no Kagami to destroy Nagato's Chibaku Tensei. Whether those Megatama with astonishing attack power are a kind of spiritual weapon or a chakra aggregate is uncertain, but its power is beyond doubt. It is the strongest offensive ninjutsu mastered by Itachi, and its lethality is higher than that of Amaterasu. Therefore, if Itachi did not die of illness, then with his Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, coupled with Totsuka no Tsurugi, Yata no Kagami, and Yasakani no Megatama, he was simply a cheat. Maybe Itachi was seriously ill at such a young age and was on the verge of death. Apart from his blood illness, his body had long since been overwhelmed by the burden of multiple legendary artifacts. If not for the fact that Sasuke had the aura of the main character and the fact that Indra had been reincarnated, he would have been hung up and beaten up by Itachi in all directions. Yuuji-san seems to know Totsuka no Tsurugi very well, but I'm used to it. Your familiarity with our family even surpasses ours. Even the pupil technique of Mangekura Sharingan is not a secret in front of you. Kazue chuckled. After a little surprise, she did not mind. She was used to it. In her eyes, there was nothing that Yuuji did not know about the entire Uchiha clan. Up to now, Kazue had long lost interest in searching for the reason. She did not care about this. The second and eighth tales should be able to attract Yuuji-san's interest, so, how about handing the fourth Raikage over to me? If I can find a chance to cut him down, this war will end. Kumigakure no longer has the qualifications to fight against us. Kazue immediately pulled out the Kusanagi sword behind her, a little excited. This Benji Kusanagi sword had become a mold for her to make the exclusive Susanoo spirit weapon. She also got the Totsuka no Tsurugi. Now there was only the last straight blade left. Kazue wanted to find an opportunity to kill Orochimaru again, and take the straight blade Kusanagi sword. Do you want to deal with the fourth Raikage? Are you sure? With your strength, even if you have the Totsuka no Tsurugi, it will be very dangerous. But it's up to you. Yuuji shook his head. Although Kazue was strong, in the end, she was just an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan holder, not eternal. However, the one-eyed Hitomi in his eyes was very heaven-defying. If he glared at the fourth Raikage, he might really be able to glare at the fourth Raikage to death and forcibly erase him from this world. However, the fourth Raikage's speed was ridiculously fast, and his combat intelligence and instinct were also very strong. He would definitely avoid it immediately and would not give Kazue the time and opportunity to erase him. After all, it would take a short period of time to activate the Mangekyo class Izanagi to change reality. The two of them finished their conversation. The others stood in the distance. Only Kakashi heard the conversation between the two of them, and he was somewhat confused. He knew Kusanagi sword, but he did not understand the ability of Totsuka no Tsurugi. Let's go, Kakashi. Let's go and kill those arrogant guys. Yuuji ordered. Soon, the group began to move. Hundreds of people were divided into several parts and moved quickly toward the border. At this time, Kumigakure's troops had already invaded the Fire Country. They did not even try to probe the border countries of the two great countries. The fourth Raikage personally commanded, leading the two-tailed Jinchuriki and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki forward. To a certain extent, it was a little risky for him to do so. This was because whether it was in terms of the number of top experts, various secret arts, or military strength, Konoha was stronger than Kumigakure. Kumigakure's 3-cage level went out in full force and brought along so few troops. If they were ambushed by Konoha's many experts, the losses would be very miserable. However, the fourth Raikage was fast. They only needed to kill Shiranui Yuuji. If there was no chance, they would choose to kill the other cage level and then immediately retreat. Very good, everything went smoothly. Now, we are waiting for the brat of Shiranui's family to come and die. The fourth Raikage was very satisfied. He led the team and rushed to the front. After entering the territory of the Fire Country, the fourth Raikage no longer needed to hide. Lord Raikage, I sensed that hundreds of people are rushing towards us. In terms of military strength, the other side has fewer people than us. Moreover, Unsensor Ninja said. Is Shiranui Yuuji not there? I'm sorry, Lord Raikage. I sensed 2 more abundant chakra, so I can't be sure. Raikage couldn't help but sneer, humph, 2? The kid from Shiranui's family must be in the team. This time, I must kill him. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of Raikage, and there was even a bit of impatience. He had even brought out the divine artifact that Rikuta Sennin had left behind. No matter what, he had to kill Yuuji. Should we find an opportunity to ambush the other party? Yujito asked doubtfully. No, no need. We'll directly kill our way over. The fourth Raikage suddenly increased his speed. His entire body turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning. He charged in a straight line and pierced through countless giant trees. A helpless expression appeared on the faces of all of Kumigakure's ninjas. They could only follow him. Big brother is too anxious. Yo, if we don't keep up, we will be very useless. Killer Bee muttered. A layer of Bijuu's coat appeared on his body, and he suddenly accelerated. Everyone, Put on the protective suit immediately. Yujito turned around and shouted. Many of the Kumigakure ninjas immediately put on a slightly bloated suit, which was made of lead. A layer of Bijuu's coat also appeared on the body of Yujito. No other protection means better than chakra. Looks like he's already here. The fourth Raikage, are you in such a hurry to throw your life away? Kazue activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and immediately saw the figure that was swiftly charging over. He immediately pulled out her Kusanagi sword. Be careful. If you are too careless, you will really be killed by the other party. I don't want to collect your corpse. Yuuji looked at the muscular man whose entire body was surging with lightning and said indifferently. Rumble. The fourth Raikage was like a thunder god, riding on lightning and striking at an exaggerated speed. With a boom, he stopped on the ground, creating a deep pit. Dust flew everywhere. Konoha, we meet again. Yandere didn't come? Only a few young people came. With just a glance, the fourth Raikage felt reassured. This was a certainty. What he was most worried about was that Namikaze Minato would personally go into battle. If Minato was here, he could use Flying Thunder God and Konoha's people can escape at any time, and then his plan would fail. After all, there was a certain limit to using the amber bottle to absorb the opponent. Shua, Shua, Shua. More ninjas from both sides rushed over, and some teams had already begun to fight. For a time, all kinds of ninjutsu were continuously launched, fighting in the forest. Both sides had very few people, but they were both from the elite division and were very strong. However, the problem was that Kumigakure was wearing a bloated coat. It was inevitable that it would be a hindrance and lower their fighting strength. The fourth Raikage also noticed this, but he did not care. He quickly sized up Kazue and then looked at Yuuji. The fourth Raikage, second tail Jinchuriki, eighth tail Jinchuriki. Interesting, does Kumigakure want to be the first village to be destroyed? Yuuji quickly glanced at them and immediately smiled. Wonderful. He needed to collect Bijuu's chakra, and this group of people came at the right time. The fourth Raikage and Yuuji smiled at each other, but that bone-piercing killing intent continuously rose. Little brat, today is the day you die. The fourth Raikage grinned hideously. At this moment, Kazue held Kusanagi sword and charged forward. First, think of a way to save your life from me. Big guy, if even your brain is full of muscles, you will die a very ugly death. Kazue fiercely slashed with his saber. This was like a signal, and everyone on both sides started to act, and all of them collided with each other fiercely. For a time, large tracts of forest turned into a battlefield, and all kinds of ninjutsu flew all over the sky, and the momentum was astonishing. But without exception, all of them consciously avoided the strongest people, and if they were swept in, they would die very miserably. Uchiha clan, little devil, you better use the power of those eyes immediately. Whoosh! The lightning on the fourth Raikage's body expanded again, just like this, he stood in place and took Kazue's blade. Even if Kazue applied chakra on Kusanagi's sword, she still could not cut the fourth Raikage's body. Die! Once I finish you off, I will go kill that little brat. Rumble! The fourth Raikage punched out with a loud bang, directly hitting Kazue in the chest. Crack! A rib appeared and blocked the punch, but it was immediately covered with cracks, which would break at any moment, showing how powerful Raikage's punch was. Is this Susanoo? Lord Raikage, you are too close. After the complexion of Kazue changed slightly, she recovered her smile and looked at her opponent with a smile. The 3-tomo in her eyes spun faster and immediately turned into the shape of Manjakyu. The powerful pupil aura continuously surged out. This is... The fourth Raikage's expression changed slightly. Pupil technique, Izanagi. Swoosh! A strange power suddenly descended. All the hair on the fourth Raikage's body stood on end, and his expression suddenly changed. In his senses, he seemed to be constantly disappearing. Although it was very subtle, and this feeling was very strange, it really made him feel great vigilance and uneasiness. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the fourth Raikage left at an astonishing speed. He trusts his own guts. Aya, did he escape? A trace of regret appeared on Kazue's face. Unfortunately, it would have been better if the fourth Raikage had been a little more reckless, such as meeting Izanaga head-on. If she had been given 1 or 2 seconds, she would have been able to lock the fourth Raikage in place, slowly changing him from reality to an illusion, which was equivalent to erasing him from this world on the spot. What a pity, the fourth Reikage escaped too quickly and was also very cunning. What exactly is going on with your pupil technique? Is this Mangekyo Sharingan's power? The fourth Reikage looked at Kazue with lingering fear in his heart. In that instant just now, he truly felt the threat of death. This was an unimaginable matter. Although the fourth Reikage could not compare to third Reikage who had 8 tails, he definitely had the strength to fight against Bijuu, or even send the small Bijuudama flying. But he was almost dealt with by a pupil technique that could not be described. What kind of pupil technique is this? According to the bits and pieces of information he collected, it seems that there is no saying that Kazue's pupil technique can be applied to others. Is the information wrong? Incomplete information? Speaking of which, you are really lucky. Lord Reikage, I rarely use this technique on enemies. Kazue held Kusanagi sword in one hand and covered her left eye with the other. If Kazue could have other chakra like Jubi, then the entire reality of Ninja World would become a plaything in her palm. Chapter 218, Crimson Gourd. The current Kazue naturally did not know about Izanagi. She did not even know anything about Eternal Mangekyo. She was just enjoying the fun of fighting. She was once just a mediocre ant, but now she could confront the fourth Reikage directly on the battlefield. Lord Reikage, you have to be careful. Otherwise, you will be killed by me. Kazue laughed softly. Don't get too complacent, kid. No matter how powerful your technique is, in front of my speed, there is no room for display. The fourth Reikage snorted coldly. This time, he directly used his true ability. The lightning all over his body became more and more violent, and his hair began to stand up under the cleansing of the lightning. Heavy burst. The fourth Reikage turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning. He raised his elbow and smashed it into Kazue. The figure that came crashing down was like a moving mountain rock. It's even faster. Kazue activated Mangekyo Sharingan and only then could he capture Reikage's figure. Not to mention using Izanagi to deal with the opponent in this situation, she simply couldn't lock it accurately. The speed was fast to a certain extent, and indeed could ignore most of the ninjutsu. There's no other way. I originally planned to use Izanagi to kill the opponent in one breath, but now I still have to use Susanoo. Kazue frowned slightly, somewhat unwilling. In the midst of lightning and fire stones, the huge figure instantly appeared and enveloped Kazue. In one breath, she activated Susanoo to the third stage. Kaka. 2 arms grabbed down, crossed together, directly blocking the fourth Reikage. The violent impact of the heavy burst hit the Susanoo, but it didn't cause any damage. Susanoo, humph, it's just so-so, compared to my lightning-style chakra armor, it is nothing. However, a trace of caution appeared in the eyes of the fourth Reikage. He is very confident in his defense, but now it seems that the half-body of Susanoo wearing Karasu Tengu's heavy armor has extremely sturdy defense. This heavy burst was not able to cause a crack on the surface of Susanoo like before. I really have no choice, I originally didn't want to use this. Feeling the rapid loss of pupil power in both eyes, Kazue felt a little unhappy. Originally, for Kazue, it was the most cost-effective fighting method to try not to use monocular pupil technique and use Susanoo more. Because Izanagi with the left eye and Izanagi with the right eye consumed too much pupil power, and the stronger the ability to modify the target, the more astonishing the loss. Using Susanoo was more cost-effective. But this has changed since Kazue dug out Totsuka no Tsurugi from her eyes. Now that Kazue had activated Susanoo, it was equivalent to simultaneously load 2 divine weapons of Benji Kusanagi sword and Totsuka no Tsurugi, causing the cost of her using Susanoo to rise sharply. Swish! 2 spiritual weapons grew out of the 2 hands of Susanoo. These 2 weapons. The fourth Reikage saw some clues with a glance. With his knowledge, he immediately recognized that one of them was the Kusanagi sword in Kazue's hand, and it was actually able to load the Susanoo using a spirit tool, but he did not recognize the other gourd-shaped weapon. It seemed that it was very similar to one of the golden-horned and silver-horned Rikuta Sennin's precious artifacts, Crimson's Gourd. Now it is your death. Susanoo used one hand to block the fourth Reikage, and the other hand waved the Totsuka no Tsurugi, aiming at the fourth Reikage. An indescribable power was coming out of this gourd, condensing into the shape of a long sword. Don't look down on me. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. The fourth Reikage shouted loudly. Not only did he not dodge, he instead raised his palm and changed into the shape of a hand blade, intending to split apart the defense of Susanoo. Success! The smile on Kazue's face was extremely thick. She looked expectantly at the Totsuka no Tsurugi and stabbed at the fourth raikage at an astonishing speed. As long as she pierced through, the fourth raikage would be dead for sure, and his soul would be taken away by Totsuka no Tsurugi. She was also betting that with the fourth raikage's explosive temper, he would choose to continue attacking and not retreat. Big brother, quickly dodge! Killer Bee suddenly roared. The fourth raikage was shocked. At this time, the Totsuka no Tsurugi had already hit the thunder armor on his body. In this instant, it broke through the armor in an exaggerated manner and was about to stab his body. Rumble! The terrifying thunder erupted and the fourth raikage hurriedly dodged. What a hindrance! Kazue glanced at the eight-tailed who was facing off against Yuuji and Kakashi, feeling a little unhappy. She was just a little bit away from using the intelligence advantage to kill the arrogant and radical raikage in one move and end this battle. What is going on? After the fourth raikage pulled out a gully on the ground, he stopped and shouted. Yo, little 8 found something. He said that it was a Totsuka no Tsurugi. Big brother was almost killed. Bastard, idiot. Killer Bee was muttering, but a trace of cold sweat quietly flowed down his forehead. The series of confrontations between Kazue and Raikage only happened in a few seconds. Originally, no one thought that one of these two people would be defeated and killed in a few seconds. However, Kazue's Izanagi and the Totsuka no Tsurugi all had the ability to kill in an instant, which almost caused the fourth raikage to fall. Seeing this, Killer Bee was terrified, especially when the eight-tailed in his body said something to him, which made him even more worried. It was so dangerous. Just a little bit more and the fourth raikage would be killed. Eight-tailed and Killer Bee communicated telepathically, and there was still some lingering fear in their hearts. Totsuka no Tsurugi, this was a legendary divine artifact. Although it had already disappeared for many years, Eight-tailed still recognized it at the first moment. This was a sealing sword, the dream sword. All those who were hit by it, their souls would be pulled into that gourd forever, sinking into the dream realm, unable to break free for all eternity. It was one of the most unsolvable sealing techniques in this world, and it was above the Kahaku no J. How did Uchiha's kid obtain this top divine artifact, and even turned it into a spiritual artifact of Susanoo? The eight-tailed explained to Killer Bee. Bijuu has consciousness yet had no soul. In the past, no one had been hit by the Totsuka no Tsurugi, so the lethality of the sword to Bijuu was unknown, and the effect might not be that amazing. But if a human was hit, he would definitely die. Damn it! Hasn't Totsuka no Tsurugi disappeared for a few hundred years? Why is it in the hands of the current descendant of Uchiha? The fourth raikage roared in anger. Eight-tailed pondered for a moment. Perhaps the other party's pupil technique is somewhat related to the dream world. Could it be that she obtained this dream weapon through Mangekyo Sharingan? In that case, I remember that Uchiha's clan seems to possess a peculiar forbidden technique. This is the reason why Uchiha was able to obtain the Totsuka no Tsurugi? As expected, it is still related to Mangekyo. This kind of troublesome eyes. As expected of the bloodline descendant of Old Man Rikuta Sennin. Eight-tailed also felt a trace of irritation. However, it no longer had the time to be agitated, because Yuuji made his move at this time. Unfortunately, I was unable to finish off the fourth raikage in one go, so this battle can only drag on for a prolonged battle. There is no need for me to hold back. Yuuji shook his arm, his gaze cold. As he spoke, a large amount of radiation clouds spread out and rushed towards the ninjas of Kumagakure. Although the other side had protective clothing, it was only a matter of time before they were attacked. A layer of Godzilla Coat suddenly began to surface on the surface of Yuuji's body. This is Godzilla Coat. Lil 8, does Godzilla really have nothing to do with your Bijuu? Killer Bee also became serious. Godzilla was a strange existence that had appeared in the past few years. No one knew where this giant beast came from. Even Bijuu did not know. I don't know. In my memory, I have never seen this kind of thing. I don't know why, but this monster gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. Be careful, compare. The eight-tail reminded. This was too strange. It was the eight-tail, the second only to the nine-tailed Bijuu. Unless it was the legendary 10 tails, how could it make it feel instinctively uncomfortable? This guy, I hope there is no connection with the 10 tails. Eight tails glared. It's decided that it's you. Eight tails. Kakashi, go deal with the 2 tails. With your strength, you can stop them. Yuuji attacked the 8 tails. He quickly pounced towards the 8 tails, Jinchuriki. Bang! The two figures suddenly collided together. Swish! Suddenly, an octopus leg was flung out from behind Killer Bee and smashed towards Yuuji horizontally. However, a long tail also extended out from behind Yuuji and sent the octopus leg flying with a single strike. With a single punch, Killer Bee forced Yuuji back and took out 8 blades. 8 blade style? Don't take out such a boring trick. You guys rushed into the fire country in such a hurry. You must have prepared some trump card. Take it out. Yuuji formed a seal with both hands and opened his mouth to spit out a shot of white-hot light, which rushed straight at the face of Killer Bee. Oh, that was close. At such a close distance, Killer Bee was a bit slow to react. Fortunately, the hackby had taken action and used an octopus leg to grab a tree in the distance, pulling it away. All the high temperature is concentrated in this beam of light. If we are hit directly by this thing, we will be in trouble. The voice of the Haxabi sounded, and it was also a little anxious. Only an idiot would know how much chakra it would take to resist such a high temperature of 100,000 degrees. You guys still don't plan to use the Kahaku no J. Wait a little longer, wait for the big brother to send a signal. The advantage of Kahaku no Joe lies in its suddenness. The other party already has an ancient artifact such as the Totsuka sword, so they may know something about the amber purification bottle. If we take it out if the other party refuses to speak after picking up the amber bottle, this artifact loses its value. Kahaku no Joe was a powerful artifact that could seal the other party as long as the other party made a sound response. It could not be compared to the Seven Stars sword, Kurane gourd, and other artifacts. Back then, in order to obtain this thing, Sandame Reikage had risked their lives, and only then were they able to snatch it back. The fierce battle continued. Yuuji and Killer Bee further released the power of the giant beast in their bodies. Very quickly, the two who had completely transformed into Godzilla and completely transformed into Bijuu stood tall with a loud bang, and they engaged in a fierce confrontation. The fierce battle between the two beasts created a scene comparable to a natural disaster. The terrifying size was not something ordinary ninjas could reach. So strong. Lord Yuuji is bigger, does it mean that Lord Yuuji is stronger? Godzilla seems to be bigger than before. Many of Konoha's ninjas looked on with shock on their faces. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell. In terms of size, Godzilla, who was more than 80 meters tall, had already suppressed the 8 tails. They only saw Godzilla fiercely slap down, smashing the 8 tails to the point that they staggered. Damn it! Didn't the intelligence say that it was 70 meters? Isn't 70 meters the limit for Godzilla? The 8-tailed was a little exasperated. Because, it faintly discovered that Godzilla was actually stronger than this Bijuu. Simply outrageous. Bijuudama. Haxabi spat out a purple-black chakra ball. Yuuji also spat out an atomic breath, blowing up Bijuudama. Unfortunately, I am still unable to activate the upgraded version of atomic breath. Yuuji relied on his strong physique to catch the aftermath of Bijuudama's explosion. He was safe and sound, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. Although the atomic breath was stronger than white-hot light, it was still a relatively ordinary attack in the atomic breath series. The strengthened version of the atomic breath, such as the light atomic breath, the infinite atomic breath, the spiral atomic breath, and so on. Its power surpassed the ordinary atomic breath. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Yuuji rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with the 8 tails, smashing the bowl down. Even if the other party had 8 tails, he still pressed them down. Is this it? 8 tails, you are only fit to be my food. Yuuji said in a low voice. He grabbed an octopus horn that was coming at him and opened his mouth to bite it. 8 tails let out a painful roar, and even more tails wrapped around it. However, Yuuji directly used an atomic breath to hit the head of the 8-tailed beast. He even raised his foot and stomped on the chest of the 8-tailed beast. While biting, he tore at the tail with great force. One after another, the tail was eaten under the eyes of everyone. Yuuji no longer concealed his ability to devour Bijuu's chakra. Although in the eyes of people, they had already vaguely sensed it. However, no one cared about it in the past. It was just devouring some of Bijuu's chakra. It was not a big deal. Until now, the scene of biting and biting without restraint appeared, making people's scalp tingle. Did he really treat Bijuu as food? Damn it, this guy is actually taking my share of chakra. Quickly think of a way to stop him. The 8 tails shouted at Killer Bee. Killer Bee was also shocked. If they were to snatch the share, then the problem would be huge. Big Brother Killer Bee shouted. The fourth Raikage had also noticed this battle. He had personally witnessed Godzilla, who was even more powerful. He forced Kazue back with a single punch. His face was gloomy. Every time you use the Totsuka sword and Kusanagi sword, you are very cautious. These two spirit weapons are a huge burden to you, right? Little brat, you can't hide from my eyes. I have already learned all the information you have. As long as I have time, I will definitely kill you. Humph, don't be too proud. If you only rely on the amount of information to determine the result of the battle, then you will only use your fists to smash, and you will die the fastest. Kazue said casually. She forced herself to endure the rapid loss of pupil's strength, and a strong sense of vigilance rose in her heart. Kumagakure's fellows finally couldn't bear it anymore. They were going to take out the trump card that made them dare to attack Konoha. What could it be that could make the weak Kumagakure send out 3 Kage level to attack Konoha? Whoosh! The fourth Raikage broke away from Kazue at an astonishing speed and quickly pounced towards Yuuji. At the same time, he took out a scroll and quickly opened it. Chapter 219, Next Madara Uchiha. Steady, steady, steady. When the fourth Raikage was channeling the Crimson Gourd, he had no doubts about this. Although it was not the most suitable time, it was enough. On the other hand, the fact that Killer Bee had suffered a loss at Yuuji's hands so quickly shocked him. However, it was no longer important. Soon, Yuuji would die in his hands. However, what surprised the fourth Raikage was that Yuuji acted as if he had not heard anything and only bit at the 8 tails with his mouth wide open, turning a deaf ear to it. Shiranui Yuuji. Shiranui Yuuji, if I call you, do you dare to agree? The fourth Raikage held the gourd and asked again. But Yuuji still did not respond to him. This made fourth Raikage's heart sink to the bottom. How could this be? He suddenly abandoned Kazue, looking like he was in a hurry to support the 8 tails. Suddenly, he began to question Yuuji. There was no negligence on the way. As long as Yuuji dared to respond, no matter what he said, he would be sealed by the Crimson Gourd immediately. But why, there was no response? Shiranui Yuuji. The fourth Raikage roared again. He grabbed the Crimson Gourd with one hand and charged at Yuuji at an astonishing speed. Swish! Yuuji waved his huge tail and fiercely lashed at the fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage roared angrily. He did not dodge, but instead slammed his head against the terrifying tail whip, causing a terrifying roar. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Yuuji did not respond even if he was beaten to death. This time, the others also realized that something was wrong. Compromise and admitting defeat were never Yuuji's style. Kazue and the others knew this deeply, and it was even more impossible for them to not say a word. Is it that jar? What exactly is that thing? Kazue quickly moved her eyes and stared at the strange jar. But she couldn't see through it at all. This was a strange item that even Mangekyo Sharingan could not see through. This is Kumagakure's trump card? A strange jar. And the way to resist this jar is to be silent? Kazue quickly thought of this in his mind and felt incredible. What kind of prop has this strange ability to use sound and words as weapons? Bastard, why did the information about Rikuta Sennin's precious artifact leak out? The fourth Raikage was both shocked and angry. He didn't know what was wrong, but he had no choice but to rescue his younger brother immediately. Whoosh! A shocking bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The fourth Raikage punched Yuuji's arm, buying a short gap for the 8 tails so that the 8 tails had a chance to break free and successfully escape. However, 2 tails were still eaten. Yes, something is wrong. The information of the amber bottle has been leaked. Haxabi said angrily, feeling sorry for the loss of his chakra. Killer Bee's expression was tense. But why? The information of the amber bottle is top secret. Only a few of us know the principle of casting spells. Why would the other party know? Information related to Rikuta Sennin's precious artifact had always been top secret. The Goldenhorn and Silverhorn brothers used 5 Rikuta Sennin precious artifacts to kill the 2 top experts of the 2nd generation Raikage and the 2nd generation Hokage. The only one who could possibly leak the information was dead. It was reasonable to say that Konoha's people would not have too much understanding of Rikuta Sennin's treasure. It was good enough to even know the name. Then, Sandame attacked with a heavy fist. After snatching the amber bottle from the 2 brothers, he had sealed it in Kumagakure. Only now did he take it out to deal with Shiranui Yuuji. Sandame Reikage, and Goldenhorn and Silverhorn had died early with the other 4 Rikuta Senin artifacts. No matter how one looked at it, the information of the amber bottle should not be leaked. What was going on? Yuuji did not answer these people's questions. He only rode on Godzilla's body and revealed a terrifying smile. Godzilla's mouth opened wide, extremely horrifying. Nuclear release, atomic breath. Whoosh! An atomic breath sprayed onto the 8-tailed, causing it to let out another painful howl. This time, the 8-tailed did not even dare to stretch out its tail to attack Yuuji, afraid that it would be caught and eaten again. Damn it! The 4th Reikage was furious. Yuuji's actions completely disrupted his plan, which is to quickly kill Shiranui Yuuji and then immediately retreat. There's no other way, I can't kill this guy, so I can only attack the others. The 4th Reikage turned his head with a gloomy expression, and stared at the other 2 people. Uchiha Kazue, who was riding the Susanoo, pounced towards him. Hitaki Kakashi, who was entangled with Yujito. Hitaki Kakashi actually grasped the 9-tailed chakra. Is he the new 9-tailed Jinchuriki? But this chakra is not right. The 4th Reikage immediately locked onto Kazue, holding the amber bottle, trying to find a way to seal Kazue. Are you so impatient to die, Uchiha Kazue? The 4th Reikage shouted. Kazue's expression was indifferent. Ridiculous. The 4th Reikage was delighted. On the other side, before Kakashi could say anything, Yujito burst into laughter. Stupid guys, no one can save you now. Kakashi said coldly, you should take care of yourself first. A mere 2-tailed Jinchuriki is pitifully weak. It is difficult for you to control such a weak Bijuu, isn't it? Yujito and the 2nd tail were enraged. Damn it, this little devil actually said that I am weak? I am the 2nd tail Bijuu, much stronger than that guy Shikaku. The 2nd tail was flustered and exasperated, and the little kitty hated to hear others say that it was weak. It gave more power to Yujito, quickly kill that guy for me. It only got a little of the Kyuubi's chakra. His is not the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, there is nothing to worry about. Humph, what a surprise. Haven't you always disliked me? Yujito's eyes lit up, and she was somewhat happy. Her relationship with the Nibi was not harmonious. Compared to the perfect Jinchuriki, she was still far away, and she still needed more time to build a relationship with the Nibi. Compared to little brat Konoha, you are not so annoying. Shua. Yujito began to transform completely into Bijuu, turning into a huge cat. The 2 tails behind him were constantly swinging. On the other side, Kakashi, who had 3 tails, looked at her coldly and frowned. Complete Bijuu transformation. Just this size alone is very difficult to deal with. Lightning release, Reikari. A large amount of Kyuubi chakra was concentrated in his right hand, and terrifying lightning crazily surged, condensing into an astonishing lightning ball. He did not have a powerful method to deal with Bijuu, so he could only use chakra to forcibly increase the power of lightning cut. Boom! Kakashi's speed was astonishing, and he immediately struck the 2nd tail. Astonishing lightning wrapped around the 2nd tail. The battle between these 2 people was temporarily unable to decide the victor, and it would continue to be a stalemate. However, Kazue had already been sucked into the amber bottle. Stupid! Arrogant little brat Uchiha, die here! The 4th Reikage was pleasantly surprised. The amber bottle captured Kazue's words. A shocking suction force came for her, stunning her and pulling her over in an invincible manner. In theory, the suction force of the Crimson Gourd was not something that a humanoid creature could resist. The golden horn that was originally half Bijuu's had been forcibly sucked in, unable to resist. Lord Kazue! A lot of Konoha ninjas looked over in horror. In their vision, they only saw that Kazue's entire body was distorted by the power of the amber bottle, and was being pulled over by the jar. It's useless, as long as the word spirit is captured, it is absolutely impossible to escape the seal of the amber bottle. 4th Reikage laughed. If you can't kill Shiranui Yuuji, but you can catch Uchiha Kazue, it is barely acceptable. That's true. I was a little too pleased with myself. Yuuji only lowered his head and glanced at the jar. He shook his head when he saw that Kazue had been swallowed into the jar. How should I put it? Having Izanagi is convenient. I have enough confidence to ignore the damage from the outside world. Just as the 4th Reikage revealed a satisfied smile. Shua! Puchi! The Totsuka sword continued to extend and stab towards the 4th Reikage. Fortunately, the fourth Raikage reaction was different from ordinary people. With the buffer of the thunder escape armor, he hurriedly dodged. Kazue was standing behind the fourth Raikage with a smile. She was completely unharmed. You. What is going on? Is this also your pupil art? The fourth Raikage's expression changed. It seems that the information you have is very limited. Kazue pulled up his hair and quietly used his right eye to restore pupil's left eye. Izanagi, who was using his own body, actually did not consume much energy. The trouble was the life of Izanagi in his right eye. Every time his left eye was repaired, pupil's energy would disappear forever. Once his right eye was blinded, his left eye could no longer be repaired. This technique of Izanagi became a one-time technique. The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth, his anger constantly attacking his rationality. What exactly is going on with Uchiha Kazue's pupil art? It can actually rewrite the result of being sealed? And at the very beginning, when she sensed a huge threat, the fourth Raikage vaguely knew the function of Kazue's pupil art. It was precisely because of this that he became even more flustered. This kind of pupil art was simply unreasonable. Amber Bottle, you want to use this thing to kill us? Is this purpose of Kumigakure's invasion? What a joke, let this boring war end here. Kazue controlled Susanoo, picked up Kusanagi's sword, and slashed horizontally. Some of Kumigakure was cut in half on the spot, blood and flesh splashing. Although the ability of Amber Bottle was very strong, it was useless to her. It was just a seal against word spirit, it was not an unsolvable ability. The fourth Raikage was incomparably furious, continuously attacking Susanoo, one punch after another, incomparably crazy, the attack frequency and strength were both very exaggerated. But it was unable to completely break through the defense of Susanoo. After all, this was already the third stage of Susanoo, and the defense of the Black Tengu heavy armor was incomparably astonishing. It's time to end this. As compensation, you can leave one Bijuu. Yuuji knocked the 8 tails and staggered. He turned around and slammed at the fourth Raikage. In fact, compared to the 8 tails and the 2 tails, Yuuji wanted to kill the fourth Raikage more. This guy was too fast. At present, only Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito relied on time and space ninjutsu to beat him. The fourth Raikage grabbed the amber bottle and gritted his teeth. His purpose of this war was completely ruined. More importantly, the hundreds of ninjas he brought with him were all going to die here. It was impossible for Konoha to let them go. If you want to get Kumigakure, it depends on whether you have the ability. The fourth Raikage growled and rushed up to punch Yuuji. However, no matter how hard he tried, at most, he would only cause some damage to the surface of Yuuji's body. Compared to Godzilla's body size, he was nothing. As the cage of a village, you can only jump in front of me like a flea. Yuuji had already looked past the fourth Raikage who was like a flea. This further infuriated the fourth Raikage. Yuuji and Kazue looked down at him arrogantly. This was something that the fourth Raikage had never encountered before. Even in the 3 battles field, Minato and Oniki were not arrogant to this extent. The fourth Raikage stood still and gnashed his teeth, thinking about how to retreat. It's over. Now, let's see what Yuuji wants to do. If you say that he has no interest in Bijuu, I definitely don't need it. In the distance, the figures of Obito and White Zetsu slowly appeared. They watched this battle from afar. The end of this battle meant that the entire 3 battles would end. The various big ninja villages would spend many years to lick the wounds of the war. Obito naturally had to pay attention to it. That's true. If the big ninja villages don't get into chaos, we will feel very uncomfortable. Madara, what are you going to do? White Zetsu looked at him carefully. His main body had already been imprisoned by Nagato. As a small clone, he did not dare to go against Obito's will. Don't forget, Kirigakure is still under my control. If I want to weaken the power of the big ninja village, I can start with Kirigakure and see if there is any need for that. The most important thing right now is to find a way to find out the intelligence of the I organization. If you don't do your job well, I will kill you and choose the other White Zetsu. White Zetsu immediately fell silent. All of a sudden, White Zetsu exclaimed, someone is coming. His speed is very fast. A figure in a loose black robe quickly rushed over. He slowly raised his head, revealing a crude mask. Countless megatama were engraved on the mask. This was fine, but the key was that these megatama were crooked. The lines were simple and crude, and the colors were different. It was like a graffiti drawn on a hastily Coupled with this mask that did not even have wood shavings, it was extremely strange. Who is this person? Obito watched from afar. Under his gaze, this person quickly rushed into the battlefield, standing on a large tree, overlooking the entire battlefield. Kumagakure's guy, I am very interested in the thing in your hand. Hand it over to me and I will spare your life. This person quickly observed the situation, his voice extremely cold, but it clearly showed the confidence of the strong. Uchiha Shin felt that he had the qualifications to be from Shin. His loud voice quickly attracted a lot of attention. Yuuji also looked over. At first glance, the corners of his eyes trembled imperceptibly. Obviously, he was also very surprised that Shin had come here. Since he taught Shin to seal the seal, he no longer paid attention to this guy, and he was even less interested in taking care of this guy's actions. The fourth Raikage looked at the mysterious person who suddenly barged in. He frowned, and the suppressed anger completely boiled. He grabbed the amber bottle and said angrily, "Which nobody are you?" In this chaotic battlefield, blood was splashing everywhere. In the distance, Obito had already revealed a shocked expression. The mask on his face is very similar to the style of that organization. Who is this guy? Is he a new member of the I organization? He stared at him, eager to know the identity of this person. At this time, Shin faced the scrutiny and cold eyes. He could not help but feel a little panic in his heart, but he still tried to keep calm. He paused deeply and said, "I came for the weapon in your hand. If you don't want to die, you better hand it over to me immediately. As for my identity, you can call me Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu. Yuuji. Obito." Obito's mind exploded. Who do you think you are? Chapter 220, I've never seen such a failure before. Many people who were fighting to the death suddenly stopped fighting. Especially Two-Tail, who was in a berserk state, who was chasing after Kakashi crazily, suddenly stopped and was at a loss. Everyone was stunned. Uchiha Madara. There are two. The fourth Raikage was shocked at that moment. His eyes were wide open as he sized up the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. Another Uchiha Madara? Everyone was stunned. Uchiha Shin stood on the big tree and said in a cold voice, "Humph, with your knowledge and experience, you can only reach this stage. You were fooled by that fake me. I am the real Uchiha Madara." Many people couldn't think of anything. In the distance, the already furious Obito completely exploded at this time. The three Tomo Sharingan under the mask was bloodshot. "Calm down, Madara, calm down, we all know that you are the real one." White Zetsu comforted Obito. "Bullshit, I am also a fake. But I will not allow him to pretend to be the man I am pretending to be." Obito was furious. This White Zetsu immediately became timid, cowering to the side. "Now, in the name of Madara, I order you to hand over the weapons in your hands. Whether it is the jar or the two swords, they all belong to me." Shin shouted in a low voice, full of momentum. That kind of strong burst from Shin made people not dare to look down on him. Daring to declare war on so many people present, could this person really be, but who was Akatsuki's Madara? Kazue also looked at Yuuji with a vague gaze, with a hint of inquiry, "Why did this idiot come here? You arranged it." Yuuji just shook his head slightly and quickly ended the communication. "He arranged it? Don't joke around. How could he arrange for this guy?" He knew very well how rare Shin was in the original timeline. He was crazy to arrange such an important task for this guy. At most, when he encountered an important occasion, he could bring him, the ninja Manjakyu, to make up the numbers. At least he could scare the enemy. Moreover, in the current situation, 5.5 kg level was fighting. How could Shin jump around? If they really fought, the three-tailed Kakashi could rely on his powerful combat experience and IQ to kill Shin in the end. Moreover, Yuuji racked his brains, but he did not expect this guy to run all the way here from the Valley of the End. This is really annoying. How many Madara are there in this world? Kazue tilted his head in understanding and waved his Kusanagi sword in frustration. From the looks of it, he was feeling uneasy about the appearance of this Madara. In reality, Shin himself had also come up with the idea at the last minute. Originally, he had only gone out to gather the materials needed to cast pupil art. He hadn't expected that he would coincidentally notice this great battle. He had even taken a fancy to artifacts like the amber gourd and the Totsuka sword at a glance. The fourth Raikage's eyelids trembled as he looked at Yuuji with some hesitation. He planned to retreat. It was very unwise to rashly offend a fellow who called himself Uchiha Madara. How do you prove that you are Uchiha Madara? The real Madara, both eyes are Mangekyo Sharingan. Holding the amber bottle, the fourth Raikage carefully opened the distance, constantly calculating the distance between the tail and the tail, thinking about the retreating tactics. Humph, Mangekyo Sharingan, only my Mangekyo is the strongest Sharingan in the world, there is no doubt about this. Since opening Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin felt that he was too powerful. He had the eyes of the entire Uchiha clan, which could be called a treasure. He had already surpassed 99 of the Uchiha clan, and became the real and excellent Uchiha. This was very important to Shin, who considered himself as the spiritual Uchiha. Shin found the meaning of his existence. However, only a few people from the I organization knew of his existence. This made Shin very dissatisfied. He wanted everyone to know of his existence. He wanted everyone to know that he was the most awesome Uchiha. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the name of the most awesome member of the Uchiha clan, Madara, as his new identity in front of everyone. Since you guys are so eager to see the horror, I will help you. When I make a move, you won't have a chance to resist. Even if it is the little devil of the Uchiha clan, you can't fight against me. With a cold snort, Shin jumped off the tree with great confidence. In the action, he quickly made a seal in front of everyone. What is this? Is he going to use the pupil technique? Killer Bee immediately became serious. Hakubi also said to him, be careful. In my memory, the past Mangekyo ninjas are extremely difficult to deal with. Their pupil technique is even more difficult to guard against. It is extremely strange. If you want to fight against this guy, you have to find a way to grasp the information of the other party's technique. But the problem was, what was Uchiha Madara's one-eyed Hitomi technique? It had always been a mystery. Even though the Eight Tails and Two Tails had experienced the times when they were forcibly suppressed by Hashirama and Madara, they still didn't know what Madara's one-eyed pupil technique was. Because Madara only needed to use Mangekyo's illusion technique to just glare at them a little, and they would be able to cripple them, Bijuu, and even the Nine Tails would not be able to withstand it. In any case, Madara could easily open a complete Susanoo, which was enough to press them to the ground and beat them. It shouldn't be the pupil technique of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The pupil technique doesn't need seals at all. Fourth Raikage's beard trembled, extremely cautious. However, Yuuji had already recognized what this technique that Shin was going to use was. Sealing technique. Unseal the seal. Shin immediately released the 5 seals on his body. His eyes suddenly closed, and when he opened them again, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly appeared. The 3 Megatama fused together, forming a black circular pattern. There were also 3 small horns that extended out from the circular pattern. This was Shin's Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the 5 Sharingan that had been unsealed under the black robe, they had already started to dissipate the moment they were released. Therefore, Shin brazenly made his move, intending to end the battle quickly. He moved. This mysterious man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara and strongly claimed that Akatsuki's Madara was a fake, rushed out with a powerful aura and unparalleled momentum, pressing down on everyone. Everyone subconsciously felt their hearts beating wildly. Even someone as strong as the 4th Raikage was at this moment, his heart beat faster and faster, looking at the black-clothed man who pounced at him as if he was facing a great enemy. It was too strong. This imposing aura that was like a mountain rolling over. This kind of powerful strength that came from Shin and his decisive actions without any hesitation, as well as the unknown technique that he had just used, as well as the fact that he called himself Madara, this kind of pressure that came from him was truly unmatched. Swish! Shin suddenly raised his head. That pair of Mangekyo Sharingan emitted a demonic crimson light. Waves of pupils' power surged, bringing with it an oppressive feeling. It really is Mangekyo, so you are also Uchiha Madara. The 4th Raikage turned pale with fright. Yujito and Killer Bee did not dare to hesitate. They strengthened their mental connection with the 8-tailed and the 2nd-tailed. Only by supporting each other could they avoid the painful situation of being controlled by a single glance. However, they soon discovered that this Madara did not use an illusion to deal with them. Is it disdain? This arrogant attitude is indeed very similar to that guy. Hakubi was frightened and felt that it was natural. That's right, Madara should be like this. He was a man who was arrogant to the bones. He disdained everything other than Hashirama and regarded him as trash. The 4th Raikage, who was the first to bear the brunt, suddenly stood up with his long hair and burst out with all his strength. Come on, even if you are Uchiha Madara, it is impossible to beat me so easily. The fourth Raikage roared, using his powerful vision and nerve reflex to search for all the subtle movements of the other party. His brain began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Don't use illusion techniques. What are you planning to do? Directly activate Susanoo? Or some kind of powerful ninjutsu? Or is it just a physical technique showdown? According to some records he had about Madara, he knew that Madara was indeed an arrogant person. Madara broke one of his hands. The fourth Raikage stared at the figure of the other party, and from the wide black robe, he immediately found the blind spot. Humph, foolish fellow, accept your death. Anyone who is my enemy will die in my hands. Shin roared, his might threatening. It was also at this moment that the muscles all over the fourth Raikage's body tightened to the extreme. In the midst of the lightning, he was ready to move his body at any time. Big brother! Lord Raikage! Both B and Yujito felt uneasy and immediately wanted to rush over to help the fourth Raikage. It was in this split second. The man who called himself Madara beat him to death. The manjikyu in his eyes began to spin, and the pupil technique in his right eye was activated at this moment. Crash! Countless ninja tools poured out from his wide robe. The sword in his hand, kunao, needle, and some other messy things, some of which were stained with fresh soil, and it was unknown where he dug them out. Whoosh! These ninjas were densely packed together, and at a close distance, they formed a shocking rain of ninjas. They roared as they charged towards the fourth Raikage. Bang! 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 A series of explosions that made one's scalp numb exploded out. The countless ninjas collided with the thunder escape armor, and an intense battle immediately occurred. Then, a large number of ninja tools were shattered by the thunder powder, turning into fine fragments that scattered out. The speed was very fast, and there were many of them. Some unlucky people in the distance were turned into sieves and died on the spot. Everything was silent. People seemed to forget to breathe. He looked at the scene blankly. After a long time, no one spoke or made any movements. Is there anything else? I can still hold on. The fourth Raikage was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. No more. Shin stood in front of the fourth Raikage. He, who had already beaten up all his ninjutsu, could only say this in a dry voice. The two of them looked at each other and fell into a confused silence. Just this? Powerful strength, single-eyed pupil technique, this kind of terrifying aura, was it just throwing out a bunch of swords and things like kunao? However, the fourth Raikage was frightened and even suspected that he had already been hit. The technique that the other party had used before had already been applied to him, but he did not notice it. Give me the amber gourd. Shin pondered for a moment and realized that something was wrong. In front of everyone, facing the strange gazes, he could not keep his face up. Since Shin's heart had been greatly injured, he immediately braced himself and placed his hand on the amber bottle. It was not a good start. Gradually, in these few short seconds, more and more people reacted. It was true that this person had Manjikyo Sharingan, and he seemed to have used Manjikyo's technique just now, but the problem was, he did not know what to say. In the distance, the man who was watching the battle with bloodshot eyes slowly dissipated and entered sage mode. I learned a lot of knowledge from Uchiha Madara and mastered a lot of secret arts. I think I am knowledgeable and have some knowledge about the abilities of Manjikyo Sharingan who appeared in various eras, but... Obito said slowly in a low voice, I have never seen such a trashy pupil art. What is this He could finally tell that this fellow's one-eyed Hitomi technique was a control tool, and it was even something like kunao, the sword in his hand, and needles. Was this really the ability that Manjikyo Sharingan possessed? At the side, White Zetsu did not know what to say for a moment, and his pale face was full of confusion. The two people who were experienced and knowledgeable somewhat doubted life. If it was just a large amount of ninja equipment, why would you need to use Manjikyo to do it? Arrange a large pile of trash, bring a few more ninja bags and item scrolls, and then throw them away without thinking. Do you still need to specially develop a pupil technique? Obito was dumbfounded, and the anger in his heart inexplicably dissipated. Garbage! Obito announced. He looked at Shin, who had already placed his palm on the amber bottle. White Zetsu said, if this guy's ability is related to ninja, it's no wonder he wanted to snatch the amber bottle. Without a powerful divine artifact, he is simply superfluous. With a divine artifact, it is also superfluous. Because if this divine artifact is controlled by an expert, it can also display a powerful effect. It is not just him who can display the function of the divine artifact. Obito sneered again and again. At most, he would be able to control the divine artifact a little more smoothly, but in essence, he still had to be controlled by the special power of the divine artifact itself. There definitely wasn't anything that could change the ability of the divine artifact. From the looks of it, it was still trash. It wasn't just Obito who couldn't stand it anymore. Yuuji also couldn't stand it anymore. If no one cared, this idiot would definitely die here. Out of the few people present, who could he defeat? At this time, the 5 Sharingan had already dissipated, forcing Shin to unseal even more of his eyes. He unsealed 10 in one go, all for the sake of obtaining the amber bottle. You are very strong, but the strength is limited. The 4th Raikage said. Shin said angrily, ridiculous. You haven't seen my horror yet. Swish. After obtaining more power from his eye, his left eye suddenly spun in the hole on his inferior mask. The left eye's pupil technique began to play a role, directly using mark on the amber bottle. This was Shin's pupil technique. Left eye mark ninja tool, right eye control ninja tool. Shin knew that the power that could be used to control ordinary ninja was very limited, so he couldn't wait to get a powerful divine artifact. If not for because he was too young and hadn't fought with the strong, he would have drifted away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taught a lesson by the 4th Raikage. He wouldn't have even broken through the 4th Raikage's defense. From now on, this gourd is mine. Shin said excitedly. Chapter 221, First Bijuu. Get lost. The 4th Raikage suddenly threw a punch at Shin. The amber bottle was Kumigakure's treasure. How could he give it to this inexplicable guy? He could already tell that this fellow was most likely not Uchiha Madara. But in the next moment, his expression immediately changed. Because the amber bottle suddenly trembled and began to take the initiative to break free from his control. Bang! The amber bottle suddenly moved, blocking the 4th Raikage's fist. The 4th Raikage! Shin shouted with a sneer. The 4th Raikage's expression was stern. He didn't dare to say anything, but he immediately formed a seal, planning to use a secret technique to take back the amber bottle. However, his expression quickly changed, because the seal he tried to cast on the amber bottle was hindered by a force, failing. It's useless. The ninja tool in my hand is mine. The face under Shin's mask revealed a look of joy. Through Manjakyu's technique, he had completely controlled this Rikuta Senin divine artifact. Lord Raikage, retreat. The current situation is disadvantageous to us. Yujito shouted. The 4th Raikage did not say a word. After hesitating for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and chose to retreat. Many of Kumigakure's ninjas intended to retreat. Did I tell you to leave? Damn you guys, all of you, die here. Yuuji opened his mouth wide and directly spat out an atomic breath at the fleeing Kumigakure ninjas. The terrifying high temperature burned all targets that were hit. Flames burned and boiled, turning this dense forest into a terrifying sea of fire. One by one, Kumigakure's ninjas died in endless wailing. The 8 tails and 2 tails quickly rushed over, trying to stop Yuuji and buy time for the others to escape. Only the 2 of them were most suitable to do this here. Since you're here, then stay. Kazue, the 2 of us will take action and kill these 2 animals. Kakashi, you lead the team to kill those trash. Yuuji said with a cold expression. The 4th Raikage, on the other hand, attacked with a muffled sound, striking towards Yuuji's huge head with a loud bang. This kind of astonishing speed indeed tore out ferocious scars on the surface of Yuuji's body. However, Yuuji did not care about this at all. No matter how fast the 4th Raikage, who was like a fly, was, he was only so, and the 8-tailed and 2-tailed were more attractive to him. With a kick, he ruthlessly kicked Nibi away. Little kitty, you better be obedient. This way, you can live longer. Otherwise, you will be killed. Yuuji coldly looked at it, and immediately grabbed Hakubi. Just when the 4th Raikage was about to continue to attack Yuuji, he was forced back by Susanoo. The huge Susanoo suddenly attacked, and the huge hand was firmly holding the gourd, ready to use the Totsuka sword to kill the opponent at any time. These 2 swords are also mine. Shin was still not satisfied after obtaining the amber bottle, and was staring at Kusanagi sword and Totsuka sword with envy. Now, if it was just a powerful ninja tool, he would want it. Swish! He released another 10 Sharingan and joined the battle. He activated the amber bottle, removing the lock on the fourth raikage. Now, it was directly aimed at Uchiha Kazue. Uchiha Kazue! Shin shouted. Kazue looked at him with contempt. Stupid guy, even if you get the divine artifact, you are still a waste. The amber bottle began to suck her in. She immediately activated Izanagi to avoid the fate of being sealed. Moreover, he controlled Susanoo to ruthlessly slash Shin. What kind of pupil technique is this? Damn it, I am the most powerful Uchiha. Shin was both shocked and furious, and his face was filled with intense unwillingness and jealousy. He hastily retreated, dodging the heavy blow of Susanoo, and the power of pupil in his right eye surged, and those pieces of ninja armor that were previously shattered by the fourth raikage flew over one after another, all of them rushing towards Kazue. As expected, Kazue did not even flinch. This kind of dense ninja attacks were useless against ninjas like Kazue and Raikage. Shin's heart suffered a ruthless blow again, and he was flustered and exasperated. Don't worry about him, Bijuu is more important. Yuuji said. One by one, the two of them attacked the eight tails and the two tails. Rumble. The huge battle. Four incomparably huge figures launched a cruel confrontation, continuously colliding and resisting, causing a large area of the earth and mountains to shake. Swish! The two tails spat out a shot of Bijuudama, but Kazue raised her hand and hacked him to the other side. When the aftermath of the explosion came, she had already controlled the Susanoo and ruthlessly pressed the second tail to the ground. The earth caved in, and sand and stones flew everywhere. A cat! Speaking of which, I have signed a psychic contract with the cat race. Do you want to be my psychic beast too? Kazue laughed. Bastard brat, do you know who you are talking to? Nibi was very angry, he screamed and waved his claws to scratch Susanoo. And indeed, it had caused some trouble for Kazue, and cracks appeared on the heavy armor of Susanoo. Especially, at this time, Nibi spat out another shot of Bijuudama, which directly hit Susanoo, and immediately blasted out a deep pit in its heavy armor. In the end, the third stage of Susanoo was only half a body, and there was still a higher space to dig in all aspects. Rumble. On the other side, the battle between Yuuji and the eight-tailed was obviously even more shocking. Their battle prowess also surpassed Kazue and the two-tailed. Just what kind of monster are you? And what is your relationship with us, Bijuu? The eight-tailed roared. This cow was surprisingly angry, and a chill rose in its heart. To be able to devour chakra and seize its share of chakra, he had never heard of this kind of ability. The share of the 9 of them was determined by Rikuta Sennin when he divided the 10 tails. Other than Rikuta Sennin and the 10 tails, the 8 tails really couldn't think of anyone else who had this kind of ability. Could it be that Godzilla, this giant beast, was related to the 10 tails? The 8 tails were alarmed. Fight, quickly think of a way to retreat, don't tangle with Konoha's guys. The fourth raikage roared, endlessly anxious. The situation was unfavorable, the 3 of them were unable to escape, the other Kumagaku ninjas were being hunted down by Kakashi, the casualties heavy. The fourth raikage originally planned to cover the rear and buy time for these people to escape, just like his father, Sandame, fighting 10,000 IWA ninja alone, but the change in this battle was far beyond his expectations. He could only save Bijuu first. Otherwise, if Bijuu was captured by Konoha, there would be no meaning for the other ninjas to escape. Lightning release, lightning strike, thunder fury axe. A large amount of chakra gathered on his foot. The fourth raikage mustered up all his strength, roared, and ruthlessly kicked Yuuji. This attack left a terrifying wound on the surface of Yuuji's body. Lightning hot saber. The 8 tails also took the opportunity to attack, and their thick arms hit Yuuji's neck with a loud bang. It seemed like they wanted to put Yuuji down on the spot. It's very painful, but it's not that it can't stand it. Stay! Yuuji sneered, stretched out his claws, and grabbed toward the 8 tail, leaving a terrifying scar on the body of this bull ghost. A large amount of chakra scattered out, and not only did it dissipate out, it could be imagined how astonishing this kind of injury was. Yuuji didn't even bother to look at the fourth raikage, and only focused on the 8 tail. It seemed that Raikage and the 8 tail were in a difficult situation. The nearby Nibi finally couldn't bear it any longer. Driven by the will of Yujito, it fiercely resisted, taking advantage of the gap between Kazue's Susanoo being nearly penetrated by Bijuudama, it quickly broke free and pounced towards Yuuji. Its 4 claws ferociously grabbed, and it even opened its big mouth, ruthlessly tearing at Yuuji's neck. At this moment, Yuuji was attacked by the 8 tails and 2 tails respectively, and his movements stopped. Well done. This way, this guy won't move. The 4th Raikage was pleasantly surprised. The 4th Raikage! Shin shouted. The 4th Raikage immediately closed his mouth and looked at Shin with eyes filled with killing intent. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he turned around and planned to retreat. Whoosh! Killer Bee was the first to break free from Bijuu. The 4th Raikage rushed over at an exaggerated speed and grabbed Killer Bee. Yujito, quick! Killer Bee shouted. Just as Yujito was about to release Bijuu from his transformation and run away, Yuuji moved. An atomic breath hit the Nibi at close range. Even though his body was covered in wounds, it still did not affect his combat ability. Stay! Rumble! Yuuji immediately pressed the 2nd tail to the ground. No matter how much the cat hissed, Yuuji only pressed down on it with a terrifying force. 4-symbol seal. Lines gushed out from Yuuji's palm and bound the 2nd tail. Big brother, let's retreat. Killer Bee said in a low voice as he watched Nibi being caught. Giving up on their companions was never Kumigakuru's style. They were the most united people. However, the problem now was that if they did not leave, the 3 of them would fall here. Now that he had abandoned Yujito, he and Raikage could successfully escape, and Kumigakure could still hold on. However, if the village lost the 3 of them in one go, then Kumigakure would not even have a single cage level, and he would be in danger of falling out of the 5 great villages. Moreover, there was a guy who called himself Uchihamadara who was jumping up and down. The 4th Raikage eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the screaming Nibi, almost biting his teeth to pieces. Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He grabbed onto Killer Bee and pushed his speed to the limit, quickly leaving. The 2nd tail was abandoned. This was absolutely the right choice. You have been abandoned, Yuuji said indifferently. As the 4-symbol seal continued to spread, it gradually covered the whole body of the 2-tailed, continuously sealing the chakra of the 2-tailed. The figure of the 2nd tail continued to shrink until it finally turned into Yujito. The 4-symbol seal could also be considered a powerful sealing technique. Although it was a few levels lower than the 8-trigram seal and the corpse ghost seal, it was still considered outstanding when compared to Ninja World. It could be of some use against the 2nd tail, and with Yuuji's physical suppression, it successfully withered the 2nd tail. The 2nd tail was terrified, and Yujito would be in trouble. How sad! Kumigakure, who always boasted of being united, also abandoned his companions. Yuuji also removed Godzilla's mode and stepped on the chest of Yujito. Puff! Yujito spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph, they will avenge me. After this battle, all of your information has been leaked. Next time. Yujito had a face full of hatred. But before she could finish speaking, Yuuji kicked down again, breaking the ribs in her chest and almost crushing her internal organs. There is one thing that you are mistaken about. My information has never been a secret, but this is the most unsolvable point. Even if you know all my abilities, you can't deal with me. This time, you took out a sealing divine artifact like the amber bottle, and you also saw the result. Yuuji sneered. Intelligence? I'm very sorry. Kazue might need to care about it because her Izanagi and the Totsuka sword both had the ability to kill in an instant. If the other party didn't know about Akatsuki's intelligence, if not for the 4th Raikage's astonishing speed or his indestructible defense type, as long as he was caught by Kazue, there was a high chance that he would be killed. Just like Pain in the human path, the human path appeared to be the weakest, and the first one to be abandoned by Nagato when he was in danger was the human path, but as long as he was touched by the human path, he would die. But for Yuuji, the intelligence and such, he did not need to care about this. He was already able to develop Godzilla to 80 meters. This was the result of him constantly feeding Godzilla chakra, especially after swallowing a lot of Bijuu's chakra in the 3 battles. In the future, when more chakra, especially the chakra portion, was swallowed by Godzilla, this giant beast would break the shackles of different worlds at a faster speed and wake up in this world. The future of everything was clearly visible, and it was not something that could be stopped by any information leak. You should be glad, Yujito, you just witnessed that I have not completely grown up, otherwise you will personally feel despair. For you, that is a world with no hope. Yuuji attacked and easily broke the limbs of Yujito. It was really broken, not severed. Ridiculous. Yujito still refused to compromise. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm just stating a fact. In any case, you won't be able to live for much longer. He grabbed one of Yujito's hands and dragged her away, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Yujito looked like she was on the verge of death, and the power from the second tail was constantly repairing her body. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare to kill me?" It was Xiao Hokage's order to give the second tail to Kumigakure. "You are from Konoha. Do you dare to kill me? Are you still trying to provoke me at this time?" "You will know soon," Yuuji replied. He did not intend to let go of Yujito. This was the first Bijuu he had caught. Yujito, when she was 2 years old, she had already been implanted with the second tail. However, she never gave up and trained hard. This was a typical example of encouragement. But unfortunately, he encountered an invincible enemy. "Yuuji-san, that guy escaped." Kazue pointed at the back of Shin. This guy wasn't stupid. He was frantically fleeing with the amber bottle in hand. "I'll leave it to you to handle. I have other things to do," Yuuji said indifferently as he dragged Yujito. He wanted to obtain Kumigakure's Turtle Island. Chapter 222, Foundation of the Holy Palace. Yay, looks like it's over. The second tail has fallen into that guy's hands. "You'll be in a difficult position too, right?" White Zetsu said. Obito did not say anything. He only looked coldly at the battlefield and saw Yuuji's cruel actions towards Yujito. To be honest, this was expected. Humph, it really is his style of doing things. He shows his disgusting style to his own people and keeps saying that he is a companion. Once he doesn't need to pretend, he will immediately reveal a savage scene. Obito snorted coldly. He was not surprised at all to see such a situation happen. This guy will not let go of this opportunity. He will catch a Bijuu in his own hands and use it as a bargaining chip to negotiate with us. Humph, I know this guy too well. I will ask him for the second tail after this. Obito activated his Kamui and disappeared from where he was. This battle had actually ended here. Kumigakure had suffered a great loss. Not only was the elite team of several hundred people nearly wiped out, but even Bijuu had been taken away. After Konoha's ninjas returned one after another, they began to clean up the battlefield and kill the corpses of Kumigakure's ninjas. They would regardless of whether they lived or died. Naturally, these ninjas began to whisper about the battle just now. The battle of several cage level was extremely shocking them. What made some people even more excited was not the victory of Kumigakure, but the appearance of Uchiha Shin. Hey, is Lord Kazue still not back? No, after all, the opponent is also a ninja with Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if Lord Kazue takes action, it will be difficult. Yes, I didn't expect that another ninja of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in our clan. It is really amazing. Ah, what I mean is that this is really too bad. We have to use our strength to fight our enemies. Yes, it is really a headache. There are always geniuses in our clan, and Mangekyo Sharingan is so strong. It is really difficult. Several Uchiha clansmen gathered together and said loudly, sighing. Especially when he met the eyes of his other companions. He immediately lamented loudly, as if something particularly helpless had happened. He even spread his hands and looked sorry. "I'm sorry. It's all because our clan is too strong. The #1 family of Ninja World is so amazing. It made Hyaga's clan want to beat people up." The faces of the 30 Hyaga ninjas were all ugly, with good upbringing and strict clan rules, so that they would not mock in front of so many people, but when there was no one, they would definitely do so, and the resentment on their faces unconsciously deepened. Isn't it just another Mangekyo Sharingan? What is he so proud of? Isn't he just a traitor? Our Hyaga clan will never have scum who betray our village and companions. Damn, why are you so envious? There was a sense of superiority on the faces of the Uchiha clansmen. How many Mangekyo is this? There is an immortal in the I organization, Akatsuki has a Madara, and now there is another Madara. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm really curious about the true identity of these people. Why don't they return to the clan? SHH, don't talk nonsense. Some elders suspect that these people might also be hiding in our clan and pretending to be ordinary people. I heard that the clan has been secretly searching for traces of immortals. What? In that case, there might be Mangekyo Sharingan who is hiding his identity among us. While these guys were talking, they deliberately lowered their voices, but their voices unconsciously became louder and louder. The white eyes of the Hyuga clan almost turned red. In the forest, Kazue was chasing after Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Kazue! Shin roared. Kazue only sneered. Using the terrifying suction force of the amber bottle, she instantly closed the distance between her and Shin, and then used as an agate to restart herself. The expression under Shin's mask revealed a deep sense of fear. It was even more devastating. Why did he encounter such a monster in the first battle after he had Mangekyo Sharingan? What is going on with your pupil technique? How can you ignore such a powerful divine artifact? Shin couldn't help but ask as he tried his best to flee. There are many ways to deal with the amber bottle. Using the shadow clone as a response to deceive, or using the Susanoo to fight head-on is a very good method. It's just that you are too stupid. A smile bloomed on Kazue's face, but it clearly gave Shin a bone-chilling chill. Shin suddenly felt that the amber bottle in his hand was not as fragrant. The divine artifact that he had risked his life to obtain was actually so unbearable in front of Kazue, this Mangekyo ninja? Damn it, I am not worse than you. I also have Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as you give me some more time. Shin gritted his teeth, but watched as Kazue got closer and closer. The terrifying threat that assaulted his face caused Shin to tremble all over. Give you time? You self-proclaimed Madara, no matter in terms of combat experience or ability to make decisions on the spot, you can't even match the average Jonin. That's fine, but your eyes, a kaleidoscope with such weak pupil power Sharingan, this is the first time I have seen it. One-eyed pupil art is related to ninja, but what about double-eyed pupil art? Where is your Susanoo? Swish! A terrifying giant suddenly appeared, picked up Kusanagi sword and ruthlessly chopped down at Shin. Shin hurriedly dodged, rolling and crawling, appearing to be covered in dust. In the face of a strong enemy, he exposed his true nature. The ninja tool in his hand was only left with the amber bottle, but it had no effect on Kazue at all, which made Shin completely wax. Susanoo, Susanoo! I also have this thing. Shin's eyes were red. What he couldn't stand the most was being discriminated against on Sharingan. Immediately, he directly unlocked all Sharingan on his body, and used all the last pupil power. He roared loudly, his eyes were bloodshot, his pupils rolled, and he desperately wanted to develop the Susanoo. Unfortunately, he failed. With his ability, he could not do it. His eyes was not strong enough, and he was severely lacking in development strength for Mangekyo. Moreover, from the source, this pair of eyes was not his. Shin's mentality collapsed. He turned around and fled, but he was caught up by Kazue. With a slash of his blade, his shoulder and left arm were cut off. Flesh and blood splattered, and long bloody marks were shot out on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. You can't even use the initial stage of Susanoo? This still hasn't allowed you to open the first stage, really bad, I have never seen such a bad eye. Kazue shook his head and looked at Shin mockingly. She calmly stretched out his hand and picked up Shin's left arm, looking down at the other party. This is all you can do, Madara? Really sad, I can even see the substance of humbleness in your eyes. Kazue said. Shut up. I am the strongest Uchiha, I will prove it to everyone. Shin crazily roared, and simply controlled the amber bottle to ruthlessly smash towards Kazue, but he was casually swatted away by Susanoo. He was really crazy. Shin, who was supporting him, was shaken. His Mangekyo Sharingan was beaten to pieces by Kazue. This almost drove him crazy. Live like a reptile, poor guy. Kazue shook his head, grabbed Shin's left arm and left, leaving the half-dead Shin on the spot. Shin's mind and courage were commendable, but he was blinded by the sudden power. Moreover, Kazue had never seen such rotten eyes before. She curiously looked at the broken arm in her hand. Those Sharingan turned into dust and disappeared one after another. This made her think about it. She finally understood how Yuuji opened Shin's eyes. Using the Edo Tensei to replenish pupils' strength? What an interesting method. Kazue chuckled. She felt that it was very fun. Generally speaking, Shin's strength after opening his eyes was not completely useless. With his ability, he could kill many elite jonins just by relying on the dense ninjas. Relying on the amber bottle, he even had the qualifications to match Cage level. It was possible that even Cage level, who lacked intelligence, would be hit. If Kazue and the others restrained him too much, especially Kazue, he could even ignore Rikuta Senin's divine artifact like the amber bottle. Shin! What an interesting toy! Kazue shook his head and increased his speed, disappearing from Shin's sight. My strength is so weak? Why do I have Mangekyo Sharingan too? Is it because my eyes is not strong enough? Shin lay on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Opening Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no doubt that one foot had stepped into cage level, but Shin's eyes were really too weak. After a long time, Kazue returned, her hand holding a broken arm full of holes, her body stained with blood. Lord Kazue! Many ninjas immediately surrounded her and looked at her with awe. Have you knocked down the enemy? No, the enemy has escaped. Kazue's voice was gentle. Shin is a toy made by Yuuji-san. Before getting Yuuji-san's order, it is not easy to kill him. Lord Kazue, who is the real identity of the other party? Is it really Uchiha Madara? Or is it a member of our clan? A member of Uchiha's clan had a face full of anticipation. He wanted to confirm some guesses from Kazue. It would be great if it was really a clansman who confirmed the identity of the other party. I don't know. The opponent is too fast. I didn't catch up. I only gained the upper hand a little. Kazue covered her mouth and laughed. The others looked at the broken arm in Kazue's hand and swallowed their saliva. His arm was chopped off. Did he gain the upper hand? There were also potholes on his arm. I wonder what technique Lord Kazue used to cause such terrifying damage to the enemy. I see, what a pity. I thought I would have a chance to find out his true identity. These Uchiha clansmen all revealed expressions of regret. They were determined to go back and spend more time searching for the clan tree, trying to find out the true identity of those Mangekyo clansmen. Where is Yuuji-san? Kazue looked around. Ah, Lord Yuuji left with Yujito. I don't know where he went. With Lord Yuuji's strength, no matter what the problem, it won't be a problem for him. Everyone said one after another. At this time, Yuuji had already left the border of the Fire Country and was quickly moving towards the Thunder Country, crossing several small border countries in succession. Oh! After a while, Yujito slowly woke up. What do you want to do? Are you awake? That's right. Although the strength of the second tail is very weak, it is still Bijuu. The self-healing ability that it gives you is still very impressive. Yuuji was pulling on one of the legs of Yujito and moving at an astonishing speed. From time to time, he would shuttle between the branches, causing Yujito to be like a broken kite and be repeatedly hit many times. She was forcefully knocked awake. At this time, the second tail in Yujito's body remained silent, and it did not dare to bicker with Yuuji. Yujito, this guy is too strong. I am no match for him, but he is very arrogant. He only applied the 4-symbol seal on you and ran around with you. This is our chance. It is best for us to find a chance to escape. Nibi reminded. In the spiritual space, Yujito sat in front of Nibi and could only nod helplessly. She had no way to deal with this terrifying man. Give me your strength. I need to find a way to break the 4-symbol seal. Yujito frowned. Well, be careful. This thing can only be broken bit by bit with chakra. After all, you and I don't know how to break the 4-symbol seal. When I go back this time, I must learn the sealing technique. Yujito gnashed her teeth. When she came back to her senses in reality, she met Yuuji's indifferent face. Looks like you've reached an agreement with that big cat. Have you thought of a way to escape from me? I'm looking forward to you bringing me some fun on this trip. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Yuuji said. Yujito was shocked and was about to say something, but in the next moment, Yuuji raised his hand and punched her, causing her to almost lose her breath. You bastard! You are going in the direction of Kumegakure. What do you want to do? Are you chasing Lord Raikage? Yujito gritted her teeth. No, a mere Kumegakure is not worth my time. It is just a place where a group of trash lives. I have more important things to do. Yuuji combined the memories of his previous life. After arriving in Cloud Country, he went straight to the sea to search for the whereabouts of Turtle Island. This living island was very suitable to be the foundation of his holy land. He only needed to melt the entire giant turtle. The sub-body Godzilla, who was still in a daze in the forest of Fire Country, urgently needed a place to stay. Phew! The shocking radiation clouds began to spread wildly, wantonly expanding on the surface of the sea, searching for all signs of life. As long as they found a huge radiation absorption body, it would definitely be the giant turtle. This is, what are you looking for? Yujito's expression changed. Of course I'm looking for that giant turtle. Is there even a need to ask? Do you really think that your Kumigakura's secrecy is very good? Yuuji said lightly. How did you know? You bastard! Shut up, little kitten. I'll kill you if you speak any more nonsense. Anyway, I'm only interested in the second tail in your body. I found it. Yuuji's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction. Chapter 223, Holy Palace to Rule. For ninjas, intelligence was a crucial thing. The intelligence here involved all aspects. Whether it was the ninjutsu that the enemy was good at, the special ability, or personality, they were all important things. Whoever could grasp more information about the enemy would be able to grasp the initiative in the battle. Although he might not win in the end, at least it raised the probability of winning. Originally, in the timeline, Jiraiya was killed by Pain and Rikuda's Sennin. One of the important reasons was that he did not understand Rinnegan's ability at all. The type of enemy that he had fought with in the past was completely different. He had to start from scratch to understand the ability of Pain and Rikuda's Sennin. After Jiraiya figured out what was going on with the six Pain, he himself was also finished, and it was impossible for him to escape. If he had a little understanding of Rinnegan, he would not have lost so miserably, and his body would not have fallen to the bottom of the sea and been crushed into meat paste. At this time, in the knowledge of Yujito, although she was captured by Konoha's people, and even the Rikuda's Sennin precious treasure like the amber bottle was taken away, it was not to the extent that she would gain nothing. Yuuji, Kazue, and Kakashi, the three strongest geniuses who were famous in the three battles, their information had already been in the hands of Kumigakure, especially Kazue, who had mastered the insta-kill ninjutsu. After losing the intelligence opportunity, the next time Kumigakure fought with Konoha, they would not be too passive. But the problem was, how do you know about Turtle Island? Yujito was truly shocked. The giant turtle was a super-large psychic beast that Kumigakure had raised for generations. Although the giant turtle was too big and had not played any role in the past battles of Ninja World, as long as this big guy lived in secret, it had great strategic value and was Kumigakure's way out. Only the higher-ups of Kumigakure knew about the existence of Turtle Island, but why did this man in front of him know? I already said that you people are self-righteous secrets. In my eyes, it is not worth mentioning. Whether it is the amber bottle or the current Turtle Island. Yuuji quickly moved on the surface of the sea. His terrifying speed tore out a shocking wave. Naturally, Yujito was still being dragged along by Yuuji. She felt that she was about to be played to death. In the range of Yuuji's perception, the great radioactive creature in front was simply ridiculous. We're here. This thing is the pet you've been feeding for generations. This kind of body is really good. From now on, this thing belongs to me. Yuuji praised. Yujito gritted her teeth. This giant turtle only recognizes us, Kumigakure. You can't force it to begin with. You are wrong again. I do not need to force it. It will take the initiative to follow my orders. Yuuji said. At this time, the guards on Turtle Island keenly detected the arrival of Yuuji. A stranger has come. A very powerful chakra reaction. What is going on? Isn't this person holding Lord Yujito in his hand? We haven't seen each other for a while. How did the proud Lord Yujito become like this? The ninjas were stunned. Yujito was ashamed and resentful to death. Yuuji directly attacked, killing all these ninjas and standing on Turtle Island. There is still no movement. It really looks like an ordinary island. Yuuji looked up and saw the lush greenery on the island. In the next moment, he had already squatted down and touched the ground with one hand. A terrifying power poured out from his palm. The power from planet Godzilla rushed into the ground and began to assimilate this behemoth. Crash! The entire island suddenly moved. The giant turtle raised its head with a loud bang and shook wildly. Its limbs swayed wildly, looking very painful. The huge waves soared into the sky, as if triggering a terrible tsunami. What did you do? Yujito was stunned. She did not dare to look at the scene in front of her. There was a terrifying dark blue color. With the center of Yuuji's palm, it was spreading wildly in all directions. In this horror, there was an unknown color brewing. It was like a huge mouth that swallowed everything, eroding everything in sight. Yujito was completely unable to understand the scene in front of her, and all the hair on her body stood up. This was also the first time she had seen the giant turtle so violent and frightened. This kind of intense reaction was unprecedented. We have to stop him. Yujito gritted her teeth and tried to stand up and resist. However, the broken limbs and bones were not completely repaired. A large number of dislocations appeared. She resisted the four-symbol seal and waved her deformed limbs, struggling to do something. Bang! In the next second, she was stomped on the ground by Yuuji. Be quiet, little kitten. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into a part of me, along with the second tail in your body. Yuuji said lightly. Although he couldn't let go of the Nibi from the beginning, he really wanted to know what kind of effect it would have if he swallowed a Bijuu, even if it was the weaker Bijuu. As for the resurrection of 10 tails, well, it is enough to leave some chakra of 2 tails, and stuffing the chakra seeds belonging to 2 tails into the Gedo statue is enough to revive 10 tails. Anyway, it doesn't matter how incomplete the 10 tails are, this ghost thing devours natural energy to increase chakra, as long as it can be resurrected, it doesn't matter whether it is complete or not. The fate of Yujito and Nibi had been determined since they were defeated and caught. However, the two of them had yet to realize their tragic fate. In fact, according to Yujito's knowledge, Yuuji did not kill him but chose to seal him. Perhaps he intended to use herself as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Kumagakure in exchange for money, land, or various secret arts. In any case, if he killed her, there would be no big problem for the second tail. It would just be taken over by Konoha. Even the second tail felt the same way. Bijuu's lifespan was unlimited. Even if he died, he could be resurrected. Therefore, although the second tail was very angry, he did not panic. He just quietly observed the scene in front of him from Yujito's body. This dark blue should be Godzilla's power. Be careful, Yujito. This guy is probably using Godzilla's power to assimilate the giant turtle. The information we have is still not enough. The second tail shouted. Assimilation. Yujito could not move and could only watch the giant turtle struggle in pain. She felt the earth shake and her face was full of resentment and helplessness. Shiranui Yuuji still had the power to assimilate. This guy, how many more terrifying abilities did he hide? Very quickly, the entire turtle island started to fall, turning into a deep blue ocean. The dense vegetation on the turtle shell started to mutate. Oh, these plants. Yuuji pondered for a moment. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Only the two-tailed and Yujito saw these strange jungles. Even if they could connect to Akatsuki's weakness, it actually did not matter. Yuuji could not let these two fellows go. Soon, the giant turtle also stopped struggling. Terrifying changes went deep into the giant turtle's DNA. Some of the old gene chains were broken, and the new DNA was constructed, turning into the property of planet Godzilla. As expected, the giant turtle also turned into another shape. The surface of its body became more ferocious, and its skin began to harden visibly. It once again welcomed a leap on its original powerful foundation. Its vitality also became more vigorous, and its body was also rapidly expanding. On the back of the turtle, ferocious blades turned into uneven rocks, rising in succession. Yujito looked at the scene with her mouth agape. These special plants. What really made her unable to accept was not the change of the giant turtle, but the changes of these plants. Aren't these plants, the Mokuton of Shoude Hokage? There seems to be no second person in Ninja World who can control this special plant. What's going on here? Yujito's face was livid, and some kind of terrible speculation came to her mind. She was about to say something, but Yuuji grabbed her neck and lifted her up. It seems that you have discovered it. You are not stupid. Yuuji said. Yujito said with difficulty, Akatsuki's weakness, Shoude Hokage, are you? You've already guessed it, so why ask? Yuuji sneered, there is no such thing as the first generation of Hokage, it has always been only me. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to blow up the entire ninja world. Shiranui Yuuji was just a fake, and he still had the powerful Mokuton in his grasp. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Yujito to tell anyone else. Yuuji directly opened Yujito's mouth and forcefully pulled her tongue out. He added a tongue curse to her absolute seal and planted a seal in her brain. Only then did he throw her to the ground. Although you won't live for long, at least I will bring you back to the village, Yuuji said indifferently, his hands forming seals. Summoning technique. In the next moment, the 50-meter-tall sub-body Godzilla was summoned to this giant turtle by Yuuji. As soon as it appeared, sub-body Godzilla looked up at the sky and let out a terrifying roar. After roaring, he continued to stare at Yuuji in a daze. In the future, you will live here. Do not let outsiders come near. Yuuji shook his head. Turtle Island was far from complete transformation. It would probably take some time. No matter what, the Fourth Holy Land needed to carry a few more Godzilla to keep up appearances. The area would definitely be larger. It wouldn't be long before a terrifying Holy Land that specialized in plants and animals would be born from the bodies of plants and animals. This was the Fourth Holy Land outside of Mount Myuboku's sky, Ryuhoka Cave's earth, and the sea of the Shikotsu forest. Yuuji controlled the transformed giant turtle to move deeper into the sea bit by bit to avoid Kumigakure's ninja who would be searching in the future. He himself quickly left this place with Yujito and returned to land. Yujito gritted her teeth and wanted to say something, but the curse she had in her body clearly told her that she would die if she said it. When the fourth Raikage, who had hurriedly fled back to Kumigakure, found out that there was a problem with Turtle Island, he could only be furious. Strange, who would attack Turtle Island at this time? Konoha? How would they know of Turtle Island's existence? Killer Bee's voice was low. I was wrong this time. I lost Yujito, the amber bottle, and the Turtle Island. The irascible fourth Raikage was full of self-blame. The small surprise attack battle he had pushed forward had been a complete failure. Mabi suggested in a low voice, actually, the amber bottle and Turtle Island are not important matters at the moment. The key lies in the second tail. We need to negotiate with Konoha as soon as possible and find a way to get the second tail back. If we are fast, we might be able to save Yujito's life. Although it was very unrealistic. The Konoha executives headed by the fourth Hokage are not like the first Hokage back then. They obviously have the absolute force to suppress everything, but they are foolish enough to distribute the tailed beasts to them. It was already the best result to pay a huge price to exchange for Yujito and the second tail. Konohagakure. Minato had already received the battle report from the front line and knew that Yuuji had brought news of the disappearance of Yujito, but he did not care. In any case, it was impossible for Yuuji to betray the village. Although he did not know what he had brought the two-tailed Jinchuriki to do, Minato could pretend that he did not know. He would wait for Yuuji to report to him himself. He was more concerned about the guy who called himself Madara. Another Uchiha Madara? Why does it feel like so many person call himself Uchiha Madara? Minato couldn't help but shake his head. What the hell was this? Moreover, according to the reports of Kazue and the others, the mask on Madara's face was extremely crude. It was clearly something that he took out to deal with temporarily in a hurry. How is the strength of this number 2 Madara? Minato asked. Kazue pondered for a moment. My type happens to be able to restrain him, so I can be relatively calm. If an ordinary ninja is targeted by him, there is a high chance that he will die a miserable death. Yes, this was under the situation where Shin was prepared. With enough ninjas and enough Sharingan, ordinary people really could not be his opponent. Only cage level could ignore him, and most of the elite jonins might fall. Of course, because Shin was too young, he was only 11 years old, and his combat experience was also terrible to a complete mess. There was still a lot of room for growth, even if he could not open the Susanoo in this lifetime, it was actually very good. In the entire ninja world, there were not many elite jonins. For Shin to stand on this level, it was already excellent enough. One had to know that in the timeline, many of the core members of the early Akatsuki were only elite jonins. So it's like that. Then it seems like this number 2 Madara isn't that difficult to deal with. When Minato heard Kazue's report, he immediately understood. Well, this type of ninja, Minato is confident that he can defeat him. Not long after, Yuuji returned and directly carried Yujito into the village. Thank you for your hard work. It is a major victory to capture the two-tailed Jinchuriki in this battle. Minato had a look of appreciation on his face and did not ask where Yuuji went during this period of time after the war. Hokage-sama, how do you plan to deal with the two-tailed Jinchuriki? I have an idea. It is better to hand her over to me. Compared to other uses, I can use her to make more value. Yuuji directly asked Minato for the second tail. Are you interested in the second tail? Minato looked at him curiously. If there was a powerful beast like Godzilla in his body, would he like the second tail? Chapter 224, Submit Yourself. Is that so? You actually took a fancy to the second tail. However, Bijuu can only be controlled by the village. He cannot be controlled by an organization in the village. You should understand this. Minato muttered. Yuuji said, I know, but I really need the second tail. He really wanted to know what would happen after he ate the Nibi. However, Minato obviously did not want to agree. He was the Hokage, and he had to think from the perspective of the Hokage. This had nothing to do with whether he trusts Yuuji or not. No, I can't give the Nibi to you. In the end, Minato still rejected Yuuji's suggestion. Then let's change the plan. Since we have already obtained the second tail, we are willing to use it to the greatest extent and control the second tail in our own hands. In other words, we need our own second tail Jinchuriki. Before we find the new second tail Jinchuriki, I need to study the second tail. Yuuji said without hesitation, planning to deal with Yujito as the Jinchuriki. Then you should know the meaning of this. The balance of the original Bijuu in the village will be broken, which will alert the other villages. Minato said. Yuuji nodded. It's completely meaningless for us if they are not alert. We defeated them in 3 battles. Don't tell me they won't be alerted. It's absolutely impossible to return what is in our hands. Moreover, Kumigakure can't take out the benefits comparable to Bijuu's to exchange the Nibi back. During the conversation, the two had already decided that since the Nibi was in Konoha's hands, Konoha would naturally accept it and would never return it. In this way, Konoha had 2 Bijuu. In fact, Minato also had his own considerations. If according to the checks and balances policy that Xiao Dai Hokage left behind, Konoha controlled the strongest 9 tails and possessed the strongest sealing technique of Ninja World, then Konoha would naturally not be afraid of anything, nor would he worry about those villages with 2 Bijuu. But because of the 9 tails chaos 4 years ago, as the strongest Bijuu's 9 tails were divided into 2, the Yin 9 tails were sealed into the Pure Land, leaving only the Yang 9 tails in Naruto's body, which was very troublesome. Konoha had lost half of Bijuu's power in one go. Since he had caught the second tail, he would naturally think of ways to keep it. Yuuji looked at Minato's expression and understood in his heart. Although he could not leave the second tail directly in his department, he still said. This made him a little unhappy, but at least there was no obstacle in occupying the second tail. Minato was a person who attached great importance to Bijuu's balance. In the original timeline, Kushina used the Vajra seal to restrain the Kyuubi. At that time, she wanted to pull the Kyuubi back into her body and say that she wanted to die together with the Kyuubi. If Minato let her do this, Kushina would not die. He also did not need to activate the corpse ghost seal, and everyone would not die. However, the awkward thing was that at that time, no one knew that if Bijuu was sealed back into Jinchuriki's body, it was possible to save Jinchuriki's life. The lack of information caused the situation to slide to a bad side. On one hand, Minato was heartbroken that Kushina would die, and he did not want to live anymore. On the other hand, he could not accept the consequences of Konoha losing the Kyuubi. Even if the Kyuubi would be resurrected, it was still a problem whether Konoha could still catch the Kyuubi. Thus, he decisively stopped Kushina, claiming that this would break the balance of Bijuu in the village. In addition, Naruto were the prophesied children, so he decided to gamble with his life. Thus, he activated the corpse ghost seal and took half of it with him, leaving half of the Kyuubi for Naruto. And now, Yuuji had caught the second tail. Minato also wanted to keep the second tail forever in Konoha, so that he could restore the strength of Bijuu, who had lost half a 9-tailed tail. Do you have any recommendations for the new second tail Jinchuriki? Minato asked. Hatake Kakashi, no one is more suitable than him. Kakashi? But he already has the Kyuubi chakra. Hokage-sama, that chakra is incomparably strong for ordinary people, but compared to the real Bijuu, it is still far worse. Even compared to the Ichibai Shikaku, it is still a lot worse. Kakashi is very familiar with Bijuu's chakra, and he is also your disciple. He is also my fellow disciple. It is absolutely impossible for him to betray the village and hand the Nibi over to him to control. It is absolutely the most suitable. Yuuji suggested. Minato was lost in thought, and he quickly went through the suitable candidate in his mind. Choosing Jinchuriki was naturally the most suitable choice for those who were not as old as him. Being young meant developing potential, which meant that they had a longer lifespan. If they sealed Bijuu to an older person, then they would have to change Jinchuriki in a few years. It would be very troublesome. Changing Jinchuriki was a risk. If Bijuu took the opportunity to go berserk, it would cause losses to the village. A suitable candidate. There were many outstanding people in the same period as Minato. For example, a Barame Shibi, who lived in seclusion, never said a word in the decision-making of the village. However, Shibi, after all, came from the ninja clan and was already an adult. His views were fixed, and his style of doing things made people unable to understand his thoughts. In addition, Shibi's own strength had barely stepped into cage level. He did not need Bijuu to improve his strength. As for the others, they weren't suitable either. Naturally, they had to continue observing the younger generation. People from the Uchiha clan are excluded first, then only Hitaki Kakashi. Looking for younger talents, the best would be Yamato, Kabuto, Itachi, and Izumi. They wouldn't be suitable either. If it goes younger, it will be people like Naruto and Sasuke. No matter how one looked at it, Kakashi was the most suitable. He already has the nine-tailed chakra. Don't worry about that. I will handle it. At the very least, I only need to use 2 sealing techniques, Yuuji replied. Understood. I will communicate with Kakashi about this matter. Yuuji excused himself and opened the door. He saw 2 consultants hurrying over. Minato, you must be careful when dealing with Jinchuriki. That's right, we can get huge benefits from Kumigakure. The 2 consultants shouted loudly, wanting to participate in the decision-making like in the past, but when they saw the command letter Yandere signed, their expressions immediately changed. You actually want to leave the second tail behind. You even gave the second tail Jinchuriki to Roots Department? Even Sandame has never done this before. You are too indulgent with Roots Department. Minato rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and said gently, don't worry, the 2 of us know what to do. Moreover, I didn't give the Nibi to Root, I just lent it to Yuuji for some time to study. Although I don't know what Bijuu has to study. Koharu and Mitokado Himura turned to sleep, their faces pale. They knew that they had been kicked out. Yuuji ignored the 2 old men. After leaving the Hokage building, he directly took Yujito to Root's base. Bang! In the underground base, Yuuji directly threw Yujito to the ground. You bastard, what do you want to do? Yujito's face was ugly, where's the Hokage? I want to see him. Don't be naive. You fell into my hands, and I brought you to this place. You should know your own end. Yuuji sat in his seat. There were already a large number of Roots troops in the surroundings, and some people who knew sealing techniques were ready to attack at any time to prevent accidents. This was Jinchuriki, the humanoid monster with Bijuu in his body. You have reached a consensus with the Hokage? He actually gave me to you? Humph, don't even think about getting information about Kumigakure from me. Yujito gnashed her teeth. No, you are mistaken again. I have no interest in the intelligence of your village. I am only interested in the Nibi in your body. So, give me the Nibi. As for you, go to the Pure Land and complain to Rikuta Sennin. Yuuji stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of Yujito. In the next moment, a large number of runes poured out. He used his other hand to tear off Yujito's shirt. His rough actions tore all the woman's clothes into pieces on the spot. Her beautiful figure was curvy in the front and back, and with her rough actions, she swayed and revealed everything. Yujito was shocked and angry. Yuuji's gaze moved down without restraint. His expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if the person in front of him was not even a single person. Instead, it was just a rare piece of art. This type of sealing technique. Is it the iron armor seal of your village? Yuuji observed for a moment. The strength of the iron armor seal was a bit simpler than the 4-symbol seal. This thing could even move Orochimaru. Killer Bee's previous generation of 8-tailed Jinchuriki, who is the cousin of the 4th generation of Raikage, Blue Bee, was attacked by Orochimaru when his willpower was weak, and the iron armor seal was also taken by Orokai. The pill breaks open, causing 8 tails to escape. Then, there was Sandame, the super fierce man, who fought with the 8-tailed beast in a great battle where both sides were injured. Yuuji observed for a while. With the level of his many years of cultivation in the sealing technique, he already roughly understood what was going on with this seal. Under the shocked and angry gaze of Yujito, he reached out and grabbed directly. What are you going to do? Yujito trembled and swayed slightly. In the surroundings, the ninjas of Root maintained their silence. Their faces were cold as they looked at the scene in front of them. Well, they were just a group of living tools. They only cared about the tasks and orders. They would not care about what their leader would do. Smack! Yuuji grabbed it vigorously. Don't howl, you have to know that my interest in the second tail far exceeds my interest in you. Yuuji's palm slapped on the belly of Yujito. His fingertips condensed chakra, and after slightly stimulating the body of Yujito, the iron armor seal completely emerged. He continuously touched the patterns on the iron armor seal, and slowly broke the seal. The iron armor seal that bound the second tail in the body of Yujito began to collapse. In the sealed space. It seems that we will have to bid farewell. Yujito. The second tail did not go berserk immediately. The big cat just lay on the ground and quietly looked at Yujito in front of him. It was no exaggeration to say that the second tail watched Yujito grow up little by little. I didn't expect this to be the end. I became a vessel to seal you since I was very young. I thought I would die under your rampage or on the battlefield, but I didn't expect that I would die because I lost you. Yujito looked bitter. If Jinchuriki lost the Bijuu, she would definitely die, and Yujito didn't have any hope in her heart. After I die, Konoha's people might use you to threaten Kumigakure. Maybe they will keep you forever in Konoha. Yujito said. I understand. I don't care. Anyway, I'm already used to it. Ever since those two annoying guys established the ninja village system, I lost my freedom forever. The second tail's voice was flat, not caring at all. Used to it. It was nothing more than changing from Yujito to another container, that was all. Even if it died with Yujito, it would revive somewhere in Ninja World in a few years. It was fearless. However, if Yujito was about to die, the second tail would inevitably feel regret. Do you have any last words? Nibi said. Destroy this village and kill Shiranui Yuuji. If you can do it. I understand. He will die. It is very difficult for me to kill him, but it doesn't matter. Human life is very short. In a few decades, he will die himself. I will witness his death with my own eyes. It can be considered revenge for you. Nibi said lightly. Since it was separated from the Jubi, it had witnessed the death of countless humans in the past 1,000 years. No matter how talented the ninja was, or how powerful Ninja World was, the final destination was the Pure Land. Even the brothers Hago Romo and Hamura could not avoid it, let alone these humans. Therefore, the two-tailed did not panic at all. Yujito, didn't you always want to know my name? Matatabi, this is my name. The second tail said. The next moment, a powerful force invaded the sealed space. The second tail felt a strong force coming at it. Yes, it was really a damn sealing technique. I really don't know how human beings developed this kind of ghost thing. In theory, the sealing technique can seal everything below Rikuta Senin level. The second tail was stripped out. This also meant that Yujito stepped into death. After losing the second tail and not having the terrifying vitality of Uzumaki clan, she did not last for a few seconds before dying. When she was about to die, she stared at Yuuji with her blood-red eyes, and the unconsciously stretched out palm grabbed Yuuji's ankle, as if she wanted to use up her last strength to try to kill this man. What a good expression! Even at this moment, are you still giving up? I really look forward to the next time we meet. Pure Land. Yuuji shook his head and kicked away the corpse of Yujito. Iroha, seal this corpse up and put it in the secret room of Roots Department. Iroha, who was getting stronger by the day, appeared like a ghost. He took out a scroll and quickly wrapped up the corpse of Yujito. Lord Yuuji, do you want to immediately proceed with the ceremony to seal Bijuu? Iroha was still thinking about how to share Yuuji's worries. Seal Bijuu? Oh, yes, Bijuu needs to be sealed. However, this Bijuu is actually... Forget it, I'll try something first. Yuuji said something that Iroha could not understand. Well, in any case, he only needed to leave a little bit of Nibi's chakra seed. At that time, he would use the waste to throw it to Kakashi. On one hand, he would report to Minato, and on the other hand, he would prepare to revive Jubi in the future. The huge body of Nibi stood in this huge underground base. Even if its whole body was covered with seal runes, this Bijuu was still very irritable. Stop barking, kitten, submit yourself, I can't wait. Yuuji stretched out his hand. Chapter 225, Supreme God of the Universe. The second tail did not panic at first. But now, it suddenly panicked. Because, Nibi discovered that the expected fate of being killed and imprisoned did not appear at all, and the human being in front of him seemed to be planning to use another method to deal with it. What are you trying to do? The second tail became agitated and struggled continuously. However, its body was already covered in seal runes. Although it was only a layer of 4 symbols, it would still take a bit of time to break it. As long as there was a moment of time, it would be enough. Come here. From now on, you belong to me. Yuuji sneered. A hand quietly turned into a terrifying giant claw and grabbed the tail tightly. He held the poor kitten down. The powerful second tail was in a disadvantageous position in front of the sealing technique and Godzilla mode of Yuuji. Humph, it really is troublesome. If I use Mangekyo Sharingan, I can control Bijuu with just one look. Yuuji shook his head slightly. To be honest, although Mangekyo Sharingan had a huge flaw, it was indeed useful. However, Yuuji himself was not very good at illusion techniques. If he activated Rinnegan at this time and used Rinnegan's pressure to forcefully suppress the second tail, he might be able to achieve the same effect as illusion techniques, but there was no need. Iroha, go and call Kakashi over. Before you get my permission, stay at the entrance of the base. You are not allowed to enter. Yuuji ordered. Iroha immediately went to carry out the order, and at the same time, took away all of Root's ninjas. In the huge and empty underground base, only Yuuji was left. He looked at the second tail and directly bit down. Shua! Yuuji immediately activated Godzilla mode and turned into a small Godzilla. The reminder began to expand. At the same time, he directly went up to take a bite at the second tail. Kaba! This ferocious bite force! Even the 8 tails can't withstand it. Humph, it's quite hard, it's really interesting to have a body composed of chakras all over. If it wasn't for the fact that this place is too narrow, your body wouldn't be able to cause me the slightest trouble at all. Yuuji shook his head, bit by bit biting the body of the second tail. The second tail issued a mournful roar. It continuously struggled, and violent chakra crazily surged, completely sinking into a kind of pure ruthlessness. The 4 symbol seal runes attached to its body had become uneven because of this chakra, as if they would be broken at any time. The suppression ability of the 4 symbol seal was far inferior to the 8 trigram seal. Seeing this, Yuuji raised his hand and slapped, strengthening the 4 symbol seal. Don't struggle. In front of me, you won't have the chance to escape. While chewing, Yuuji slowly tore the chakra from the 2 tails, and said indifferently. The 2 tails were alarmed. You bastard, you actually used this method to humiliate me. Do you think? Wait, you bastard, you actually took my chakra's share? No wonder the 8 tails screamed so bitterly before, what the hell are you? The 2 tails personally felt that their chakra limit was gradually decreasing. Although the speed of descent was very slow, it was indeed decreasing. But how was this possible? How could it be possible to directly divide a portion of it from this Bijuu? Is this some kind of special sealing technique? The second tail struggled even harder. It's not a sealing technique, but to some extent, it's similar to a sealing technique, Yuuji said coldly. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, one would know that the sealing technique that Corpse Ghost used to kill both of them was essentially a technique that could divide the portion of Bijuu's chakra. Taking the Kyuubi as an example, many people had actually obtained the Kyuubi's chakra. It was a typical case of the Goldenhorn and Silverhorn brothers who had eaten the flesh of the Kyuubi. After the 2 brothers were reincarnated by Edo Tensei, they could even undergo semi-Bijuu transformation. Moreover, the Kyuubi's chakra seed was stuffed into the Gedo statue to revive the Gedo statue. Also, in the chaos of the Kyuubi, they gathered a little bit of the Kyuubi's chakra and sealed it into their son's body. In addition, there was Minato and Naruto. However, there was a very important distinction among them, and that was that the nature of the chakra that these people grasped was very different. Not to mention anything else, relying on Corpse Ghost Seal to split the Kyuubi into 2, essentially splitting the Kyuubi's share in 2. Originally, Naruto joined hands with the Kyuubi in the 4 battles, but after the Kyuubi was exhausted, he clearly said that he needed a bit of time to recover. This was very interesting. Generally speaking, when ordinary people grasped Bijuu's chakra, they could only use it as a consumable. No matter how much they saved, no matter how hard Bijuu's chakra was, it would be exhausted sooner or later. But the 2 Kyuubi of Yin and Yang could recover after exhausting their chakra. This was clearly the result of dividing the share of chakra. A truly powerful sealing technique definitely could not only seal Bijuu's chakra, it could also open up a portion of Bijuu's chakra. This was without a doubt. Now, the first reaction of the second tail was to think that it was going to be split up and a portion of its share was going to be taken away. It also understood why the 8th tail was so agitated when Yuuji bit its tail. Shut up, what do you want to do? Just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. There is no need to do this. The second tail was still terrified. It was not the 8th tail, nor the 9 tails. In the combat strength of 9 Bijuu, it was steadily ranked in the last 3. Originally, it did not have much chakra, but if a part of it was cut off, then it would be finished. If it was dismantled into more 2 tails, then it would be completely finished. I have already said, I just want you. Yuuji sneered. At this time, his expression slightly changed. In the space inside his body, the originally sleeping planet Godzilla, along with the continuous absorption of Bijuu's chakra, this huge beast faintly made a slight movement. Is it awake? No, it seems that it has not awakened yet. If it is just a 2-tailed beast, it is not enough to have such a big effect on this guy. Yuuji thought for a while. He now seriously suspected that the planet Godzilla had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Maybe it was because of the crossing of worlds that he came to Ninja World and was also suffering some kind of suppression from this universe. Well, maybe it also counted that the consumption was relatively large and forced to sleep. Anyway, in the world of the planet Godzilla, this big guy also liked to sleep. It was not always active and wandering around the world. Chakra and natural energy are unique products of this world. So, by continuously consuming more power, can it speed up the recovery and awakening of planet Godzilla? Yuuji nodded thoughtfully. He was getting closer and closer to this big guy. At this time, a huge claw stretched out. This is... Yuuji's heart skipped a beat. The claw grabbed it with a loud bang, crossing the barrier of the space in his body and directly falling into reality. What is this thing? The second tail looked at the terrifying giant claw that came out of Yuuji with a shocked expression. A third hand? Even without seeing the owner of this claw, the second tail knew that this was definitely not a monster that he could match. Pa! The second tail was grabbed. Following the gradual tightening of the giant claw, the second tail also let out a mournful wail. Its entire body was like a lump of rubber mud, constantly being kneaded. In the end, there was a bang. The second tail was crushed. A large amount of chakra dispersed, grabbed by the giant claw, and brought back to Yuuji's body. This process was very short, but it was also scary enough. Yuuji's face was slightly pale. He only controlled one of the claws of Godzilla, and it was a part of the claw. He felt that his body function was greatly damaged. Even if it was only for a split second, the impact of the gene layer was still terrifying. Godzilla! Yuuji frowned, and then he let go of his brows. The chakra of the second tail rushed into his body and disappeared at an astonishing speed. It was clearly devoured by planet Godzilla. Vaguely, Yuuji seemed to hear a satisfied breathing sound. He could now obtain even more power from planet Godzilla. Well, now I really have the power to rely on absolute strength to suppress and defeat Nine-tailed. I can be considered to have surpassed the level of Cage. Yuuji felt the changes in himself. The weakness in his body quickly recovered. All the flaws disappeared, and even more powerful strength surged out. He had become even stronger. Now that he had activated the complete Godzilla mode, he could probably break through the boundary of 100 meters high and rush towards an even larger body. This kind of strength was enough to look down on Ninja World. One had to know that there were only 5 people who surpassed the concept of Cage. Sage Body and Mokuton and Azura reincarnated Senju Hashirama, Eternal Mangekyou Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara who reincarnated because of Indra, Single Rinnegan and Single Kamui and Hashirama Cell Obito, Eternal Mangekyou and Uchiha Sasuke who reincarnated because of Indra, as well as Naruto who reincarnated in Immortal Fox mode and Azura. Of course, Naruto's Immortal Fox mode was only a mode where he could absorb a bit of natural energy properly. It was not the mode where he crazily absorbed all the natural energy in the sky during the final battle with Sasuke. He forcefully pushed his height to a height of 200 meters. Other experts, such as Nagato, Uchiha Itachi with 3 divine tools, Sandame Reikage, Yandame and Naruto in the Kyuubi Chakra mode, basically did not surpass the level of Cage. Now, Yuuji had done it, standing on a higher level. If he had the concept of Super Cage, he would already be. A powerful force gushed out continuously, and it was controlled by Yuuji. This feeling. Yuuji had a subtle expression. Yes, it was not as pleasant as he had expected. After personally seeing the incomplete giant claw that the planet Godzilla had extended, some of Yuuji's thoughts changed. There seems to be something wrong with the claw just now. The groove on it is a bit too deep. Moreover, as the surface texture of a giant plant, the surface skin on that claw is a bit too chaotic and ugly. This was the first time that Yuuji got close and clearly saw the surface lines of the planet Godzilla's body. In the internal space, his vision was still slightly blurred. The darkness engulfed everything. Even though the distance was very close, Yuuji could not see the body of this monster higher. The size of 300 meters was like a mountain. Looking up, there was only darkness. Moreover, his complete Godzilla mode was essentially a transformation by extracting the power of planet Godzilla and combining it with chakra. The body on the surface of the body could not fully display the condition of planet Godzilla. This time, Yuuji saw a part of planet Godzilla's true body for the first time. Was that claw injured? There was a high chance that it wasn't a self-mutilation caused by the planet Godzilla. But, what was the reason for his injury? Was it because he broke through the cosmos wall and came to Ninja World, suffering from the suppression and damage of different world rules? Yes, this was very likely. Yuuji had long guessed that a powerful creature like planet Godzilla would always sleep in his body, not simply because he liked to sleep. Although with planet Godzilla's body size, it was possible for him to sleep for a few hundred years or even thousands of years at any time. It was normal for him to wake up regularly to patrol the world. But the past few times, including this time, there was a possibility of awakening, but planet Godzilla chose to sleep, which was worth paying attention to. It was probably not a simple habit of sleeping, but because of certain reasons, he could not completely wake up. In addition, he is so interested in chakra, and he doesn't reject anyone. Based on the information I have now, it is basically solid. The suppression of the universe is definitely one aspect. On the other hand, he is healing his injuries by sleeping, providing him with more chakra. It will probably accelerate his speed of breaking through suppression and healing his injuries. Yuuji kept thinking. He hoped that planet Godzilla was injured because he broke the cosmos wall. This was the best result. If not for because of this injury, then there would be big trouble. Looking at the world where planet Godzilla was in, there were many monsters in that universe. According to the rules of the universe that a planet like planet Godzilla would inevitably be born on a life planet, there were definitely many powerful and ruthless characters. The strength of planet Godzilla in that world should be not low in theory, but the problem was that the opponent who almost killed him was ridiculously strong. Could it be that one, it can almost be said to be the supreme god of that universe? If you compare it horizontally, his status is roughly equivalent to that in this world. God of Chakra. A thick layer of haze appeared on Yuuji's face. Could it be him? This is definitely the worst result, and it is also the result that Yuuji doesn't want to see the most, the supreme god of the universe. Higher dimensional life form, above countless dimensions. Golden Gyadora.